Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Is everything working? Are we live? We're live? There he is. Is the BGM working alright? I'm having a hard time figuring out if my browser has Oh, I almost said a bad phrase. If my browser has stopped working. You're testing? Wasn't expecting seminar this Thursday. Yeah, sorry about the sorry about the continuous pushing back. This week has been a bit of a fun one, to be honest. Yeah. Basically just had a whole bunch of stuff crop up last minute. So apologies for all the reshuffling. Oh shit. Tomoya, welcome to the stream. Really glad that you could tune into it live. We actually have a member of Sun Dream in here with us. So yeah, I'm honored that you... I really appreciate the comment that you left on the last VOD. And again, I'm just gonna restate. I hope that this one doesn't disappoint. Master Ant, thank you for the 5. Since we'll likely bring up FaZe. I think whatever's going on with FaZe, I trust them enough at this point to sort everything out behind the scenes, so I'm not too concerned about that. Oh, Parin, welcome to the stream as well. Welcome to the stream, Nene Love. Don't bring up Emperor in my pre-chat. Extra TT-esque today. As in my voice, or as in the the BGM or something? BGM is working? Alright, audio is good? Alright, excellent. Okay, so... let me just look around. Just want to make sure that all of the assets and stuff are working. I get stuck in. There might be a few moments, because I've had this Canva file open for a while, so there may be a few moments where I might need to refresh the Prezi just to make sure that all of the elements on the slides are actually visible. Had a moment yesterday where Canva, I think the website went down in general. I couldn't access any of my presentations. I got a bit scared that it was going to last more than a few hours, but thankfully they fixed it. They fixed it almost immediately, so... something happened? Not really. Well, there is one of the, they recently announced that one of the Saga members has had their debut delayed. But, again, until more information is provided, I trust them to sort things out behind the scenes. Canva went down, yeah. Oh yeah, no, I forgot that you use Canva as well for your charts. Yeah. Gotta love that Australian corporate infrastructure. Every agency has to have controversies eventually. Well, I mean, it's not like FaZe hasn't had them before. It's just... usually... It's been a while since the last big yab that FaZe had, so... Although, one of the things... I will say this is a little perverse, but... I am glad that recently there seems to have been a downturn in the number of people on Twitter bragging about how FaZe is drama-free. It is, admittedly, you know, the way that we got to that outcome is not great, but I appreciate the outcome. So, there was just too many people jinxing us at the beginning of the year. Alright, so... let me switch scenes. My weekend was stock order. I genuinely don't know how you have the endurance to force yourself through those things, but I appreciate it nonetheless. It's EB's fault. Poor guy. He made a few Jinx posts, and now that's all people know him for. This is truly a tragedy. If only the Death Note existed IRL. I don't think we could afford that. Alright. FaZe being drama-free implies that FaZe is perfect? Well, I mean, I guess. Usually when a company is said to be drama-free, I mean, I don't interpret it as them being perfect so much as them just having an airtight control over what information gets out into the public. And I think it's fair to say that, well, I mean, I doubt any FaZe fans really do. I doubt most FaZe fans really do think the company is, perfect. I'm sure there are some, some issues behind the scenes or some chinks in the armor or whatever. But for the most part, FaZe has gotten to the point where I think it's fair to trust them to handle things behind the scenes. At least the drama appears to be talent side, not corporate level. Yeah. Prince, thank you for the super. No feet joke today, just thanks for always helping me sleep well. Good night, boss, in chat. I'll leave it on while I conk. Glad to hear that. Glad to hear that I'm still helping out with that. So, yeah, no, thank you for your generosity. Base ones are being too cocky. Some pain was needed to humble them. I suppose so. I suppose so. Isn't Oshipush still having... I don't think they're having issues with their Kickstarter, though I did see one post of someone saying that they'd received a card that seemed to have some sort of visual flaw with it or something, some sort of issue with the printing. But, yeah, that's something that I'm probably going to have to take more of a closer look at. I've been kind of out of action for the past few days, so there's quite a bit of catching up for me to do when it comes to just keeping abreast of things that are going on at the moment. So, in any case, we move back to the main topic of the stream, the thing that got delayed for all of these days. Except instead now they'll all say, I don't think so, I don't think so. I think that is a... Well, I mean, I don't think it's going to happen more than it already does, let's just say. Because it's become kind of a mantra that people just generally like to adopt every time there's some sort of controversy involving a corporation. But I don't think it's going to be any more than it usually is. Alright, so... as per usual... Well, actually, in line with my previous stream, I want to once again give an acknowledgement to Usuporion on the Virtual Asylum. You could also see that he showed up in chat earlier for making this write-up that you can find on General Thread V2, Enhanced Segregation Techniques, page 2469. And the reason why I acknowledge this is because this is the write-up that has informed and archived a lot of the material and sources that I ended up using in order to put this whole stream together. So if you are interested in a more concise way of getting up to speed as to the general outline of some of the things that happened at Tsunderia, I recommend giving this a read. It is certainly going to be a lot shorter than my usual streams. Also, in line with what I said at the beginning of my previous stream, that one I was keeping short in the hopes that it would make it more palatable to people who aren't as familiar with my content. This one I still anticipate, it's not 200 slides, so I don't think it's going to be as long as some of the other 10+ hour streams that I've done before, but it's going to be a little bit more in line with the kind of length that my streams usually go for. And again, as per usual, when I'm doing a stream of this nature, few disclaimers. First, do not attempt to harass or contact any of the people or entities mentioned during this stream in any way, shape, or form. If I see any of you indulging in that kind of behavior, you will be banned from this chat and from this community. Furthermore, everyone who has been involved in this situation, unless they explicitly say otherwise of their own volition, has thoroughly moved on and most likely has, wants nothing to do with this, so I would greatly appreciate if all of you would keep your distance from all of the, individuals that I end up mentioning. That includes things like past talents and staff, because, again, they've all moved on with their lives. I don't think they want to be bothered with this, and I would appreciate if you were able to maintain that distance as well. Second, all text, videos, and images shown during the stream are included for the purposes of critique and/or commentary and are thus protected under fair use. Third, all information/material shown over the course of this stream was posted and/or addressed by the subjects of the stream on a public platform and/or remains publicly available/traceable. Fourth, dates may be affected by time zones. And finally, I'll be narrating everything on screen, so if there's something that's a little hard to make out visually while you're just watching, don't worry, I'll probably be reading it out loud, and even if I don't, The slides, so for last stream, I didn't upload the slides for that because I'm planning to upload the slides for both this, part 2 and part 1, all in one go. And they'll be uploaded onto my personal Patreon, link in description. You can sign up as a free member, don't need to pay any money, and you get access to all of the slides for all of my streams. That includes the ones, going into the future, all the ones that I've done in the past, as well as this stream as well. So you can download them, look through them at your leisure, etc, etc. Another thing, this stream is only going to cover all the way up until just after Tsunderia collapsed, just after Tsunderia folded as a company. And beyond that, the only bits and bobs that I'm going to be touching on are things that I personally have a little bit of an interest in. And on top of that, I just want to reiterate a small bit of an additional disclaimer that I had at the beginning of my previous stream. On the off chance that you are someone who was involved with Tsunderia and that you happen to be watching this stream, I do want to forewarn you that while I have tried my best to do justice, so to speak, to the story of how this company rose and fell, I do so not from the perspective of a fan who was around at the time. And this is not going to be the way I phrased it before. This is not going to be a eulogy for the time that the talent spent there, mostly because, as I said before, I don't trust myself to be able to do that with the limitations of my perspective. Second thing, though, is what I am going to be focusing on primarily is the way in which Tsunderia built itself up and or ended up degenerating as a brand, how its efforts at marketing itself and its talents seemed a little aimless at points during the company's existence. And that is the main, that's the main framing that I'm going to be adopting going through this. So if you are watching this in the hopes of getting a shot of nostalgia, I'm not too certain if this is going to be the kind of content that will be conducive towards bringing that about. So I just want to kind of make sure that I'm not soliciting your time and or attention under false pretenses there. So, starting off, so just a little bit of a mini recap, because it's been a few days since I did part 1. So, we ended part 1 right after Quest just debuted under the company. And so when we look back at 2020 for Tsunderia, this was a pretty significant year when it came to just setting up the company as its very own, distinct brand, its very own distinct entity that was now operating in the EN VTubing industry, right? So it starts in April when they formally register the company in the state of California. Then between June and July, Gen Zero debuts. You have Kamiko Kana, Hoshino Charlotte, and Unukai Purin. Charlotte being someone who was also doubling as a part-time manager. And in August, you have your first AMA. This was when the public had their first official, large official event where they were able to set up a dialogue with this company, where representatives of said company, in this particular case, Char and S-Train, who was at the time head moderator, head administration, and CCO, they were able to, see everyone's questions, pick a few, and then answer them on stream. So this was pretty important when it came to setting in stone or, establishing in the eye of the public what Tsunderia was about, what you could expect out of Tsunderia, and what they were planning to become in the future. Then, in November, they officially teased Quest. This was pretty significant as a milestone because, as a company, it's one thing to debut your Generation Zero individually as a bunch of talents, and business-wise, that makes sense when you're just starting off as a company at this point in time, because frankly speaking, you don't know if you're going to be successful in starting out. You don't know if you're going to be able to support, one or two talents to the point where they're able to do this as a full-time thing, they're able to stream as a full-time thing rather than just a part-time thing, and you don't really want to commit to properly you don't want to commit to a full-scale, look at us, we're a big corporation, etc., until you have proven that you're capable of supporting talents to a certain extent. the reason why releasing a first cohesive generation is important is because with that you are signaling to the public that yes, you have reached that point, that yes, you are now capable of taking on a bunch of talents who may not have, one of the talents in question, Nina Yuna, was an indie prior to her debut in Tsunderia. But aside from her, all of the other talents debuted under original IPs provided by Tsunderia. So this was a significant milestone in the sense that this is now the company signaling that it has the ability to take on more people and it is serious about expanding. And then of course in December, Sunquest then actually debuts. Now I made the point at the end of the previous stream that when it comes to managing a company, specifically I should say, when it comes to managing a company's image, it's like a game of resource management. And the main resource that you are attempting to manage is the impression of your company's novelty, otherwise known as leverage. Because this is what you use, this is what you wave around in the, eyes of your audience that gives what you say sway in their minds. This is why people take you seriously. This is what makes it so that when you speak, people stop and listen. And at this point in time, Tsunderia had quite a large reserve of, novelty and leverage. They were the very first EN-based agency. They just debuted their first cohesive original wave of talents, and they had a pretty original sales pitch, a pretty rare sales pitch for the time, because it involved a whole bunch of different selling points that no other company prior to this point had really thought to use as part of their messaging. So you have things like talent management crossover. So one of the ways in which Tsunderia set itself apart from other corporations was, this was something that they brought up during the AMA when they said that Hoshino Charlotte was what made the company special in the sense that she occupied a role as both management and talent, which meant that she was more sensitive, or at least, sorry, give me a second. I love Aussie Spring. So the premise, at least, was the idea that as someone who was doubling as both a part-time manager and a member of the talent pool, Charlotte would be able to be more sensitive to the needs of both. Now, again, with the benefit of hindsight, we can say for certain that is not how it ends up working, but at the time, this was a very original, novel idea, at least in terms of stuff that you would put into your marketing. Then, they had the idea that was being floated that they were going to go forward with a strong focus on music. Third, you have the whole first EN-based corpo thing that I've talked about. This was something that, although it wouldn't provide an ongoing source of novelty or leverage indefinitely, it certainly helped with creating, making a bit of a splash right when the industry was first developing. Then there was, of course, the whole thing about transparency. Tsunderia was one of, if not the first company in the West, the VTuber company in the West, to build the backbone of their PR strategy off of the idea that the more the audience knows, the better, and that they would pitch themselves to their audience by saying, you can support us because we will give you the peace of mind in the knowledge that if anything goes wrong with our company, you will know about it. We won't hide that from you. We will tell you about it, in fact. And that was the premise for that selling point. And then finally, in addition to the fact that they just debuted a fresh generation, which implies that, again, they have all of the resources needed to properly expand as a company, that they're taking their business seriously as a company, you have the whole idea of talent freedom, right? Or just freedom. It wasn't, they hadn't started using, talent freedom was more of a Vishojo coined phrase, but the idea of giving talents freedom and then using that freedom as a selling point was something that was, at least to my knowledge, first done by Tsunderia, and it was done during that AMA. And again, all of these things, the whole transparency, talent freedom, first EN-based corpo, talent management crossover, so that you have one person who has at least is assumed to have a good idea as to how both sides of that corporate equation feel about anything at any one time. These were all things that very much appealed to Western sensibilities, Western ideas of freedom, self-determination, individualism, individuality, etc. And because of this, Tsunderia was in a relatively strong position in the EN Corpo scene. Because up until now, sure, you had a bunch of Japanese companies, you had Hololive, you had Niji-Sanji, but, at this time I believe you still had Activate, although I could be wrong about that. But you didn't have an EN agency that was looking to cater specifically to an English-speaking audience. And Tsunderia, in being the first to do so, had a lot of clout to throw around. Now, I also talked about in my last stream how there was one particular thing, one factor that tends to decrease this resource over time, this novelty, this leverage that companies or brands tend to start off with. Now, again, like I said before, this tends to decay over time, and the main thing that tends to make it decay over time is competition. And there are two main ways in which competition tends to reduce a company's novelty or leverage. The first tends to be as a result of circumstance. Things surrounding the context of the corporation/brand and its competitors end up changing, end up shifting, and those shifts may end up either advantaging the corporation, disadvantaging the corporation, or doing either to its competitors as well. The second is through strategic choices. Either the corporation or its rivals may end up adjusting elements of their strategies to better compete with the others and to better stand out in the minds of the shared demographic that they may both be targeting. Activate still exists to this day, it's never stopped existing. Oh yeah, so I meant more, acting as a active VTuber agency. But point taken. So, generally speaking, both of these things can heavily impact how much a company is able to keep its brand distinct and or appealing compared to its competitors. However, when it comes to trying to overcome these two problems, generally one of the solutions that companies try to pursue in order to keep their brands fresh and resilient in the face of both changes in circumstance and changes in strategy is innovation. Now again, to reiterate the definition of innovation that I went with last stream, innovation doesn't have to be something that fundamentally changes the nature of your company. It doesn't have to be something that fundamentally alters the way that you operate or even the way that you communicate. It just needs to be a change that is significant enough to make what you're selling more appealing, to make your message a bit more effective, maybe a bit more clear, and that's about it. It doesn't need to be something major. So, even something as, this is the example that I gave in the last stream, even something as simple as taking Tsunderia's original logo, which was a crescent moon, a pink crescent moon, and then changing it to the pastel tiara that we now know as Tsunderia's logo, that counted as an innovation that helped significantly when it came to clarifying what the hell Tsunderia was about. Because since Tsunderia cropped up in 2020, there have been an innumerable amount of VTuber agencies that have adopted a crescent shape as part of their logo, whether it be CyberLive with the way that they arrange the C so it looks a bit like a play button, or with something like Amberglow/Aurora Live VR, who have both used moons but just flipped facing the other way. So if Tsunderia had kept their original logo, they would have had trouble standing out, at least visually, from some of the other competitors that would end up entering into the market later. However, with this redesign of the logo into this tiara shape, you now had both a visual and thematic way of separating Tsunderia, essentially future-proofing it from other competitors that would enter into the scene, at least insofar as its logo goes. So, in addition to that, when I talk about circumstance and strategy being threats to a company's ability to remain distinct, threats to the integrity of a company's brand, these were both threats that Tsunderia at the time was very much staring down the barrel of during 2020. Because, insofar as circumstantial threats go, the wave of new VTuber corpos specifically trying to cater to EN-speaking audiences was quite significant between 2020 and 2021. As I pointed out, this is what that timeline between January 2020 and January 2022 looks like when we place all of the different companies that debuted an initial Ian-speaking gen. This is between January of 2021 and June of 2021. It averages out to just over 1 new corpo per month. So as you can probably imagine, when the market is getting flooded with that many competitors, you are automatically, as a company, going to be called upon to innovate on your brand. Because if you don't, good luck trying to stand out when this is all of your competition. Bishoujo in particular was a bit of a tricky case, because in the case of Bishoujo, they were not just a circumstantial threat, but a strategic threat as well. And this was down to two things. One, the fact that they had significantly more resources at their disposal with which to promote themselves. And again, they also started off at the end of 2020, which is the same year that Tsunderia made its debut as a corpo. But the second thing that made Bishoujo such a strategic threat was because if we're talking about cultural relevance, dominance, etc., they had the same message as Tsunderia. They just said it louder. Now, as we're going to find out, as we would end up finding out a few years later, I don't think that Bishoujo's message was, shall we say, any more authentic than Tsunderia's, but they were more capable of essentially projecting it outwards because they had a lot of money to vomit out. And when it comes to promoting, a brand, a company, very little can compete with money. Olo and Bishoujo killed their chances completely, Olo by gobbling up. Yeah, so one of the things that I'm going to be touching on later on is how the original concept for Tsunderia was one that was always going to be aged out eventually. Tsunderia was a company that from day one had to innovate on its brand. It had no choice in the matter. It needed a leadership that had a vision that could adapt and change with the times, because the vision that the CEO started off with, the CEO being a guy called PPP, PPP's initial vision for Tsunderia was basically just English Hololive or English Niji-Sanji, and that was a vision that became outdated instantly the moment that Hololive and Niji-Sanji decided to make English branches of their own. So that essentially just destroyed any ability for Tsunderia to simply exist, right? If that was the only thing that it ended up doing, it would essentially decline into irrelevance as a company, because of the fact that its initial premise had a built-in expiry date. And, well, again, its competitors had a lot more resources at their disposal with which to promote themselves than they did. Especially with the case of Bishoujo, that promotion, that messaging that they adopted was very much strategic, because Bishoujo had the exact same idea as the founders of Tsunderia: appeal to Western audiences by appealing to Western sensibilities. This means things like freedom, individuality, self-determination, etc., empowerment, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, representation, etc., etc. And as a result, when you think back, when you ask people nowadays, granted, this is not all because of Tsunderia's promotional strategy, but more just a general trait of the internet as a whole. But if you ask people nowadays, when I say talent freedom, what company do you think of? People almost always will answer Bishoujo. Almost nobody will say Tsunderia, even though Tsunderia was the company that did it first, and did it by quite a significant margin before Bishoujo did. It was the first mention that Bishoujo ever had of, talent freedom or whatever, was on their website, and they didn't set that up until the end of 2020. So that's a good margin of, that's a good sort of buffer in which Tsunderia came first. But unfortunately, simply coming first is not enough to win the game of cultural dominance and monopolization of leverage. So, like I touched on before, there were a few things that Tsunderia could have done in order to innovate on their brand, and in fact there were a few things that Tsunderia did to innovate on their brand, some of them perhaps intentionally in an effort to future-proof themselves against competitors, Others may be slightly more incidental. However, two of the innovations that stick out near the beginning of Tsunderia's history as a company are the aforementioned change of the logo, the logo redesign that they did, where they went from being this, this pink crescent moon thing called with Tsunderia Studios underneath it, to being Tsunderia with the pastel tiara. The second innovation, and this is something that I may have missed the first time round, is, if I'm not wrong here, if I haven't missed an agency or anything, I believe that SunQuest was the first Ian agency to have gen-wide music on debut. As in, every single member of SunQuest debuted with either a cover or an original song that was posted to their channels on day one. And the thing about this is, at the time, last stream I pointed out how having talents do this is pretty significant, right? Because especially if you have a plan as a company, as a brand, to move in a more music-focused direction, this is a key way in which you try to signal to your audience that this is what we're about. And I believe that not even Hollow Myth did this, because I think Hollow Myth only had Callie debut with an original song. I think that was RIP at the time. So I do believe, unless someone else finds that there's another gen that released earlier than this, that SunQuest was the first instance of a company debuting a gen that all of whom had covers on release or original songs on release. This is a trend that would then be picked up by other small companies that would end up cropping up in the Ian space since. One of them that comes to mind being Aeon Project. But again, I believe that in this particular case, when it comes to this particular trend, Tsunderia was, again, the one to do it first. Although actually Idols is weirder when corpos who stigmatize idol stuff do it. To be fair, Tsunderia never stigmatized idol stuff. They simply said that that was not something they planned on doing. However, I can understand if it is your company's intention to push your brand towards a music-focused direction, this is a very logical thing, a very logical policy to adopt going forward with your talents. And so, generally speaking, at the beginning of Tsunderia's history, it did seem like they had both the ability and the willingness to look around them, take stock of the position they were in as one of the first actors to move in on an industry, that being EN VTubing Corps, and actually do shit in order to capitalize on it. Change aspects of their brand, of their messaging, of their marketing, so that they had a product that remained competitive going into the future, not just something that stood still and waited for everything else to pass it by. However, as I pointed out before, competition is merely one of the factors that end up reducing a company's leverage or novelty over time. The other big one, and this is a generalization, but it can be put under the umbrella of just weaknesses, right? Things that compromise an agency's ability, a company's ability to function or to communicate with its target demographic. Now, if we're talking the difference between competition and weaknesses, we can make the broad generalization that competition is a source of external threats, basically things that threaten to crush you from the outside, whereas weaknesses are more like internal threats, things that threaten to rot you from the inside out, so to speak. And when it comes to these internal threats that are presented by a company's weaknesses, they tend to fall into two broad categories. Objective, meaning, these are things that are actually wrong with your policies, with the way that you do business, the way that you operate, things that compromise your ability to put out product or put out results. These are quantifiable, measurable, etc., that actually impact your internal functions as a company. And usually, the way in which you try to get around this, the way that you try to prepare for this, is through contingencies. When one part of your operation fails, you need to have some sort of countermeasure in place to spring into action to hopefully tide you over until you can get that initial problem fixed. However, on the other hand, we have subjective weaknesses. These are things that may not be, they may not compromise your ability to actually make product, as, you know, part of your day-to-day operation, but they will compromise your audience's willing to buy that product. This is, you know, these are failures to communicate. They impact public perception, and as a result of impacting public perception, this is especially in the realm of entertainment, right? In entertainment industries, these two tend to be blurred a little bit. The line between these two tends to be a little bit more blurred than they would be in other industries, because part of an agency or company's ability to succeed in entertainment space, it comes down to how willing people are to essentially fork out their own money for them. And if they don't feel good about you, they're not going to give you money. So when it comes to entertainment specifically, these two are a little bit more close than they would be in other industries. But generally speaking, you can still have some sort of separation between the two. And as you can probably imagine, the way that people or companies usually try to prepare for cases of subjective weakness or try to remedy their subjective weaknesses as a brand, as a company, in their marketing, is adopting a PR strategy, which, as I have talked about ad nauseum, ad infinitum on this channel, mostly revolves around trying to prepare for problems before they happen, ideally, rather than trying to damage control once a problem does happen. Now, unfortunately, it is fairly... one is more common than the other. And generally, when it comes to companies that have strong PR strategies, you don't tend to notice because the controversies never happen, or they never gain enough steam to draw eyes onto the problem. So, when it comes to trying to preserve novelty leverage, or even grow your novelty/leverage as a company, these are two things that you mainly need to keep track of. Your competition, how are they moving, how are things moving around you, and your weaknesses, right? What problems do you have inherent to the way that you operate, inherent to the way that you do business, the way that you attempt to, in the case of specifically VTuber companies, the way that you manage your talents, the way that you support your talents, the way that you onboard your talents, etc., etc., etc. What are some of the issues that you have, right? Yeah, well, the best case of PR, the best PR strategies are proactive, not reactive, right? There is a plan for reacting to things, but it mostly revolves around being proactive and trying to prevent problems from occurring before they are able to come into existence. And so, when we go forward, these are the two things that we're going to be keeping track of when it comes to things that may end up emerging, or glimpses that we may be getting into Tsunderia's behind-the-scenes operations that may end up compromising their ability to retain the novelty/leverage that they initially had as a result of simply being first onto the scene. Now, when it comes to looking at how... So this is where we're at. This is where we left off at the end of the first stream that I did about Tsunderia. However, to pick up where we left off. So right after debuting SunQuest, what Tsunderia had to do was consolidate the image that it had begun to build for itself. And so it's very well to have an AMA where you take questions from Reddit and then one of your executives says out loud in a sentence what your company is supposedly about. But when you're a VTuber company, the way you actually solidify that is not by talking about what your brand's about, but by actually showing that through your content, especially through the advertising or the bits of your talent's content that you choose to show off as a representative of your company, as a representation of your company, sorry. And to this end, one of the first videos that Tsunderia ended up uploading to their official YouTube account, the company YouTube account, was one that they uploaded on January 17th of 2021, which is basically a 5-minute summary, 5-minute clip compilation pulled from SunQuest's debuts, right? It was titled Tsunderia First Gen Debuts in 5 minutes, in brackets, English. And the reason why I point this out is because just as the debuts themselves are supposed to be, the sort of microcosm of what your company wants the public to see it as, this is supposed to be a more concentrated version of that, right? This is essentially a snapshot of what your company wishes to present itself as in the eyes of your audience. So based off of the clips, the little things that are selected for showcase out of the talent's debut streams, from that we can sort of draw a few conclusions as to what Tsunderia wanted the public to see it as a company and as an entertainment company specifically. Now, first thing, so some of the bits that stood out about the SunQuest debuts based off of this video were, you know, they showed off the various goals that the talents had. Now, something that I find, something that tickles me personally about this is you look through the SunQuest, you know, the SunQuest goals, right? And 3 out of 4 of them are, you know, generally pretty wholesome, right? Meru's was pretty sweet because she just wanted to hold hands with SunQuest in person, I believe. Yuna's was to play D&D with all of SunQuest. I believe Ria's was to become... Actually, I'll end up showing this later, but to become an idol. And then you had Callan, whose goal was to play Twister with SunQuest. It's funny to me that even this early into her, shall we say, her journey as a VTuber, there was just this tiny bit of a perverted streak that you could kind of see from the outside looking in. So, yeah, one of the other funny little Easter eggs about these streams, one of the bits that I thought was quite interesting that they didn't include was in Ria's, Kirihime Ria's debut. There was a slide where she was showing off, you know, her hobbies plus her goals, and there was one goal listed, which was, quote, to become a cute idol rad. This was truly way ahead of its time. But I did find it interesting that in the preview video, the little clip compilation that Tsunderia's official channel made of the debuts, they didn't choose to include this, but they just included they just included a few seconds from Ria's stream where she showed off this slide. And the clip literally cuts off. So it shows her at this slide, right? And then she reads off the first item on the list, which is, I want to singy the songy. And then that portion of the clip immediately ends and it goes on to the next part of her debut. So the editing at this point in time was certainly an interesting choice. But this is where some of the things get important, right? So they show off all of these talents, so it gives you a good idea as to what each talent's interests are, you know, what are their goals as part of this company, what can you expect as someone, you know, looking to Oshi them, to support them, etc., etc. What is the goal that you're pushing them towards, right? And you also you show off different sides to them as well. So, yeah, you show off a little bit of you give the talents a little bit of time to be goofy, to be cute, to be, you know, etc., etc. So, funnily enough, the clip starts off with Callan being Chuny, and towards the end, when they're showing Yuna's segment, they include this goofy little model that she has. But one of the things that I found to be quite interesting about this was it was a clip compilation that made it very clear that Tsunderia was not going to be, you know, a very say-so company, right? It was not going to be very prim, you know, uptight, proper, etc., etc. And I say that because the opening section where they show off Callan's debut, one of the parts that they choose to show is when, you know, she's playing along with the idea of booting up this fantasy world that she and the other members of SunQuest are presumably inhabiting, right? And there's a section where she just yells out, binary code, accessing full power. That's binary for gotcha, bitch. And, you know, with that the typical sass that she has. And the thing is, it's not, you know, granted, bitch isn't very strong in terms of profanity power scaling. But the fact that you include that in the first few minutes of your clip compilation, let alone on YouTube, is, in my opinion at least, quite a statement, right? And then, funnily enough, you also have a similar thing where, you know, you display a kind of a nonchalance towards profanity when you have Yuna showing off one of the clips of Yuna's debut is her showing off the slide of, you know, things I like to say. And of course you have normal things like, you know, Companini, Oha Panini, so her way of saying hello, goodbye. And then you have things like Mia, brother, I don't see, don't worry about that. And then towards the end you have shit ass motherfucker. And of course, to cap it all off, right, just to really hammer home that, this is an agency that is okay with not being say-so, the clip ends with Yuna decrusting herself by taking off her coat, right? A little lewd, little fan servicey, but again, there's a very clear message that's being sent here. This is an agency that is okay with not being, stereotypical idol say-so, etc., etc. And this was a message that, for the time being, the context from whence it came made a lot of sense. Because this was a point in time where sex sells was not the dominant motto that every dog and not every dog, everyone and their dog and mother tended to adopt when trying to make a name for themselves as an EN VTuber, right? This was a time where VTubing in general mostly revolved around the Japanese norms of it, which was tied in with, inspired by idol culture. And so this was a pretty significant point of separation, brand-wise, messaging-wise, aesthetics-wise, between Tsunderia and its Japanese forebears. However, I want you to hang on to that bit of information, which is that this is a company that does not, is alright with not being say-so. Because that is very much the image that this clip compilation of Sunquest debuts is supposed to present, right? This is an EN company. We're no idol. We are no idol corp, not the not the Avial Basin property, but like in the literal sense of the phrase. So this is going to become important later. So I just want you to file that away for now. Then, towards the end of January, we'd get yet another addition to Tsunderia's roster, when, on January 24th, Tsunderia's official Twitter account would put out the following announcement, quote, "Public service announcement. Please remember to do your part in protecting the environment by picking up garbage from off the streets. Debuting this February, our first ever trash tuber, Manager-san Umiyushi Urara," accompanied with the following preview video. There she is. Yeah, there she is. So, a few things about that trailer that stuck out to me, right? There are many aspects of it that kind of work together to make this... I always find it very... almost kind of surreal to look back at some of the early branding around how Urara was promoted. Because, I mean, all of us nowadays know her as, kind of goofy, kind of silly, etc., etc. But there's so many little elements of this preview video that go together really well. All the way from the bucket on the head with no eye holes, but just "pay me" painted on top of it, with the oddly elegant music in the background. This has this almost nostalgic melancholy tinged in with the way that it sounds. It sounds like the EP, sorry, of... Is it ED? EP? Of a slice of life anime that plays halfway through the series once one of the main cast gets diagnosed with cancer. And of course, to top it all off, the fact that she's debuting on February 14th. So, again, very... In hindsight, there are a lot of things about this little preview video that I do think almost to a... How do I put this? That suit the character to an almost meta-theatrical level, I suppose. But, yeah. Billy, thank you for the super. Thank you for keeping the tradition alive. Joey K, thank you for this. Thank you for the super. Gonna have to catch the rest via VOD, but thanks as always for your work. O2 Chair, thank you for your generosity, and I hope you enjoy the VOD later on. I'll be timestamping it afterwards as well for ease of viewing. So yeah, this was essentially one of the reasons as to why this was very significant was because this was Tsunderia not just setting up, but consolidating, doubling down on their whole talents as managers and managers as talents type thing. Because this was going to be the debut, you know, the debut not just of a manager, but a manager who was going to be fulfilling the role of, you know, public facing to the point of overlapping roles with talent. One of the other things, underneath, now obviously you can see from there that whoever made this video accidentally put 2020 instead of 2021. But in addition to that, you also had a comment from Yuna saying you can finally stream about how hard it is to manage me. Now, at first glance, this is a pretty innocuous comment, right? However, from the perspective of understanding what this portrays, right? Some of the things that it might be signaling to an audience where I don't think this was intentional, and I think that as the audience reacts to it, it's probably also going to be unconscious. But this tells me two things. One, Urara has presumably been behind the scenes for a while, you know, at least at some point after Gen 1 debuted. F? That's why we're buffering? Alright, wait. Are we back? He was talking so much about... They got him. He's gone. He's gone. Are we back? Can you guys hear me? Hold on. Now you're back? Okay, thank you. Alright, thankfully... Alright. I need to... Actually, wait, hold on. I want you guys to type B in the chat. Now. I'm going to count down from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Okay, so there's like a 5-second delay, or a 5 to 6 second delay between when I speak and when you guys end up hearing it, apparently. On my end. Alright. Good to know, good to know. Okay, so, yeah, so this little message basically signals to people that, yeah, this is a company that is going to be alright with trying to articulate some of the behind-the-scenes friction or troubles or whatever, or difficulties, you know, mere difficulties to the public, right? And this idea of openness is something that Western audiences specifically are predisposed to receive well. Because this is like a cultural value that we have over here that might not be something that they do across the pond, so to speak. So again, pretty innocuous message, probably not intended to have this effect, but it does convey a sense of openness around the company that is probably, you know, that's probably not something that was widely adopted prior to its existence, right? And again, one of the other things that I've always said is the medium is the message. Now that applies to a whole bunch of things in this particular scenario, but one of which is the fact that you are making a manager a talent as well. And talents, in each of a company, stream. What does that mean? It means that, well, the message that is being conveyed by that crossover of roles in the first place is one that, well, one, you can have individuals who are capable of fulfilling both roles, right? Which is not necessarily false, though it doesn't remain true indefinitely, let's just say. And the second part is that it is not only normal, but, well, it's not only an attempt to normalize, but also to establish a norm that the level of transparency that would presumably create, right? It normalizes the idea of making content out of management, let's just say, right? Not just management in the sense of the people who are part of management, but in the everyday process of managing a company / managing its talent. So that's the message that's being tacitly conveyed without even needing to say a single word. And so this is, this was something that Tsunderia was basically conveying with this announcement that Umiushi Urara would now be joining them as a manager / talent. So, as a bit of a callback, on the same day, fast forward a few days, about just over a week, February 4th, Urara herself would tweet out from her personal account, "No waiting room yet, but promise me we have a date. Debut February 14th at 2 p.m. PST," and then she links with a Marshmallow page and her YouTube, as well as the the little preview graphic that she has, which is Data Dumpster Valentine's Day debut. So, some of you may remember, but in case you don't know who this Umiushi Urara is, or you don't remember how she was first brought up in the last stream, remember that VTuber that debuted at the end of August in 2020 on Twitch? This was her now, and she was now going to be debuting under an entirely new agency, who was giving her an additional role as not just a talent, but, as we've mentioned ad nauseum at this point, a member of management. And so, for Tsunderia, this was yet another pretty big pickup, because not only have they now solidified that they're serious about expanding their business in terms of the talent roster with the debut of Sun Quest, but they're also serious about making sure that they stay ahead of the curve when it comes to keeping management well staffed as well, because now they're bringing on an additional manager, one who has also got enough experience as a VTuber, so presumably it sort of ties into the whole both, one person who understands both sides of that corporate equation thing. However, shortly after this announcement that Urara would be debuting as a manager under Tsunderia, the hype around this would be somewhat undercut with the news that one of their Generation Zero talents, their founding talent, I should say, was going to be leaving the company. On February 5th, the very next day after Urara posted that announcement on her own Twitter, Tsunderia's official Twitter account would post out the following, quote, "Announcement. As of February 5th, 2021, Kamiko Kana will be leaving Tsunderia. Please rest assured that she has received our blessing in pursuing new opportunities, and we are ending our partnership in good faith. We hope that fans will be patient as we adjust. Thank you." And in addition to that, Kana herself would end up going live with a goodbye stream, basically going through the announcement that she was leaving Tsunderia, explaining why, and saying her goodbyes to all of the other staff and talents at the company. Now, few things of note. At 4 minutes 50 seconds, she clarifies a question, she answers a question that a chatter poses to her regarding the future of her model / IP. Quote, "Do I own my model? The answer is, Tsunderia is giving me this model. I'm allowed to continue streaming with this model. So, don't worry, I'm staying. I'm here to stay, and I did..." A lot of people are also talking about whether or not I created the design, or if the design was made for me. I created it myself, yes. So, yes, there you go. Second thing, 7 minutes 25, she then clarifies what change, if any, will happen to her content as a result of going independent, in which she states, "What will happen if I become independent? Nothing happens. It's the same, and everything stays the same. No, no, no. I know people don't have a good connotation with the word graduation when it comes to VTubers, but I think the word fits very well here. I'm graduating from my company, I'm not graduating from VTubing though." And fast forward to 9 minutes 3 seconds, she then addresses the main reason as to why she's leaving. Quote, "A lot of people are speculating about it and asking, why did I leave Tsunderia? Why did I leave? Because, to be honest, it felt like I was independent anyways. Because, in the beginning, I was managed by BioP, which was another name for PPP, I believe, in the beginning, because it was really like only me. But you know how it was Char that was supposed to be first, but Char had an injury, so she couldn't be first. So it was mostly just me and him talking to me and telling me what to do, how to act, you know? Basically, what she's referring to there is one of the elements of Tsunderia's Gen Zero lore is that Char was intended to be the first talent to debut under the company, but she had a climbing injury, I believe. And so as a result of that, her debut was delayed, and Kana ended up being the first to debut under the company. Char herself would debut 2 days after Kana's Tsunderia debut, I believe. Or not 2 days, the same week, at the end of the week from Kana's debut. Then at 9 minutes 50, she goes on into more detail, saying, I'm just going to give my experience of what has happened in the beginning up until now, okay? So, in the beginning, I did my convenience store streams, a bit for context. The very first stream she ever did on her YouTube, the YouTube channel she has now, is a stream of the convenience store horror game, I believe, which was my debut stream. I didn't have like a debut stream where it's like a PowerPoint. I tell you some information about me. I didn't have anything like that. I just got to stream the game, and that was it. And then I remember I tried really hard not to curse because BioP told me no cursing, no lewd stuff, none of that. And so I was like, okay, then I won't do any of these things. And later on, I was very, very, very wholesome, and to the point where I would basically be role-playing. I would basically be role-playing super hard. There was a point where I was streaming Animal Crossing, and I pretended I didn't know what a sugar daddy or sugar mommy was, and I felt like my act was convincing. I really did, but no, it was just roleplay. It really was just roleplay. Did anyone even believe that, honestly? And so here we get a little bit of internal dissonance, where you have, presumably you started off Gen Zero with the idea that, we're going to be say-so, etc., etc. We're going to be HoloLive, but English. And then what I assume happened is HoloLive, but English actually became, HoloLive English. And then, presumably PPP or some other part of management realized, okay, yeah, we're not going to beat HoloLive at being HoloLive. So they decided to pivot away from maintaining that sort of say-so image or whatever. The thing is, though, it seems like there may have been a little bit of a lag in terms of adjusting that strategy and then getting that across to the talent, right? Because when Kana describes this, it sounds like that was one of the restrictions that simply weighed it so that staying as a talent was more inconvenient to her than staying as independent. In other words, the restrictions outweighed the support/convenience. And based off of this little segment of her graduation stream, that did sound like what she was getting at. And so, starting from around, after that segment where she, addresses people's questions directly about what caused the graduation, why is she leaving, etc., then she starts taking call-ins from the other members of Tsunderia. 15 minutes, 10 seconds, Yuna calls in to congratulate Kana on her independence while expressing regret at not being able to get to know her better. She then ends her call-in by reassuring Kana that she's willing and able to talk or collab at any time in the future, even after Kana's graduation. That becomes a recurring theme throughout all of the other talents, conversations, and call-ins with Kana as well. So, the verbatim stuttering coming from a guy who's usually so fluent makes me seethe. That's a nice little bonus. But yeah, no, it's I try to keep I have my own verbal tics, believe me. I'm very conscious of them as well. I'm trying to eliminate them as we speak. But yeah, no, this is I try to keep them in there just so that it maintains a kind of almost authenticity. It is admittedly more of a sentimental choice on my part when I am transcribing stuff, but I do try to retain those little bits for just to keep things one-to-one. So then at 17 minutes, Callan does her call-in, and she wishes Kana well with her future endeavors before thanking her for her hard work in establishing Tsunderia. Then she ends her call in a similar manner to Yuna, where she says, by reaffirming that the remaining talents are always just a call away, regardless of whether Kana is graduated or not. And then finally, at 19 minutes, 8 seconds, Ria calls in to state how Kana has been a great inspiration, not just to her personally, but to Gen 1 as a whole, and had been great company, a good person to have by their side, to, interact with, to operate alongside with, during her time at Tsunderia. Before finishing her call-in by wishing Kana the best, much like Callan, much like Yuna, and complimenting her on being cute and funny. Not in the way that we mean that nowadays, though. This was before that meme became widespread. This was before the UO posting ever became a thing. Back then, cute and funny really did just mean cute and funny. So, one of the things about this particular call-in, it is just as much as it is about establishing a proper send-off to a talent that is leaving, especially a talent that is as significant to a company's history as the founding talent, first member of Gen Zero, right? There is a sense of continuity that you need to be able to convey in order for people to still have confidence in your company despite a departure that is that symbolically significant. This is something that I touched on in the previous stream that I did a few months ago about taboos in corporate VTubing, or just in VTubing in general, the inside of the industry specifically. How every time there is a departure from your company, there is a breach that opens up in the way that people perceive your company, right? Someone who is presumably significant to you has chosen to leave. Naturally, even without thinking about it consciously, whole bunch of questions emerge. Why did that happen? What's going on? What went wrong to cause this to happen? Why is this person who I previously associated with the company is very closely a part of this company? Why did they suddenly choose to leave this company? What must have driven them to depart? And in order to sort of overwhelm that reflexive doubt that ends up occurring every time a departure of this nature happens, there needs to be a sense of continuity. Whatever talents remain, ideally, would be able to give a proper send-off to the talent that is leaving. This means things that are pretty obvious and self-explanatory, like, for example, no animosity. That's a pretty easy thing not to fuck up generally. But beyond just, what not to do, what's important to do is exactly what is happening here with these call-ins. I want to make it very clear. I'm not saying that this is some sort of intentional messaging thing, or some sort of subterfuge or whatever. This is very much just an incidental effect to the way that the remaining talents are calling in and sending off Kana, right? This is an incidental thing. I don't believe that this is some sort of nefarious thing. But it does bear pointing out that this is one of the bits of glue, so to speak, that is able to hold together a company when a departure of this magnitude happens, right? Just a simple, look, we really, we appreciate what you did while you were still part of the company. We are still, we're still here for you even after you leave. You can call us at any time, even if you're no longer a part of the company, etc., etc. It makes sure that even though the moment is bittersweet, it is at least, not just bitter, right? And so then at 29 minutes 55 seconds and 30 minutes 8 seconds respectively, Kana then acknowledges on stream that Putin and Meru were not able to join the call-in, presumably because of time zone clashes. I think she specifically talks about how Putin was probably asleep because she lives on the other side of the world or something. And then, after this point, she starts talking to members of management. Starting off with Char. At 21 minutes 36 seconds, Char calls in to Kana's stream and then says, I feel like we've probably known each other the longest besides PPP. I have to say, you're probably my first VTuber that I've ever watched, because I didn't know what a VTuber was before PPP contacted, before, and then in brackets, PPP contacted her to create Tsunderia. And he's like, let's do this. And he linked me your channel. He's like, yeah, I worked with Kana and we created this, and you're next, something like this. I feel like we've been together for like almost a year. It was really fun, like starting up, working on creating your live 2D model. Definitely a roller coaster, and creating the Tsunderia community and all of that. Really glad that you were here for all of that. Really happy to see that you're going to happier places, and wish you all the best of luck with that. If you ever need us, Tsunderia is always, like, we have our arms open for you. So feel free, if you have any issues, you need any help, we're here for you, okay? So, pretty good send-off. It hammers home all of the previous points that I pointed out of reaffirming the value, the impact that she had on the company while she was there, as well as this sort of reassurance that even though she's leaving the company, that doesn't mean she has to leave behind the people in it as well. Then, at 24 minutes 17, another manager calls in, and this time it's Urara. Quote, mind you, this is before she made her official debut, right? Because the date of Kana's graduation stream was February 5th. Urara's official debut date was February 14th. So she was already working behind the scenes, right? The debut was, for all intents and purposes, purely, well, maybe not purely aesthetic, but in terms of signifying that she's a part of the company, yeah, it is pretty symbolic, more than, actually an indicator as to when she joined or when she started doing things. So, Urara then calls in and says, I feel like we probably talk the most because we DM each other, but we still haven't gotten the chance to really know each other. And I really regret not being able to join and support you more in your journey with Tsunderia. I know it was a bit late when I finally joined, and I'm glad that I could offer you what little support that I could, and I know you've been really, really strong. And you're gonna keep being really, really strong. I don't know if you hear it enough, but, like, I'm really proud of you. And I think you're a good girl. I hope you know that. Even though you're not Tsunderia, if you ever need anything, you can rely on me. And in response to this, Kana then says, thank you. And for that, it just felt so much like I felt I don't know, I felt like I was really cared for. And it meant so much to me. And like, I really didn't want to leave because of you. And it's like, I really appreciate you. Now, the reason why I include this reply from Kana to Urara is not, it's not just to glaze Urara, although admittedly I am predisposed to that. But it is more to signify that this is how Kana expressed her feelings towards, the members of management that called into the stream, right? She had a similar, if admittedly, in my opinion at least, a little bit more of a toned down reaction to Char's segment. But after Urara's call-in, she was kind of, it reached the point where the call-ins had really gotten to her, so she was starting to tear up quite a bit. And then over this period of time, stream briefly disconnects, and then presumably at some point while stream is buffering or whatever, Kana says something about Kana asks Urara to keep bullying PPP while she's gone. And then after stream reconnects, you can hear Urara responding to her saying, it's okay, I bully PPP anyways, it's fine. And so this was how the send-off, the official public send-off happened. Right? You have what is, again, a very bittersweet moment, but it ended off with more sweet than bitter, because there was this underlying feeling that things are gonna be okay, it's kind of tragic now, but it'll get better later. Just because she's leaving the company behind doesn't mean that she's leaving the people behind, and vice versa as well. And so, overall, the tone was kind of positive. However, while I didn't end up summarizing the entirety of the stream, obviously, because the stream itself was over an hour long, if I remember correctly, can any of you guys pick up maybe a rather conspicuous absence in this stream? Or at least in the people who are either mentioned explicitly by Kana or end up calling into the stream. Because there is one pretty noticeable absence there. Alan, Thursday stream chairman, well, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream. Yeah, a little unusual because of a bunch of scheduling hiccups that I had throughout the week. Yeah, Farion, exactly. Well, I mean, that's kind of cheating because you made the write-up, right? But yeah, no, exactly. Daniel, exactly. The CCO. Where was S-Train? He's head of admin. He's head moderator. Where the fuck is this guy? And so, we get some of the answer. Fast forward about, just over 2 weeks. On February 21st, in a member stream that Kana did, where she started talking about her experience in Tsunderia a little bit more and giving a little bit more detail as to the reasons, the non-public reasons behind why she chose to leave. So at 29 minutes 34 seconds, in response to a chatter saying, quote, corporations can be overbearing at times, she says, quote, the thing is, I don't think they, by which she means Tsunderia, were very overbearing. At first they were, but let me tell you guys, and she pauses for a moment and says, did I tell you guys? And then she later decides, later she goes to a moment where she kind of goes, fuck it, and then she decides to explain in more detail what she means. At 35 minutes 8 seconds, she then explains the context behind a previous quote-unquote drama that had occurred sometime during 2020 within her Discord community, while she was still at Tsunderia. During this incident, the entirety of the mod team left the server for some reason, while leaving parting messages. Now, one of the things that she points out right at the beginning of this recount was that this entire exodus happened while she was asleep and without giving her, an official prior notice. Right? This wasn't something that was, it didn't go through like a company sanctioned process or whatever. They just up and left, apparently. 36 minutes 22 seconds, she says, quote, they didn't tell me that they were going to leave. They just did it while I was sleeping. And S-Train, he did an at everyone in my Discord server and sent a goodbye letter. And the goodbye letter was saying, thanks for the fun times, thanks for the long run, blah, 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 blah. You lasted longer than any of my ex-girlfriends. And it's like, ugh, why would you even mention that? And then they all left. That was it. I woke up and my Discord's in freaking shambles, man, because of what they did. And you don't do that sort of stuff without malicious intent. Because even now, I still get people who talk about it. Now, I don't think I need to point this out or explain this in too great a detail. But I think if you have, you have a VTuber, let's be honest, right? If you have a VTuber that you are managing, let's just say, you probably don't want to just randomly drop a line that implies that you are secretly dating them as well. Like, I know that Shondo's law is a thing now, right? But it's generally not a good idea to try and give people the wrong idea about a VTuber's relationship status. That's a very mild way of putting it, right? If a VTuber wants their audience to know that they're seeing someone, best to leave that to them. Obviously, you don't want to be saying stuff like that when you are their manager, let alone the fucking company's CCO. So, as you can probably, this is probably enough to say that there is, if this is true, right, there's a little bit of a question mark above how the fuck S-Train got his position, right? Because if this is the kind of behavior that he's exhibiting in the talent spaces in their channels, which he is supposed to be responsible for moderating, by the way, there's something very, very wrong with the process by which he was inducted into the company. Master, thank you for the 2. Proto v Shoujo down to having their own MTT. It is weird how that seems to be a little bit of a recurring trend, eh? But in any case, then at 37 minutes 32 seconds, she explains that, according to S-Train, there were three main reasons behind the mod team's departure, and those three reasons were: 1, because she was behaving in a quote-unquote self-destructive manner, and she also clarifies that there were no examples that were ever provided to her of this. 2nd, that she never, quote, praised the mod team for doing a good job. And 3rd, that they didn't approve of changes that she wanted to implement regarding how her server was moderated. Kana states that she found the prior approach taken by S-Train and his mod team to be too strict, and wanted the moderators to tone down their approach towards enforcement. Then, at 40 minutes 36 seconds, she states that the actual reason, right? These are the three reasons that S-Train, basically presented, but the actual reason was because of a private dispute that she'd had with S-Train over moderation. Quote, S-Train kept messaging me about a bunch of stuff. He didn't like these couple of people in my Discord server. He thought they were toxic, or whatever. And he didn't like them because I kept standing up for them. He thought that me associating and hanging out with them was like me self-destructing. If you saw my streams before, I used to act really say-so and really pure, and I used to pretend, oh my god, what's sex? What's sex? I used to act like that, and obviously I don't act like that in real life. I guess S-Train actually believed that I did act like that. That was why I included the prior segment from her graduation stream, where she talked a whole bunch about how she had that, she had that say-so image that she initially pushed because of BioP's advice early on in Tsunderia's existence as a company. Because presumably what ended up happening was she started off with that kind of, that kind of persona on stream, right? Because that was what she was instructed to do by her manager at the time, which was PPP. And then later on, as the company developed, as you could probably tell by watching Sun Quest's debut clip compilation that was posted onto Tsunderia's official channel, they dropped that they presumably dropped that from their brand entirely, right? And at the same time, you have S-Train, who was presumably doing the Japanese World War II soldier keeps fighting 30 years after war ends, that meme, right? Where, at this point, he's still convinced that she's actually that naive and say-so and whatever, and interprets her sticking up for certain members of her community as a sign that they are ruining her when she decides to drop the say-so act, which is, tell me you don't understand VTubing without telling me you don't understand VTubing, or you never watched a VTuber. Because even in the cases where someone is giga dedicated to keeping up kayfabe, it starts to fray around the edges, like usually around like a year or so in, right? And so that's, by the way, that's if kayfabe is a priority within the company and or to the talents personally. I don't think either was the case with Tsunderia. So this already paints a picture of at least this one person being kind of very disconnected with the talent. And then she goes on to explain in more detail some of the behavior that ended up putting her off. At 42 minutes 37 seconds, she says, quote, I don't know, he just kept getting more and more pushy when I did not do the things that he wanted me to do. I'll be honest with you guys, that's like how S-Train is. He just keeps pushing until he gets what he wants. And I've heard this from other talents at Tsunderia. I'm not the only one who's experienced that. Then at 43 minutes 33 seconds, she explains that S-Train got his position. So again, after all of this stuff, right, after all of this information, you can understand why a few of the people listening might have been a little confused as to how this guy managed to get the position as CCO of the company. And so, at 43 minutes 33 seconds, Kana explains exactly how that happened. She says that S-Train got his position in the company as CCO, head moderator, and head of administration because Char and PPP had met him in a public Discord server prior to starting Tsunderia. Presumably, there they had gotten to know him. And he was recruited to be Kana's first moderator when Char and PPP recognized him in her chat. And so after that, they gave him that position, presumably. Or at least PPP gave him that position, presumably. And so, at 45 minutes 11 seconds, Kana then sums everything up by saying, TLDR, I didn't want to deal with S-Train's pushiness that increasingly got worse, and he freaking was threatening me with crap. He kept threatening to me that all of the mods would leave because I'm not doing this thing and that, like blah blah blah. Then he did, and like, oh well. So This private dispute ended up, from the sounds of it, boiling over, and then S-Train decided to take that out on Kana by essentially withdrawing the entirety of the mod team, which he was wont to do, being head moderator and all. And then, at 45 minutes 56 seconds, she says, after the drama stuff happened, BioP, which reminder is PPP, CEO of the company, made an announcement about it saying, hey, let's keep everything confidential. Let's not talk about it anymore. And yeah, so I did. I didn't talk about it anymore. I didn't say anything. But then a lot of people in my server just sided with S-Train, because they believed him, because S-Train wasn't keeping quiet, to put it frankly. And while this is, at this point, admittedly, hearsay, right, this is her word against his, we do have some circumstantial evidence that validates, at least to some degree, that this might have actually been the case. Because when she says, S-Train wasn't keeping quiet, to put it frankly, the reason why I find that to be believable is, if you guys remember, in the last stream when we were talking about when we were going through the Tsunderia AMA that S-Train and Char did in August of 2020, there was one section in particular where S-Train starts going on a tangent about the importance of communication. And to remind you guys, this happens at 59 minutes 33 seconds in the VOD, where S-Train says, quote, it's sort of like in my self-given title of communications officer. So this is basically riding off of the coattails of Char answering a question as to what her prior business experience and what are her goals with the company, right? In which she said she cares a lot about the relationship between the audience and the talents. And this is something that she really wants to make sure she keeps on top of, make sure PPP keeps on top of, etc., etc. And then to follow up on this, S-Train then jumps in at the end of that and says, it's sort of like in my self-given title of communications officer. Personal communication is something that I've always, studied, sort of, in my free time. It's really frustrating to me on a very deep personal level, to see people working towards the same goal and, going at each other because they're not communicating. It's really frustrating for me to see that. So, being able to coordinate between the streamers and the company is kind of my calling, I would say. So at the time I said, this seems like just a little bit of self-glazing, but in the context of this now seems very much like a subtle little dig, little bit of a vague post directed at one of the talents that's working under him. Which, needless to say, probably not a great look for the company in general. And there is more, because like I said, this is just circumstantial evidence, right? This is not a outright corroboration of what Kana has said or claimed about S-Train. This is not, some sort of, this is not a separate person coming in and providing some sort of account of S-Train's behavior that would back up what Kana was saying. Except we actually do have an example of someone doing just that. A little bit of an immersion break, right? So, as you probably, a lot of my audience tends to overlap with FaZe Connect fans, so a lot of you probably already know this. But two key members of Tsunderia that later on ended up joining FaZe Connect. Callan ended up becoming Ember Amane of FaZe Wish. Same thing when it comes to Urara, then becoming Dizzy later on over the course of her VTubing career. And the reason why I allude to these in the open is because, as part of FaZe Invaders, both of them have been very open on stream when it comes to discussing some of their time that they spent at their previous company. To the point where, and this is something I'll end up circling back on at the end of the stream, Dizzy's actually whipped out the Urara model and IP to do an RP stream of her own on her channel before. So again, this is pretty open stuff, right? They talk about it on stream. And the reason why I bring this up specifically is because some of their accounts to do with Tsunderia tie in quite significantly with what Kana said in that member stream where she was talking about why she left the company and specifically her disagreements with S-Train. Because on June 26th of 2023, Ember would have a stream, would have a Faster Than Light stream titled Rebel Scum. And towards the, I believe somewhere around the, I think first third of the stream, if I'm not remembering, tail end of the first third of the stream, if I'm not remembering wrong, she starts talking about her time at Tsunderia. So the segment in which he starts talking about Tsunderia starts earlier than this, but for now, I'm just going to be talking about the segment on the stream where she specifically addresses S-Train, right? So at 2 hours, 2 minutes and 40 seconds, in response to a marshmallow from a viewer, or basically addressing the fact that she had received a marshmallow from a viewer asking about her old company, she says, quote, I had, like, a lot of issues, and by which she means issues with how Tsunderia was run, right? First of all, I hated S-Train. I thought S-Train was a groomer, I thought he was, like, overstepping boundaries, I did not like how he operated. When I found out he was going to be my mod, I made my own mod team. I made a secret mod chat, private from S-Train and all, private and from S-Train and all that so I could operate on my own without that. There's some other tea. I have so much, but we'll be going back to FTL before I, like, go deep into it. This is what I mean by, like, you guys never ask me directly, but if you do, I have so much. And then she goes on, she resumes the topic at 2 hours, 11 minutes, 4 seconds, where she says, okay, I feel like I kind of cursed S-Train because, like, after I basically shunned him from my mod chat and then, like, made complaints about him, the next day he got fired. He was gone. But how do you get fired from a job that you volunteered for? Huh? Ever think about that? And not only that, just when you think you've gotten rid of a bug, you find out later that the bug wasn't completely gone. So do what you will with that, bozo. And I'm sure if he, like, if this somehow got to him, or he, like, went and watched this, he'd probably sit there crying. Should I be sorry? Get wrecked, bozo. Then 2 hours, 12 minutes, 23 seconds, she goes on. He was like, I call him a groomer, but he's like, you know, like right on the edge of being like a full groomer and just being kind of weird, kind of creepo, like abusing your power a bit. Like he definitely had a power trip and it became an ego thing. Like he would, I forget the way in which it was worded exactly, but he'd be like, yeah, banhammer. And I'm exaggerating a lot, but that's basically the same feeling of like, I am a Reddit moderator. I am the head mod. Like, blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna ban this. Or, like, I've had, like, in the beginning, it was, like, earnest. But then I was like, oh, you don't have to, like, moderate my chat. I don't like you. Just take it a step back. Like, I want my chat barely moderated. Like, I don't want any of that. Like that's too much. And so I think I had to talk to him like 2 or 3 times. Then at that point, so if it's news to you, then yeah, there were rumors circulating that even though he was fired, he wasn't actually fired. He was just, you know, what's the technical term? Restructured or something. So yeah. Apparently he was still hanging around, though I don't think there is hard evidence of that being the case, just hearsay here and there. And then at that point, I was just like, okay, you know what? You're not getting the directions, so I'm just gonna make my own chat, yeah. And it's fine, because in the end, he stopped coming to my streams and stuff. Anyways, I didn't have an issue, like, speaking my mind. When I feel strongly about something, I feel extremely strongly about stuff, so I wanted, like, protect the girls and stuff like that. Like, not your chat, don't be weird, why would you say that, or stuff like that. Now, I don't know about you, but if we assume that the phrases at the end, the instructions at the end that she lists out are things that she has said to S-Train, I think, why would you say that, don't be weird, not your chat, applies quite concisely and perfectly to him randomly dropping, quote, you lasted longer than any of my ex-girlfriends in the Discord of a talent that he has decided not to moderate. I think that fits pretty well within the realm of why the fuck would you say that, right? And so, at the end of this, we have a problem. Because with this, right, granted, Ember didn't say this around the time when this was happening, but even years after, it does help as giving us a corroborating account to confirm that, yeah, this does seem to have happened. When Kana says that this is something that other girls have experienced, she does seem to be telling the truth there. Because what we have is at least 2 talents across 2 generations with pretty different personalities that have both had a very strong issue with this one member of staff. And their accounts overlap significantly when it comes to the kinds of behaviors that they identify as a problem. And so, when it comes to looking at the impact of this on the brand, right? Obviously, you don't need to think too hard to be able to come to the conclusion that having a member of the executive team that acts like this around talents, not a great thing for your company's reputation. But on top of that, it's a bit of a broader problem with Tsunderia in general. Because here's the thing, when you market yourself off the basis of transparency, people tend to take that a little bit more seriously than if you simply never brought up the idea of transparency at all. And the issue is, when Kana stated, right, that there had been an internal message, at least, to not talk about this anymore, that S-Train promptly then decided to disregard, what you convey is it doesn't just compromise the idea of transparency, right? It also compromises the whole idea of talent freedom. Because talent freedom is predicated fundamentally on the idea that you are going to be respecting their agency, if not protecting it as well. And when you have a situation where you're trying to enforce a kind of non-discussion or non-disclosure about something, but you only enforce it in one direction because only one of the parties bothers to abide by it, and that one party that is bothering to abide by it is one of your talents, again, that kind of compromises your ability to have that as a part of your company identity, as a part of your brand, and it kind of invalidates that aspect of your messaging when you are attempting to convey what you are about as a company. And so, S-Train, at this point in time, I think we can securely say in hindsight, with the benefit of hindsight, that he was very much a vulnerability, a weakness within the company. Right? An internal problem that would threaten to rot it from the inside out if he was not dealt with. And the reason is because, just based off of that conflict with Kana, we can pretty much say that he represents a bunch of different things that, if they do end up becoming internalized by Tsunderia's audience, is going to make it pretty damn hard to try and convince them to keep supporting the talents at the company. Those 3 things being managerial animosity towards the talents. Again, it's not all of the managers, but one, especially in a position that is as high up in company structure as him, is more than bad enough. Second, poor internal communication. And third, uneven disciplinary enforcement. And of course, when you combine all 3 of those things, it threatens the transparency-based PR strategy that Tsunderia had adopted. And so, obviously, at this point in time, if you have a weakness like this, you have a liability like this, how do you deal with it? The answer is pretty simple. You excise the cancer. However, it didn't seem like this was going to be happening all too soon, because based off of Kana's account, right, that this was something that happened, an incident that happened in her Discord while she was still at Tsunderia. She declared to the public that she was part of Tsunderia starting from June of 2020. S-Train was still around in February when she graduated, which means that over the course of somewhere between, if Callan was having problems with S-Train as well, and she debuted in December of 2020, we're looking at a time period of between 2 and 8 months? 2 and 10 months? Something around that ballpark, where this is a problem that has existed but hasn't been dealt with. So, like I've said many times on this channel in prior streams, a good PR strategy will only buy you time to fix the real problems with your company. No amount of messaging can make up for a fundamental internal flaw that you are refusing to deal with. Right? If you have a member of your staff that is behaving in this manner, having a PR strategy where you're able to stop the public from talking about it only works so long as you can actually do something about them with that window of time that you've bought yourself. And so this was a pretty, in my opinion at least, pretty significant window of time, but this was not a window of time that was used, because as of February, when Kana was actually graduating, Gen Zero member, founding talent of the company was graduating, he was still there at the company. Then, fast forward to March 29th of 2021, Tsunderia's official Twitter account will put out another announcement. Quote, announcement. As of April 4th, 2021, Kirihime Ria will be graduating from Tsunderia. Please continue to support her in her last week with the company. Please continue to support Tsunderia. Thank you. And then, fast forward a few days, April 4th, 2021, Ria would have her own graduation stream. Now, much of this stream would unfold in a similar manner to Kana's stream, where she would start off by explaining the reasons behind her graduation, show off a bunch of fan art that she'd either received or that she was planning to draw for the other talents or members of management, as well as receiving call-ins from the other talents and members of management as well. However, when it came to her reasons for leaving, thankfully, this was a very different reason from what Kana said. Quote, at 36 minutes 58 seconds, she says, about my graduation. As I was saying before, I'm the sort of person who gets comfortable with how things are. I don't like change. I really don't like change. But when I joined Tsunderia, everything started getting a lot more busy for me. I had a lot more obligations and a lot more things to do. So I apologize for not being able to have given you more of myself, if that makes sense. And when you see your future down the road, you sort of know you have to answer to it. Not only that, but feeling that I would be able to accomplish this goal for my future would feel like my dream is coming true. And eventually, every young rat must become an adult rat. So even if I really, really dislike change, I feel like I have to leave for this reason of maybe bettering myself, maybe accomplishing my goal, my reason for being. Now that reason pretty heavily implies that something has happened in her own life that is a sort of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and that is why she is leaving, right? Because she wants to pursue this thing that she may never have the chance to pursue ever again over the course of her life. So this was a very positive, out of all of the reasons you can leave a company, right, that your fans will react to, this is probably the one that is the most likely to elicit a, admittedly, still, not all sweet, but at least a little sweeter than just, I had disagreements with management, or the 2021 equivalent of that. So as a result of this, right, the reasoning's pretty different. That's one of the things that I want to convey, which is, yes, these two graduations happened pretty early on in Tsunderia's history, and yes, they happened in pretty close proximity to one another, but from the outside looking in, at least, it didn't seem like they happened for similar reasons, right? Ria's reason was a lot more positive in terms of its nature. And then at 38 minutes 47 seconds, she then goes on to say, Tsunderia has given me so much. I love those girls so much. I really do. I love each and every single one of them. They're so amazing, and I hope that you guys can give them all the support and love that you can. They are, to me, role models. They are, to me, the people I aspire to become. And much like with the ending of Kana's stream, there was very much a sense of continuity here, where there was no bad feelings, no bad blood. There was very much the promise that was made, or at least implied, that just because you're leaving the company doesn't mean you're leaving the people in it behind, still keeping in touch, etc., etc. And through all of this, you still do have that sense of continuity and coherence, right? Cohesiveness, I suppose, where just because you have this departure in the company, yes, it's significant, but no, it's not going to mean that the company tears itself in two. However, towards the end of the stream, one of the call-ins that she received, well, not call-in, but one of the, I suppose, recorded goodbye messages that she receives from staff happens to be from S-Train, and you can see him in her chat as well around this time. I believe that the thing that he sent to her was him playing a rendition of I think the spooky town OST from Pokemon on either a guitar or a ukulele. I choose to believe ukulele because that would be much, much funnier. So, at least in this time, we now have confirmation that despite the fact that the issue with Kana had presumably occurred sometime within 2020 while Tsunderia was like a thing, right? Even as far as April, S-Train had still not been removed from the company, or not removed from his position in the company. He still had a very public-facing role in the company. Yeah, Lavender. I think it's Lavender Town. I think it's Lavender Town. I may be getting the tune wrong in my head, but yeah, I think that's what it was. So it's not just February where he was still CCO presumably, head of admin presumably, head moderator presumably, but even as far as April. And at that point, when you have this much time to maybe do something about an executive that is exhibiting behavior that is this off-putting to some of the talents, now we have a new problem. Right? A problem that isn't just restricted to S-Train himself, but a problem that goes all the way back to PPP. Specifically, we have the problem of apathy. The whole point that you have an identified problem in your company, right? An actual weakness, vulnerability, liability, in other words, threat to your ability to operate, right? Because if you have someone like this running around and alienating your talent, you're a fucking talent agency. You can't afford to lose too many of those before you start to take serious hits to your bottom line. And so you probably want to start doing stuff as soon as you can, maybe ask around a little bit and confirm that, yeah, this is actually a problem. And as we all know, S-Train was eventually removed from the company, so presumably that process did happen, and it was confirmed that he was a problem, or at least too much of a liability to keep around in public view. So what needed to happen was that process, but sooner. And what we can see through this amount of time that has presumably elapsed between when the incident may have occurred and, well, how long it took for him to be removed from his public position in the company, was that, yeah, there was a little bit of a slow streak when it came to dealing with problems of this nature that stemmed all the way up from the top of Tsunderia's leadership, which is PPP himself. So, at this point in time, there's a kind of big question mark around the whole graduation of Kana and S-Train. Now, admittedly, Ria's graduation, I do not know for certain because I was not around at the time, but from what I have seen of fans who were around the time discussing it, it didn't seem like Ria's graduation was anywhere near as controversial or as scrutinized as Kana's graduation, especially since Kana then had a member stream talking about it a bit more, and to my knowledge, I don't think Ria has ever done that. So we're left in a bit of an uncertain spot. On one hand, the talent that ended up disclosing that the true extent to which this was a problem only did so in a members only stream, right? So this wasn't let's say, widely dispersed knowledge, even though it was still publicized, right? So there's a huge question mark about whether the company was still in full possession of the amount of, well, let's be honest, the amount of integrity, novelty, and leverage that it previously had before these incidents, right? However, shortly afterwards, on May 4th of 2021, this would kind of reverse course a little bit. Tsunderia would be handed a little bit of a W in, well, not in compensation, but in a way that at least kind of band-aided the two major losses that it had recently suffered. Because on May 4th of 2021, Tsunderia's official Twitter account would put out the following announcement. Patch update. Update. A new DLC character has been added to our system. Please support Miori Celesta in joining the party. And essentially, this announcement is exactly what it says on the tin. Miori Celesta, formerly member of My Holo TV, who departed in March 21st of 2021, same year, would be joining as a member, a later addition to Tsunderia Quest. And Miori herself would end up quote tweeting this saying, ecstatic to announce that I'm now part of Tsunderia Gen 1, Sun Quest, along with Callan, Meru, and Yuna. Please take good care of me. And then, at the bottom, she adds a little bit more explanation as to how she got here. A little explanation to clear up some misunderstandings. I left My Holo TV due to personal reasons, as I mentioned before in my grad stream. Tsunderia approached me weeks after I left. At the time, I had no plans of joining another agency, so I did buy out more Miori's assets on my own. Hope that clears up some things. They offered me a lot of amazing things, and they've been nothing but supportive and kind. I hope you can support all of us. And, well, there's multiple reasons why this is a massive pickup. But the biggest one was because Miori was, and still is, one of the most, if not the most renowned, I believe, audio mixer / music producer that inhabits this industry. Like, since her time at Tsunderia, she has gone on to become a part of some major heavy hitters in terms of projects, right? Including ones that stem from either the biggest indies in the space, such as the case with Bao, when she collaborated on Bao's Overlord 3 OP Veracity cover. But she's also worked with heavy hitters like Niji Sanji and Hololive, such as when she worked on Gigi Murin's High Yorokonde cover in 2025, and Pomu's Lazulite's Coco Kara cover with them, right? So again, this is someone who has since managed to build up quite the reputation for herself. She has scaled exponentially, so to speak, when it comes to reputation and discography. And this was who Tsunderia had managed to recruit into their ranks as a member of their talent roster, right? Now, shortly thereafter, she would also end up becoming sort of Tsunderia's in-house mixer, because you go to any Tsunderia music cover or whatever between 2021 and 2022, she will be in the credits of almost every single one of them. Now, in this one, she's not the only person credited with audio mixing. You have another person called Tomoya Uzaki, wonder who that is. Uzuki, wonder who that is, right? But again, that's kind of spoilers for later on in the stream. But I point this all out to say that the reason why I refer to this as the peak of Tsunderia's leverage as a brand is because of the fact that they were able to pull in Miori to begin with. Since she already was a talent at another agency, and she had left the agency again due to personal reasons, but she had been convinced to go corpo again by Tsunderia. And if you are able to give someone who is this competent and who has since gone on to garner this much of a reputation for themselves, you presumably have some sort of pull, right? You have to have some sort of pull in order to get them involved with your project. Now, I will also say that when it comes to Miori's, well, how frequently Miori was involved in basically mixing stuff for Tsunderia, the sheer volume of the work that she did in that role, in that capacity. Generally speaking, right, when a company tries to hire a talent who has certain additional skills, besides being a good streamer, they generally want to do so, or what they are aiming to do, right? Every company is pretty much going to be the same for this, right? Most companies are going to be the same. Small companies almost certainly uniformly going to be like this. They're probably going to be doing so with the intention of maybe hopefully getting a bit of a discount, right, on those services. Usually what ends up happening is these companies will grab someone who has a bunch of... It's kind of like the company equivalent to having extracurriculars when you're applying to college, right? Where they look at the additional skills you have in addition to streaming, besides streaming, and they're hoping that in recruiting you as a talent, you'd be willing to provide to them that service either for free or for a heavy discount, right? They're trying to get it for cheap, basically. Now, no small company at least, is exempt from this. We know for a fact that FaZe is like this too, because early on, I believe, funnily enough, actually, I think this was in the AMA that Sakuna did with Sheena and Jelly, where Jelly basically said that Sakuna had been trying to get her to mix stuff or produce music for free. And, well, thankfully, she said no, and she asked for him to pay her. But, again, that just goes to show that this is pretty common practice, right? Now, I have no idea how capable or how willing Miori was to sort of stand on business, so to speak, at this point in her career. But based on the way that Tsunderia ended up going as a company, I doubt that Miori was compensated in a manner commensurate to the amount of work that she was doing in this capacity. For that matter, I have doubts as to whether Tomoya was compensated commensurate to the work that he was asked to do as well. Actually, wait, Tomoya, if you're still in chat, is that something you're able to confirm or deny? Were you actually paid specifically or additionally because of or for the work that you did in mixing for Tsunderia and the music that they ended up putting out? Because I'd be very curious, and I think that would go quite a ways towards confirming whether Miori was as well. But yeah, Chivis and Jellies mixing. Yeah, again, both of them had talents that Sakuna tried to get them to use for free, but thankfully both of them are capable of going, no, pay me first. But yeah. So at this point in time, this was a pretty major pickup for Tsunderia, right? This was someone who had an extremely valuable skill, who had at least the beginnings of the reputation that she has now, right, where she is renowned for having this degree of competence when it comes to audio mixing and producing songs, as well as being a strong singer and well, I presume writer in and of her own right. Then this was also around the same time period where Tsunderia was starting to branch out in terms of interacting with other actors in this industry, other, shall we say, other companies that inhabited this industry. Because on May 30th of 2021, Tsunderia would have a large-scale collaboration with another company, Prism Project, in the form of a 10-person Among Us collab, five of the members of which came from Tsunderia's talents, 5 of the members of which came from Prism Project's talents. And this would then be, a bunch of the Tsunderia POVs would later on be compiled into this video that was posted to Tsunderia's official YouTube channel on June 13th, just 1 month later, or less than a month later. So already you were starting to see that the company was not just consolidating its brand or just taking in people who were, high value talents, so to speak, but who were also, this was a company who was also capable of beginning to branch out and form these sort of relationships, these inter-corporation relationships between their talent rosters with their quote unquote competitors, right? This was a pretty major thing when it came to establishing more reach, because you have this sort of you have an opportunity for a little bit of cross-pollination in terms of your fan bases. You get more exposure for your company, and again, when you're starting off as an entertainment company, exposure is always useful, right? And so this is kind of where they were at throughout the midsection of 2021. Now, at the same time as this was all going on, right, on May 19th of 2021, Tsunderia also announced that they had something else coming up in the works that their audience should be keen for. Quote, announcement. As some of you may have noticed, we've officially launched our new site. Head over to Tsunderia.com to go check it out. You might even be able to find a few spoilers if you check back often enough. And the image that they posted, presumably a teaser for something else that was coming up later on in the year, was Tsunderia Noir, working name. And realistically, right, when you see a teaser like this coming out of a corporate account on Twitter or whatever, it can only ever be, one of two things. Either it's some new project the talents have been working on, or it's a new generation. It has to be one of these things. And thing is, when we look back at 2021, there were no projects that Tsunderia ended up putting out that had the name Tsunderia Noir. So through process of elimination, it had to have been a gen. And so, surprise, surprise, June 28th of 2021, Tsunderia would then make another post announcing that yes, they did have a new set of talents coming up, except something was a little bit different about this gen compared to the previous ones. Quote, Tsunderia launching 2 major announcements. Tsunderia Reverse coming July 24th, 2021, and Gen 3 auditions open today. And then they list out the 2 talents who would be part of Tsunderia's Gen 2, of Tsunderia Reverse, Animachi Hanabi, and Orla Gankian, along with the link to the Gen 3 audition form. And attached to this was the following little preview video for Gen 2. Now, at the time, it was pretty widely speculated that this Tsunderia Reverse had at least started off being Tsunderia Noir, that Noir was the original name associated with Tsunderia's Gen 2 before something happened and caused them to change it. And I will say that in, again, circumstantial, right? But a point in favor of such a theory is, yeah, one, Nene Love, like you pointed out, the logo is the same, right? But also when you look at the aesthetics of this trailer, what do you have? Lots of dark, lots of shadows, old-timey film effect and artifacting that has been overlaid over the top of the visuals, as well as, the music being primarily composed out of, you have what sounds like, this sort of, that I can't tell if that's a clarinet or a sax. I am infamously bad at distinguishing instruments from one another. But again, you have like the typewriter font, the typewriter text, the typewriter typing effect, or the text that is shown on screen as well. And so all of these elements you could maybe see being kind of, I suppose, co-opted or repurposed from a kind of noir-esque promotional video. So again, those remained speculations, at least for the time being, but that was a minor point in favor of such a theory. However, we would get a bit more concrete of a confirmation that this might have been the case come July 3rd of 2021, when Urara and Char would end up hosting in the Tsunderia Discord a second AMA, the company's second ever AMA, where they'd be taking a bunch of questions and answering them. Now, to begin with, one thing that is immediately very, very obvious, just from looking at this, by the way, this was a recorded AMA that would later be posted onto Char's channel. You can find it currently titled AMA number 2, Ask Me Anything, Staging Event, Tsunderia. Now, right off the bat, you just look at the thumbnail, you can immediately tell that there's a pretty significant difference between the one that happened in August of 2020 and July of 2021. That difference being, S-Train has been kind of, he's been vanished from the company, right, and replaced with Urara, and when they were doing the second AMA, which again, probably biased, but I think that's a very marked improvement over what it was prior. That being said, though, from what you can see here, this was how the quote-unquote the weakness that was presented in the company's operations by S-Train seemed to have been resolved, right? The contingency was implemented, where he was basically removed tacitly from public view. And then, from the PR perspective, they were now bringing in someone to take his place, a spokesperson for the company who the talent actually seemed to like, which was very important. Both of the talents who ended up leaving during their grad streams ended up shouting out Urara specifically as a source of, great support, in addition to Char, of course. And so, as a result, it makes perfect sense to remove one person who, had complaints leveled against him by the talents, and replace him with someone who the talents seem to universally agree upon as, someone who is likable and more supportive in that role. So you have that sort of, I suppose, that representative replacement as to sort of re-secure Tsunderia's PR strategy, so to speak. And so that's the first thing that was obvious. At some point between July of 2020 and April of 2020, S-Train was removed from his position. Now we don't know when exactly that happened, but at some point, again, it did, presumably, right? However, to go back to what we were discussing before about Tsunderia Gen 2 Reverse, at 9 minutes 24 seconds, a member of the audience asks, do the members of a new gen get to decide their own theme? To which Char replies saying, quote, usually staff tries to decide, and usually that, we try to see, see who are recruiting for the gen first, and then see what kind of characters they want to be, and then try to make a theme around that. And if we can't really, create a theme around that, then we just try to make a theme, but, it might not be very cohesive. And then, as a follow-up to that, someone else asks, Urara then jumps in and then says, I would say it's a 40-60. So, with our most recent gen, Tsunderia Reverse, they had decided on the name. It's a super small batch this time, so it's a little harder theming for them. Honestly speaking, as for the first gen, originally we had just given them a theme and they tried building their characters around that. But as time went on and we were working with each other, we decided as a group it would be more comfortable if it was video game themed, because the original theme, if you guys didn't know this, was storybook characters, and it moved away from there. So there is some flexibility with new members joining a generation with theming, but typically we'll try to give you guys some directions, and historically, the staff have been making wish lists for character ideas and theming that we want to see. So I hope that answers the question. Then, at 11 minutes 36 seconds, someone else in the audience asks, how did you come up with the overall theme for Gen 2? And the specific theme for each VTuber? And immediately after this, in response to it, you can hear nervous laughter and conspicuous throat clearing from both Urara and Char. And then Char says, how do I even answer this? Like we said for the previous question, Gen 2 was a bit difficult to theme. And then Urara says, they were such an experimental gen. They still are, but the honest answer is, we went based on what they were wearing. And then Char says, yeah, that's where Tsunderia Noir came from, but then they chose to be reverse because they are very opposite looking. And to me at least, that basically confirms that yes, something had happened during the onboarding process where they now had to pivot a gen, presumably because, well, some of the people who were supposed to be part of that gen ended up dropping out, and so they had to adapt the overall theme, the overall title of the gen, sort of last minute, or at least later on in the stage, in the later stages of the onboarding process, and that's why you got something that was a little bit more different to the way that they approached theming for previous gens. And, well, I mean, when you look at this, this idea of having... Now, admittedly, though, they did kind of manage to land on their feet, because the whole reverse thing, the whole idea of being themed around the two being very opposite looking, does seem to work very well aesthetically when you look at the designs of the two VTubers that made up Tsunderia Reverse, the VTubers who would end up debuting on July 24th. You have Orla Gankian, who was a Hikikomori Dullahan. You have this kind of fantasy-esque, kind of kind of classical art design, very macabre, right? Very complex. And then you have Anemachi, who was basically just a wolf girl dressed in a futuristic-looking jacket. And again, aesthetically speaking, I can see what Urara and Char mean by they very much look the opposite. But again, they took this situation, and I do think that the rationale behind what they pivoted to makes a lot of sense when you look at these two characters. Now, in keeping with the conventions of the previous gen, Anemachi would end up debuting along with a cover song that would release. Oh, Hanabi is her first name? Okay. So Hanabi would also end up debuting with a cover song that would release, I believe, either later in the day or the day of. Sorry, later in the day of or the day after her debut. A cover song of Apathy, Ame wa Farun Dane on her channel. And however, in a similar but slightly different manner from previous gens, Orla would also end up debuting with a cover song, in quotation marks, except this was more of a kind of musical shitpost, where it was King, it was a cover of King, you know, that song that was all the craze back in like 2020 and 2021 among VTubers, especially on the EN side of things. But instead of covering it, you know, by singing, I think it was a mix between kazoo and recorder that was being played throughout this. And funnily enough, it was a collab with Miori as well. I think Hanabi's was mixed by Miori, if I remember correctly. But yeah, this was a collab with Miori, and yeah, presumably both of them were huffing and puffing on kazoos and recorders while doing this. So kind of similar in that she released with something music related, but a little different in that it was a musical shitpost rather than, you know, a true cover, so to speak. So this was King was popular everywhere. All right, there's an 80-something VTuber mix of it out there. Holy shit, that's I haven't seen that before. But that sounds insane. So this was Tsunderia's Gen 2. So at this point in time, there's a little bit of a question mark about Tsunderia's momentum, because while it had received a boost from things like now having these large intercorporate collabs with companies like Prism Project, and while they had a pretty massive pickup when it comes to recruiting Miori Celesta as part of their talent roster, they had also lost quite a significant amount of momentum from both the departures earlier on in the year, as well as what seems to be a rather disrupted release to their second generation. Now, the second generation did debut. However, not only was there a break in terms of how many talents were debuting under the umbrella of a single gen, but there was a slight bit of difference in terms of the conventions that had been established by the precedent that had been established with the debut of Sun Quest in terms of releasing the gen with each member having a full-on cover of their own, or full-on song of their own. However, there were a few other interesting points that came up during this AMA, and to return to that, at 22 minutes 45 seconds, someone in the audience asks, what was the main reason that you became a VTuber and joined Tsunderia, directed at both Char and Urara? Now, Char says that the reason she became a VTuber and joined Tsunderia was because she was friends with PPP, and she was convinced to become a VTuber while forming a company. He then says that she took on more responsibilities as staff because she found that more fulfilling. Urara responds saying that she became a VTuber to pay her way through college, then befriended Char and joined Tsunderia with Char's recommendation. You can find a quote from Urara at 23 minutes 42 seconds where she says, I became friends with Char first, and then Char was dying. I thought I could help, but now I'm just dying. So really, I think we all just got scammed by PPP. This is one of those quotes where, in hindsight, it's very. This is what we call dramatic irony in literature. And then there's a little bit of bonus lore as well for those who may be interested. But this was where it was revealed that Urara has a PhD and that she graduated from college with distinctions. Some point during, some point between when she debuted and when she started working at Tsunderia. So, the next question that gets asked, which elicits a response that is particularly of note in my opinion, was asked at 35 minutes 1 second, where someone in the audience asks, are there any concerns going forward for Tsunderia? To which Urara responds saying, I think it's fair if I take this one. A lot. No, okay, here's the thing. I think we're probably the company that's most transparent about problems, and we get dinged for this a lot. I'd rather be transparent about the problems we have and say very publicly that we want to and we're trying to fix them than not have that dialogue. Because a lot of people will call this like unprofessional behavior. I think in this weird digital age where in this weird digital era where everything's going to go public anyways, whatever can go wrong will go wrong, and I'd rather trust the devil I know rather than the devil I don't. Now, again, as we all know, in current year, transparency has become a meme, right? It has become nothing more than a cynical marketing gimmick. However, this particular point in time, the idea was still novel, and more importantly, based on, based on who Urara/Dizzy, is, right? I do not have a hard time believing that this came out of a place of genuine desire to connect with the audience and consolidate that connection, right? The intention was authentic. The effect, however, was unfortunately not so much in line with what was intended. However, something that I do find to be very interesting to look back on is how much of a difference there is when you compare Dizzy's attitude towards transparency against what was advocated for while she was still Urara. And as an example of that, take for example this stream that she did, this collab that she did with Pippa on November 30th of 2023, between 23 minutes 11 seconds and 26 minutes 53 seconds, where they specifically start talking about transparency as a marketing trend in EN VTubing, especially in EN Corpo VTubing. Hold on, let me just pull this up. Music. All right. Let me switch over to the reaction screen. There we go. All right. Sorry, give me a second. All right. I'm no longer dying. Okay. So.
No, every fucking,
Is the audio working all right for you guys? Oh boy. Yep. Hold on, let me just check the timestamp again. 26:53, all right. Remember. Yeah, so is the audio coming around all right? Yeah, okay, excellent.
brainworm idea I ever planted into VTubers' minds as in my past life has been fucking toxic to this hobby.
Name one. Name something. What did you do, Dizzy? What did you do?
Transparency. We're so transparent.
Transparency. Hold on. Let me post my revenue.
It does kind of tickle me how that reaction was pretty much instant from both of them, right? Like, the first example that Dizzy thinks of is transparency, and immediately when she hears it, Pippa just, starts scoffing as well.
Oh my fucking god.
I'm sorry.
We've come a long way. Over the course of 4 years, I I do wish that more people were like this, where they this is pretty wistful on my part, but where they would keep track of, you know, how certain, let's say, PR strategies or marketing tactics end up panning out, and maybe filing that away to their reservoir, their reservoir of prejudice that they can then use to sort of protect themselves against getting psyoped in the future.
I'm sorry, that was actually
Because this kind of, I suppose, admittedly, it is a rough. It's rough to be the person who's looking back on themselves and going, "Yeah, I kind of pushed something that maybe wasn't healthy in the long term," but doing so is, at least in my opinion, is a very admirable thing to do, as well as being very underrated in importance for the overall health of the industry.
my fault, I'm pretty sure.
That's so you fucked things for everybody. Listen, transparency is a fucking meme, all right? Transparency is a fucking meme. Put me on record, all right? People are like, oh, but how am I gonna know what VTuber company to apply to unless they post exactly how much revenue you get? Use some fucking common sense, man. Use common sense and think about things critically, all right? If a VTuber company's like, no, don't worry, we only take 1% of all of your super chats or whatever. Now, think about how much you're realistically getting from that company in return, right? Like, do the math on this shit. Oh, no, this company, like, some companies, right? They take, like, 75%, all right? And that's a huge amount. But if they're giving you something in return for that, like, it's worth it.
It's like the thing that I've been saying for a while now, where, how do I? Oh wait, yes. So, revenue splits, when companies talk about them, I think, hold on, this was a stream that happened in 2023, so this was around the same time that Idle Corp was running around and, you know, trying to promote itself based off of Funly. Very eerily similar, rhetoric, using very similar rhetoric, actually. But they were one of the companies that was very loud and proud about disclosing things like revenue percentages and boasting about how low it was. And one of the things that I've talked about, one of the things that I think is an underrated kind of understanding about the way that the industry works, is that revenue splits with companies are not just, you know, they're not a cost that is imposed arbitrarily and for no reason onto the talent by the company. They are essentially a measure of obligation. You pay less of your revenue, you split less of your revenue with the company, they also owe you less in return, and vice versa, or at least if the company's good at doing their job. And so it never ceases to amaze me how often you get instances where you will get, you know, this is not any indie in particular, but very often I notice that there is a trend where certain indies on the EN side of the industry will praise companies for having low revenue splits, with, you know, in terms of taking less revenue from the talents, right? And then those same talents, those same indies, will do a surprise Pikachu face when the company in question also does not provide a very high degree of support to said talents while taking a small amount of revenue from said talents. Like, where do you think the resources for that support comes from? It doesn't come out of thin air. And even if it does come from the CEO burning an external source of money, like whether it's, you know, their personal savings or some sort of investor fund, that's going to end eventually. And what happens once it does? Bishoujo happens. That either they start stealing, or they go under, or they do one before the other, and that's about it. So I do feel like this is one of those things about the way that the industry works, just not even just VTuber specific, just business in general, that I feel is grossly under-acknowledged in mainstream, I'm loath to call it this, but discourse around how companies do business.
Right? Like, if it's worth it, it's worth it. People, again, this is how so many people are, where they're like, oh, but what about what I don't get? What about what I don't have? And it's like, listen, you have to look at this shit objectively, all right? Look at this shit objectively. Some companies, right, like Bishoujo has been open, they take like 100% of the merch sales, right?
Yep.
I think that's like fair for what you get from Bishoujo. Yeah, they said it. I think Kason said it.
Okay, I will say everything about this conversation between Pippa and Dizzy has aged like wine. Except for the Vishojo portion. That has aged like egg in the afternoon sun.
One of our streams. Back like a year ago. But,
that makes sense too, just because when you look at merchandise and like people, it makes sense for agencies for handling that internally to take the bulk of it. We have a very, very generous cut, in my opinion, when it comes to merchandise. Just because we're so, as talent, so offhand with it. Like,
I think
we have staff we need to pay, guys. We have staff we need to pay.
Yeah, I think it's generous considering how many members of staff we have and how much input talents get on stuff, right? Because like I know I ask for shit that.
Again, it's that thing where staff, you know, managerial staff, support staff, they are a form of support, and I mean, it's a form of support that certainly shouldn't come for free because that cost always ends up manifesting somewhere. Even if, let's say, you know, as a purely as a hypothetical, let's say that you had a member of management who was willing to volunteer their time to look after a talent for no additional pay. Eventually, they're going to end up burning out. And again, it's not a financial cost when it manifests and rears its head and starts impacting your business's operation, but it is a cost, and it will manifest eventually.
Cuts heavily into profit margins.
Well,
but...
then the best thing is, like, we also don't have to do the actual work to get it.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, there's, it's talked about a lot in business about transparency being like a trap and a watchword, basically. It's just like a hot topic buzzword that people like to use in business for marketing. But, like, there are things that businesses don't want you to see, and it's called, like, the practice is called selective screening. To keep your eyes off the actual internal affairs, we'll share, like, bits and pieces here and there to make you think that we're being transparent.
Yeah.
It's all
just
marketing.
Realistically.
This is what so much of Dizzy's content is stuff that, in my opinion at least, should be not mandatory, but highly recommended viewing. Just because of the fact that it explains in a rather concise manner how the cynical nitty-gritty of business actually works. Not the idealism, not the I wish this company would treat its talents like a charity would kind of wish listing that people tend to adopt when they approach the whole question of what is a good corporation, what does that look like, what should it do, etc., etc., etc. And this thing that she's pointing out here, this use of transparency as a buzzword, again, this is something that more people who have been keeping track of the industry would be able to observe from the outside looking in. You don't have to be internally involved with it to be able to understand that, yeah, usually when a business invokes transparency to the public, it's probably not because they genuinely have some sort of, you know, moral stake in it, but just because it's good marketing. It works on people. And I do wish that transparency was a marketing gimmick that worked on less people, to be honest. Because the specific practice that she identified there, like selective screening. Actually, I'll turn on my BGM while I'm just talking about this. So, to give you an instance of selective screening, right? To give you an example of a bit of information that you share with people in hopes of maybe obscuring information that you don't want to share with people. Something, a relatively innocuous bit of information that makes you, that seems like something that would be held closely internally, but really isn't. Let's say, for example, that a company says... Okay, let's say that a company tells the public, we are in the black. Right? We're not in the red, we're in the black. Right? We're not running at a loss. So, on the surface, that seems like, unambiguously a good thing, right? However, the problem is, that is information that, without context, does not put you in any better of a position to judge how well a company is doing or how likely it is to last into the future. Because there's a few things. When you say that a company is not in the red, that basically just translates to the costs do not exceed the revenue or the funding, right? I like using the word funding more than revenue, because I think funding is more accurate to the way that these companies usually operate, where they have a pool of money, regardless of where it comes from, that they then use in order to operate or whatever. So the problem is, right, you then need a whole bunch of other information surrounding the fact that the company's operating in the black in order to pass a judgment as to is this company likely going to stick around in the future. For starters, what are they spending the money on? Like, what are the costs that the company are incurring? Are those costs towards expansion? Are they, investing in something that will improve the functionality of the company, etc., right? And also in addition to that, where's the funding coming from? Is it just like this external fund that's just sitting on the side while, slowly being burnt down over the course of, as time goes by? Is it because the people at the top of the company are putting their own funds into this? Or is it because, are we purely operating off of the amount that is generated by the business of the company itself? Right? Again, without all of these additional points of context, saying this company is not in the red does not really mean anything. It doesn't give you any. It might make you feel like you are in a better position to judge how long it's going to stick around for, how sustainable it is, how effective it is at doing business, but in reality, it doesn't really do that, right? It's a bit of information that sounds nice, but is kind of a nothing burger until you can get more context around it. Same thing applies to a company saying, we only take 10% of your revenue, right? Okay, what are you going to give me in return for that 10%? What happens if I want a benefit that exceeds that amount? Will you help me? Etc., etc., etc. Again, all of this additional information and context that you would need in addition to that bit of information that's put on the tin in order to properly judge the contents of what you're actually looking at, right? Again, that's how this usually works. So, so there's about 30 seconds more to
think
this
about it, right? Why would a
segment.
company need to sell itself to you and pander to you when, if the company's worth it, right? Like, you should be the one wanting to get into there, A company shouldn't have to be like, here's how amazing our cut is, and here's everything we're gonna give you, and blah, 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 right? Like, you should be able to look at the company and actually judge for yourself what they provide.
Yeah, so big sorry to all VTuber agencies about me really fucking pushing that back in the day. Big sorry, Sakura.
God damn you.
Dude, everything I have been a cancer to this hobby.
No, last part is probably a little too harsh, but again, I do respect. I do have a pretty significant amount of respect for the fact that Dizzy is so willing to come out and outright say, yeah, transparency may not be, in hindsight, the best thing that has become popular in the industry. Because, well, since Tsunderia, a lot of companies have adopted the Lamau transparency form of marketing and messaging. And without fail, pretty much all of them have turned out to be disasters or just failures, right? And in every single case, it is the same thing. Whatever the standard of transparency maintained by the company was, it involved the sharing of information that ultimately did not give a full picture or a context-based look as to how the company was actually operating on the inside. It was merely information that had been taken out of context and then presented to an audience that was not in a position to properly process what the implications of it are, if there even were any implications attached to it, right? Because it's presented so out of context. So, again, this is one of the parts of this. Well, actually, a side effect of doing this stream, looking into this topic a bit more, is not to be. Well, actually, it has resulted in a few instances where I've watched back Dizzy's content since, and I've kind of almost not completely. It's not completely changed, right? But I do feel like it improves, I suppose, the experience in the cases of some of the streams that she's done in the past, where I now have a little bit more additional context to ground, where her perspective might have come from, or what specific thing she might be referring to as an example as to why a certain industry practice is, effective or non-effective in the manner that it is. And so, hold on, give me a second. All right. So, to go back to the AMA, the next thing that someone ends up asking that I think is quite of note is asked by somebody in their somebody part of the audience at 90 minutes 6 seconds, where they say, in regards to recent announcements, what are you personally looking for in Generation 3? And Cha says, I would like some guys to join. More diversity is always good, and like really fun people to, like, you know, expand Tsunderia chaos-wise. To which Urara interjects, sort of, you know, going chaos-wise? Because I think, yeah, you know, from the sound of it, she seemed to be kind of caught off guard by that particular response. And then Char clarifies, going, well, it's just, I think both you and me, we like looking for certain traits in individuals that, like, you know, they think beyond what is standard, right? They try to push the limits of things to the point of where it's like, oh, is that it? Or will I get banned for this? But, like, you know, pushing the limits of, like, you know, what we can work with or what anyone can work with as a VTuber. And so we have, even if this is only like a kind of brief and bare bones outline of it, a kind of underlying principle / philosophy for the recruitment of Gen 3. They would be looking for, Tsunderia would be looking for people who are capable of, well, pushing limits, right? Outside the box of what is conventional for this industry. And of particular note is Char saying, I would like some guys to join. They wanted to try and debut male talents. Fast forward to October 30th of 2021, Tsunderia's official Twitter account would post the following announcement. Quote, sweet as a good night's sleep, Tsunderia Dream is here to take you on a new adventure. And then they list out the 5 new members: Chika, Fuji Lisa. Well, sorry, let me say that correctly. Chika, Fuji Lisa, Tomoya, Uzuki Tomoya, Tsurugi Nen, Tetsuya Kazune, and Amiya Aranya. I need to keep reminding myself to pronounce that correctly. Along with the following preview video. I will say, out of all of the preview videos, this one has my favorite backing music, simply because it has, like, it sounds so, because usually at this point, right, you get so tired of hearing the same generic, you know, sort of kind of upbeat EDM style, you know, hype music that you get with most preview videos when a company's announcing a gen, right? And again, this is no slight against Sun Quest or Sun Reverse, because it's you know, it was very much out of your guys' like Tsunderia's control. After all, they wouldn't, you know, one of the first to do this. But I appreciate how for your PV you have like this kind of otherworldly bounciness. Is that a marimba or something in the background? And then you have like the tiny whispering at the edges as well to match that kind of sleep theme. Again, it's something that sticks out to me. Shout out to our in-gen made BGM. Hey, there we go. Oh, Nen, welcome to the stream. Whoa, that green guy looks hot. Amen, amen. Thanks, we made that. Oh, okay. I'm glad to hear that. Actually, I will. Actually, Tomoya, where did the concept for your lore come from? Because when I was looking through your Sundream's lore profiles, right? Four of you guys have a very, like, I read one sentence of your lore and I instantly understand like what the connection to sleep is, right? So, for everybody else, we all know Lisa's a nightmare sheep, right? Her lore is that she was a good dream that was looped to the point of becoming corrupted. Nen is a dream eater. Kazu was he's an insomniac, and Amiya was a spider, a dream spider that got sick of being a nightmare, I suppose, was the way that it was put in the lore. Regarding mixing prices, my prices were pretty cheap at the time, so industry comparison was likely cheaper, but it was still compensated. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. But yeah, no. The only one I couldn't quite, instantly connect with the idea of sleep was yours, Tomoya, which was Marshmallow Rabbit. I'm curious as to where that idea came from. All in all, very hype PV. It's not like, those like, it's not those like blaring bops that you usually get for, those EDM tracks that you usually get for VTuber debut hype trailers, but it's a welcome change for me, at least. Yeah, exactly. That was chill. It still had that, that kind of like build up towards the end where, you really get into that. You really get into that, that sort of swelling, that crescendo towards the end. But yeah, no, it was nice. Music is almost oriental. Yeah. And I appreciate how there was like the use of playing around with which instruments play depending on whether you're listening out of the left or the right as well. But in any case, so that was the announcement for Tsunderia Dream. And as you will have noted, this was a gen that was unusual for two reasons. Our split was Nightmare. Oh, Nightmare versus Good Dream. So I chose the side of Good Dreams, and that was kind of it. The closest thing was a plushie. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Is that also why Nen, when Nen was when he was designing your custom merch, was that also why he made your custom merch a body pillar? Wait, Nen, was that the inspiration behind making Toma's merch a body pillar? Because that would make a lot of sense if that was the case. But yeah, no. So you have that initial preview of the gen, and again, stood out for two reasons. One, this was a gen that debuted male talents, and two, this was a mixed gen. And as you guys will probably remember, up until this point, both of those things had not been tried before, at least on the EN side of the industry. Because Sun Dream would release 1 month before Luxium, which is the corpo gen that everyone usually defaults to in their head when they think about, male VTubers, male corpo VTubers. They debuted basically, almost a full year before Hollow Stars Tempest released. And also more than 6 months before Illuna. Oh, sorry, designed custom merch, I should say. Designed custom merch. But yeah, it's more than 6 months before Illuna was released as a mixed gen by Niji Sanji Ien as well. Funny thing you can try. if you go into, I've tested this with Chrome and with Brave. I haven't tested this with Fox yet. But at least with those two browsers, if you try to search up which EN VTubing corporation debuted mixed generations first, both of those, in terms of their AI overviews, default back to Illuna, which is, again, funny deep lore about the industry, etc., etc. Yeah, Luxium came out and I went GG. Yeah, and that was one of the things that I was going to say as well, right? Which was, in choosing to release not just a gen with males, but a mixed gen as well, Tsunderia was an innovation, but it was also a risk. Because one of the problems that you have as a company that I mentioned in the previous stream, which is when you have a truly novel idea, it's like coming up with a joke in a classroom. If you get overheard by somebody else, or somebody else happens to come up with the same joke, but they just say it louder, everyone laughs for them, not for you. And it's kind of the same thing here. Because in spite of the fact that Tsunderia was the first company to do it, they did not succeed in becoming the, I suppose, the culturally dominant actor to have done it, right? They got first, but they didn't achieve that level of cultural, well, for want of a better way of putting it, penetration into the cultural, the cultural surrounding context, right? So, and again, this is usually, you can tell, because when you ask most people in this industry about male VTubers, most of them default to Luxium. Some of them may say Tempest, though not a lot of them, and even fewer will say Illuna. Almost none of them will say Tsunderia. And the problem is, you guys had a real rough time, considering you had less than a month to work with before Nishi-Sanji dropped Luxium. And to be fair though, when it comes to Nishi-Sanji dropping Luxium, there was very much, they made Luxium with a very clear focus in mind. I think the difference in terms of cultural dominance could also be put down to target demographics, right? Because with you guys, with Tsunderia Dream, it very much seemed like you were just aimed at, for want of a better way of putting it, like normal people, right? I'm pretty sure Luxium was aimed at like rabid Fujos. So that's a very specific demographic. A very lucrative demographic, it does need to be said. But I don't think that Sun Dream would have been aimed at the same demographic. Wait, damn, that makes me the first EN male corpo VTuber. Yeah, pretty much. Well, I think so. Because, yeah. Again, that is, you did beat Nishi-Sanji to the punch, even though admittedly they did seem to hit harder in the long term. But, yeah. So you have this problem with branding where you come up with an idea, it's a new idea, but then someone else does it with more money behind it, and then all of a sudden, they kind of overshadow whatever cultural influence you might have otherwise been able to eke out. And when I talk about things, things like novelty having an expiry date, this is the kind of thing I mean, except this was a very extreme example of that. Because like I said before, you guys just had 1 month before Luxium broke out of the gates and essentially overwrote everyone's idea on the EN side of the industry as to what male corpo VTuber looks like. This is something that you can even conclude affects the even Hololive, a company as big as Hololive when it comes to their male talents. The idea of having, male talents that are not specifically catering towards things like conventions of Fujo baiting, or things like, essentially being aimed at, Fujos as the primary target demographic, right? That is an idea that is, frankly, it hasn't really caught on. There are exceptions, of course, right? But most of the archetype of what a male VTuber is, right? When you put aside some of the more, shall we say, unscrupulous things that male VTubers have become known for. When you just talk about things that male VTubers can build a brand on, generally speaking, most people kind of pigeonhole male VTubers into being like, ASMR, BFE, Fujo baiting, like those three things put together. There are exceptions, of course, when you have, for example, mostly in the indie sphere, to be honest, you have things like, not things. You have Uo's Lab, you have Shindigs, you have, if we're talking corpo, I suppose someone like Vesper would not have fit very neatly into any particular predetermined archetype. But again, it is a fairly novel concept. And so, one of the reasons in which it is novel is because it caters to a far more niche demographic, apparently, than Rapid Fujos. And when Luxium came out of the gate, establishing that as their main audience base, they essentially overshadowed it in terms of the amount of attention and also the amount of profit that they were able to generate. However, move on. On November 2nd, Tsunderia's official Twitter account would then post another announcement announcing the official debut dates of each of the 5 members of Sundream. Tsunderia Dream's debuts waiting rooms are up. Be sure to come see them debut and give them a like and subscribe. Then outlining that on November 6th you would have Nen, Tomoya, and Lisa debuting. Then on November 7th you would have Kazune and Amiya debuting as well. And true to form, well, actually, in a little bit of an addition to how Sun Quest debuted. In addition to each of the talents receiving debuting with either not with an original song, but with a cover on release, I suppose. 3 of which were mixed by the talents themselves in the case of Tomoya's, Kazu's, and Amiya's. The gen would also release with a gen-wide original song as well, titled Hazy Hours, which would be announced by Tsunderia on November 5th, saying, "Can't wait for the weekend, we got you covered. Sending you sweet dreams. Sundream will be premiering their first original song on November 5th at 6:45 p.m. PDT, written and produced by our 3rd generation. Come check it out." And then linking to the premiere. As you can see, all of the credits, pretty much the entirety of the video, the music was made exclusively by the members of Sundream, with only the art and the video itself, I assume the editing or the animation or whatever, being outsourced to other people. And so, with this, I think it's pretty safe to say, right? This was the music gen, right? It's pretty difficult to conclude anything else. Now, don't get me wrong. As with all of the previous gens, all of Sundream were gamers, right? They all had their own, they streamed across the entirety of the gen. You had a pretty wide variety of different games that they covered, right? You have Lisa with her Peggle addiction. The streams that I ended up watching when I was doing research for this one, from Nen, were the Elden Ring streams. Amiya, of course, being retro gaming. Tomoya, the VODs that I usually ended up going over were the Minecraft ones. And of course, with Kazu, hero shooters, FPS, Apex Legends, doing solo ranked climbs, etc., etc. So again, you have the same streaming foundations as you had for previous gens, where all 5 of them were gamers. But in addition to that, there was a very strong, through line across the entirety of the generation, where all 5 were strong singers or had different specialties when it came to different specialized skills when it came to music. Prior to doing research for this stream, I had no idea that it was so easy to use music as a medium to generate bits or jokes. Because you take something like, for example, Nen remixing the splicing his opening is starting soon music with Seabat, the Reddit sex song. during starting from one of the halfway through the Elden Ring streams, I believe. Then you have Amiya turning a one-off offline joke of Lisa saying "yee yee" off stream and mixing it into well, I forget what the tune's called. I forget exactly what the title of the tune is. Basically, this like a little shitpost that we posted on debut, right, or prior to debut, and then you have Kazu and Tomoya both doing streams, basically showing the audience how mixing music or music production works, right? Basically showing what the program looks like, how you turn like just individual sounds into a coherent song, etc., etc. And so across the entirety of this gen, there was a very, is a very strong theme. You can very much it's almost impossible to come to any other conclusion than you guys were selected on the basis of your skill with making music, right? Like that was the thing that Sun Dream was made with in mind. And so, to circle back to one of the things that I referred to, right? Generally speaking, when a company is in possession of a large reservoir of novelty, leverage, whatever, they are in a race against time to try and turn that into something that will sustain the continued operation of the company. Now, generally speaking, they end up converting this leverage into different things depending on which of these stages of operation you are at. First, you have recruitment, where you get more people to come work on the project with you. Then you have promotion, where, especially in the case of, an entertainment company, you want to promote the good, which is, your talents. And then finally, once you have them promoted, you have an audience that, tunes in and is willing to support them financially, you have commercialization. This is the final stage that your company wants to reach in terms of converting novelty and leverage into an actual, tangible financial resource, something that you can actually use to continue doing business. And so, in each of these stages, you get a slightly different form of leverage. Novelty converts to a slightly different thing. When it comes to recruitment, you have cachet, or more crude term would be clout, right? People taking you seriously because you have a certain amount of reputability around you, or you're known or renowned or whatever. During the promotion stage, it manifests in the form of enhancing your branding, right? It gives you something that you can use to differentiate yourself from the competition and stand out among the crowd. And finally, commercialization. Novelty creates the impression of value, because if something is novel, it is scarce, and if something is scarce, then of course it's going to be more valuable. Now here's the thing with Tsunderia. At this particular point in time, as a company, you could make the broad observation that there were different difficulties that were manifesting. We were catching glimpses of perhaps difficulties in each of these three stages of the company's operation when it comes to their ability to translate novelty into something a bit more tangible. Right, during the recruitment process, by the fact that Tsunderia Reverse, or sorry, I should say Tsunderia Noir didn't end up following through to become a thing, you can come to the conclusion that perhaps there was a little bit of erosion regarding Tsunderia's overall cachet as an agency. Because if you had, presumably a gen that was, at least 4 people, maybe 5, right? And some of them dropped out to the point where there were only 2, then yeah, that probably means that your company's reputation is probably not as secure and solid as you might want. Then, when you get to Sun Dream, that exposes a little bit of a problem with Tsunderia's branding. Not because there's anything wrong with any of the talents or Tsunderia's brand per se, but because when you put those two things together, you get a little conundrum, which is Tsunderia. Well, how do you fit male talents under the brand of, Tsundere Ia, as in, Kingdom of Tsundere, right? So, it's not impossible, but you are going to have to be a little bit more proactive and a little bit more creative when it comes to trying to fit male talents under that overarching general umbrella, because up until now, the branding was not really designed with the intention of accommodating that kind of thing, that kind of content offering that you were going to extend to the audience. Now, we have seen perhaps more extreme versions of that. After all, Shoujo debuted Kuro, despite being named literally, they had shoujo in the name, right? It was literally that meme of the something, and the something was like, Japanese for young maiden. So if Vishojo could pull it off, right, it was probably possible to pull off by any other company as well. But again, it requires a little bit of active forethought and effort. And finally, during the commercialization stage, well, we didn't really have much news when it came to merch coming from Tsunderia. And there was a reason for that. Because on November 29th of 2021, Tsunderia would then, using their Twitter account, make the official announcement that their official merch shop was now open. Yes, November, end of 2021. For a company that was registered starting April of 2020, they finally had their own merch store. Quote, Tsunderia's official merch shop is now open. Get yourself a keychain, a sticker, an acrylic stand, and desk mat of our talents. Pre-orders open from November 28th to December 26th. Click the link below to shop. And so, of course, they debuted all of that merch, etc., etc. Right, so you can make the argument that towards the end of 2021, some of these were being addressed, right? For example, yes, opening a merch store, 1.5 years after your company was created is probably, not the best, but it's better than nothing, right? So, late, but ultimately better than nothing. So there were attempts being made in the background to fix the problems that Tsunderia was having with converting novelty into commercialization. However, when it came to promotion/branding, we would see that there was an effort being put into that as well, although we would not get an outward sign of it until January of 2022. And then when it came to recruitment, you could probably make the argument that the debut of Sun Dream kind of means that it is possible to recover from whatever impacts were happening with Sun Reverse. Because obviously, if you have this new gen with 5 new talents, all of whom are, enthusiastic about being part of your company, then you have a chance to essentially essentially make up for whatever previous dip in your momentum happened with regards to how reputable your company was, right? And so this particular point in 2021 was a pretty major step towards trying to get Tsunderia back into a better place regarding its ability to continue to function as a competitive company within this industry, or this side of the industry, I should say. Now, something else that was also helped, in the aftermath of Sun Dream's debut was the fact that I think at this point, I talked about how each of the individual talents were very much people whose identity as creators reinforced the idea that one of the foremost priorities in the creation of this gen, and perhaps one of the priorities that underpinned the direction of the company as a whole, was an increased focus on music. However, something else that kind of solidified that were some of the things that Tsunderia did as a company after Sun Dream debuted. For example, between December 18th and December 19th, Tsunderia would announce on their official Twitter that they were doing a Christmas karaoke relay. And this was a PRW for multiple reasons, right? First, going through the announcement itself. December 18th, are you ready for a night of holiday fun and cheer? Tsunderia's first karaoke relay is tomorrow. It will start at 5 p.m. PST, December 18th on Yuna Nini's channel. What holiday songs are you hoping to hear? And then with a follow-up tweet posted the next day saying, Christmas karaoke relay starts in 30 minutes. Note, a portion of the funds donated to any streamer during this event will go towards helping Purin Inukai after the events of Typhoon Ray. The relay starts at Yuna Nini's channel starting at 5 p.m. PST. And so this is, again, for branding purposes, this is good for 2 reasons. One, it solidifies the whole music theme, right? Obviously, first karaoke event that is across different, multiple different talents from multiple different gens. This solidifies that it's a company-wide thing rather than just a gen-specific thing. Second thing, though, is the fact that the donations, at least in part, went towards Purin. Specifically because of the fact that Purin had presumably had some been affected to some capacity by the passing of Typhoon Ray that was going through that region of the world at the time. So what this also did was it solidified the idea of togetherness as a company, right? And you would be surprised as to how difficult yet important that can be sometimes. Because it's one thing to have gen-wide unity. That's generally pretty simple. Because you have a bunch of people who hang out in pre-debut together, they, quite naturally become friends, then they debut as a unit, and then they get used to, being a group in amongst themselves. But company-wide unity is a little bit more difficult than that, but also a little more, I would make the argument, just as important, right? Because, again, being able to have that sort of connection between different generations of talent, that keeps your company cohesive, right? That maintains that sense of continuity as well when members of older gens leave and newer ones come in. There's a sort of, you need that kind of togetherness in order to have a sense of, well, passing on the torch when it does end up happening over the course of your company's history. And so, when you look at an event like this was, for multiple reasons, all the reasons I just stated, a very good thing for Tsunderia's image, for Tsunderia's brand. Not even because, it was cynically designed to be that way, but just incidentally because of, well, how it unfolded. Then, one of the other things that proved that, maybe, there was active work being done behind the scenes to maybe put Tsunderia in a better position to compete with its, the increasing number of companies that were joining the fray around this time, was December 28th, when Tsunderia would announce that they were adding Miori Celeste's 50,000 subscriber milestone, a celebration which was a limited edition Mogu pillow on the Tsunderia official store. Now you might ask, why is this pillow so, such a significant indicator as to Tsunderia, having some sort of effort put into improving the way that they operate as a company? The reason is simple. Because this is not an acrylic stand, a keychain, or some sort of desk mat. This is a piece of merch that, although is still relatively common for this industry, pillows, plushes, darky covers, whatever, it still has an element of being kind of custom to one particular talent. And that is important because one of the key innovations that companies tend to need to make over time to, essentially differentiate themselves from the competition happens when it comes to innovating on their merch. So naturally, when it comes to, let's think about please draw attention to my super. Still on the theater screen. Sorry, I forgot to switch back. My bad. All right. But yeah, don't worry. I narrated everything that was on screen anyways, and if you want to, you can check it out in the slides. But yeah, thanks for the reminder and the super. So yeah. So when it comes to, generally speaking, when it comes to VTuber companies, a lot of the merchandise tends to overlap in terms of one another, right? All of them default to acrylic stands, all of them default to desk mats or mouse pads, or usually darky covers a little bit more rare, but still relatively common, and keychains, right? All of those are common overlapping forms of merch that every company and its dog and mother has, right? However, when it comes to something like this, something that's a little bit more tailored to one specific talent, you have the chance to really solidify in the minds of your audience what sets you apart from others. This is why, although custom merch or tailored merch or talent-specific merch is a little more costly and difficult, and it does require a little bit more additional risk to manufacture because it's hard to, well, at least the first time you do it, it's a little hard to gauge what the demand is. It is still something that a company should be able to do over time, right? It's a very tired example because of, well, the fact that it works, but one of the key examples of that in this industry is the fact that Phase Connect offers coffee beans, right? Each flavor is, supposedly tailored to be slightly different from the others to reflect one talent's specific personality or persona or whatever. And that is a bit of merch that is not an acrylic stand, a desk mat, or a keychain. And as a result, it stands out from the crowd. And when people think of Phase, that also happens to reinforce the distinctiveness of their brand because people laugh at them and go, haha, that's a coffee company, not a VTuber company.
And, well, it might be a tired meme at this point, but it is still something that sticks in the brain when it comes to, trying to define what makes FaZe different from the other companies. And so, something like this, which is admittedly not really out there as a merch concept, but still different from just the common three that all VTuber companies put out. This is important because it means that there is effort being put in to differentiating not just the content offerings, but the merchandise offerings that Tsunderia was putting out for its consumers, its audience as well. And so, there were steps being taken based off of these things. You can start to come to the conclusion that yes, there were attempts being made to sort of restore Tsunderia's ability, well, not restore, but more to establish Tsunderia's ability to leverage whatever novelty they possessed into the form of financial, into the form of commercial value, right? There was an attempt to sort of build up the sense of solidarity and togetherness that would go towards significantly improving the way that recruitment went. Because if you project a supportive environment where the entirety of the company comes together to help one of the talents in need, right? Even if that's not the explicit intention of what the event was, it is incidental that creates that kind of perception among your audience, and that projects the kind of environment that lots of individual talents are going to want to join. Because, as we've heard this billions of times at this point, where you have every single week hundreds of indies coming out and saying on their own platforms, in their own spaces, in their own specific ways, being an indie is lonely. Being an indie is isolating. It feels like existing in a pit of vipers, or in a crab bucket or whatever, right? And one of the biggest reasons behind people wanting to join corpos in the first place, despite how much belly aching there is about all corpos are scams or whatever, right, is the whole you get to be part of a group of people who have, if we're talking cynicism, a mutual incentive to not get in your way or look after you. And if we're talking more realistic to the way that it actually seems to work, people who are, not only going to be collaborators, but friends as well, right? That's one of the biggest appeals to joining a corpo in the first place. The whole social aspect of it, the whole being part of a cohesive group cohesive friend group, I should say, right? Who shares the same dreams, pushes one another towards the same dreams as well, and you basically help each other in addition to growing alongside one another. And so between these two things, you can probably make the argument that, yeah, there were active steps being taken towards remedying these two portions of the whole novelty to resource conversion process that Tsunderia was going through as a company. And when I mentioned the fact that there were steps being taken towards improving or otherwise pivoting the branding as well, that would end up becoming a public fact starting from around January 3rd, 2022, when Urara would end up embarking on a series of streams that were dedicated to what she referred to as the Tsunderia rebrand project. And these streams were exactly what it says on the tin. A series of streams where she would basically go through Tsunderia's current branding, current marketing, things like the logo, things like its messaging, etc., and then evaluate where it is, where she would want it to be, or where it could move in the future, and then try to create a plan to possibly rebrand Tsunderia so that it was more effective at, it was a better representation of what the current pool of talents and current reservoir of content would be about, in addition to maybe having a better chance of standing out among the increasing roster of competitors that were entering the industry. So, this stream, watching this VOD was kind of like, it was oddly nostalgic because it reminded me very much of the same kinds of slideshows that you would get in in college, right? When they were teaching us some media concept or whatever. Sorry, give me a second. Battle Mage, I can understand why. In spite of all of the curves, there's something
there is a sharpness to Urara's model that isn't present in Dizzy's. I don't know how... I wish I could describe that better. Maybe it's the eyes. I don't know. Maybe it's just the... Maybe it's just the expression, like the resting face that Urara is drawn with. But I don't know. There's just more of a feeling of, I suppose, edge and sharpness to the Urara model. But yeah, in any case, so obviously starting off with the main slide. However, one of the things about this series that, in retrospect, was a little bit of a red flag in terms of just the place that the place that Urara was at in the company, was the little subtitle that she put under the main draw of the stream, which is that I did not get approved ahead of time, so don't be shocked if this goes nowhere edition. Because while it was true that Urara was using this for content, I very much doubt, especially because she said during the stream that this is something that she prepared beforehand as well. I very much doubt that this was something that she was planning to put zero effort into, because she did end up putting quite a significant amount of, thought, time, presumably off stream as well as on stream, towards thinking this thing through. And the fact that it hadn't been approved ahead of time, the fact that it could all be wasted effort, is something that, in hindsight, rings alarm bells when it comes to this much effort sunk into something that is this uncertain. And so, moving on to the actual... This was part of the reasons to why I found this stream nostalgic, right? So you go through these slides where she's basically bringing the audience up to speed and basically trying to teach her audience, what even is a brand, right? What is she... In order to properly impart, to impress upon the viewer what you are trying to accomplish, they need the context with which to orient themselves as to what you're even working with, right? In other words, if you're going to change a brand, you have to start with what is a brand, right? And going off of Dizzy's it's Jova. The wires have crossed in my brain. I blame chat. But yeah, no. So, going off of the definitions that Urara provided in the slides. So, a brand is a person's gut feelings about a product, service, or organization. Good, it's good, perfect working definition that everyone understands, right? It is your purpose, position, personality, or promise to the consumer. Yes, again, all of those different things. Individually, they are true, and together they are true, and also individually, they are very easily understood, right? Then third, how this is reflected is through several different things, such as, design of its products, the brand name, the content promoted by the brand, the trust and values of the brand, the price, the promotion, etc., etc. Then you have, well, actually, one of the things that she didn't include on there that would end up becoming, I suppose, end up becoming in a perverse way, and becoming a defining feature of Tsunderia's brand, or lack thereof, is audience. See, one of the things about the brands, one of the things about the way that brands interact with their target demographics, is initially the brands start off as, well, actually, I'll get to the second slide first, and then I'll come back to this. So she makes a distinction between branding versus marketing, right? Branding and marketing mean different things. They overlap, but they're not exactly the same. Branding is more long-term. Marketing is more short-term. I would probably add a little bit more to that particular distinction myself, but that's, again, that's correct, right? Marketing is generally more sales-based, pushing a message to an audience. Branding is what the audience thinks of when they look at you. So, to me, the way that I would put the difference between branding and marketing is, one is the message, one is the medium, right? Think of marketing as the gun, and branding as the bullet, right? Branding is the message. This is what we are. This is what we do. This is how we want you to think of us. And then marketing is the way that you essentially beam that into your audience's brains, right? So, thing is, reason why this distinction is something, admittedly, I haven't really made on my streams before, and I think that, in hindsight, I probably should have. But
the way that brands usually start off in establishing a sort of dialogue with the audience is brands initially start off as just being this thing that is conveyed to the audience, this message that is created in a conference room or whatever, made by a sales team, packaged in the form of some sort of advertising campaign, message, whatever, and then it is broadcasted with the intention of being absorbed into the minds of whatever your target demographic is. However, over time, what ends up happening is as a company or a brand ends up picking up consumers, right? Ends up picking up a target demographic that they can now say for certain is going to be there for future product that they can work off of. Then you start to get a bit of a two-way aspect to that dialogue. It starts to become a dialogue rather than just a one-way communication thing. So what ends up happening is a sales team will start to observe the behaviors, desires, wants, needs, changes in attitudes among their main target demographic and then adjust according to that. And also, the target demographic for a product can also end up becoming a part of the brand for that product. An example being something we've talked about before on stream, which is Burberry. Burberry, the luxury fashion brand, which started off as being this sort of very high-class, aristocratic, rural aristocracy based fashion brand. Their aesthetics were very much based around being the sort of understated European nobility kind of in terms of the vibe, right? And then eventually when they became overly successful, their products became too widely available, and as a result of their products becoming too widely available, people started buying it who existed outside of what Burberry had traditionally tried to cater towards, these people being football hooligans across Europe. And what would happen is these football hooligans would wear Burberry products, right? Burberry scarves or Burberry jackets or whatever, Burberry coats, I should say, sorry. And then they would go around doing hooligan things, like, smashing windows or getting into street fights or whatever the fuck. And over time, these hooligans began to define the way that other people saw Burberry, right? And so Burberry had this entire problem where you had bars around the UK that were banning people from entry if they happened to be wearing anything Burberry, like a Burberry coat or a Burberry scarf. It got that bad. And so what they essentially were faced with is the problem of their product, their brand, being essentially hijacked by a target demographic that was buying their product that they never really wanted in the first place, right? And so when you talk about defining a brand, right, one of the things that ends up defining the way that a VTuber company's brand ends up evolving over time is I never thought of Burberry as anything but a chav friend. Is the audience that you attract. Now, this was part of the reason why I started off the year being quite worried about FaZe, is because that tendency, especially on Twitter, to sort of brag about how, oh, my company has no drama, lol lamau, when other companies are, going through meltdowns. That very quickly creates a negative impression in the minds of other fan bases or just other creators in general. FaZe begging is a rather infamous practice that specific subsects of the FaZe fan base have started to, for a while now, turned into a little bit of this, at least seeds of a PR problem in the future, where it actively alienates talents who are not part of FaZe. Because it's very annoying when you have a bunch of people constantly showing up in your spaces and going, when are you joining FaZe? When are you joining FaZe? And, if some talent goes on, graduates or whatever and announces they're joining a company, it's always like, oh, are you joining FaZe? Are you joining FaZe? Etc., etc., etc. And again, it gets really annoying, right? Not just for the talents, but for their audience as well. Over time, people tend to associate the behavior of certain sections of the fan base with the fan base in general. And eventually they associate the fan base in general with, the thing that it gathers around. So for that reason, when you are thinking of a brand, a lot of it, the longer your agency exists, the more your brand becomes at least partially defined by your audience, right? The way that your community works. And so the thing is with Tsunderia's brand, this was a bit of a mixed blessing for the talents in Tsunderia, which is they catered to a lot of different like fan bases. A lot of different groups of people Tsunderia had a talent for pretty much any target demographic. And so what ended up happening was, because you had such a range of, because you had such a different range of different segments in your audience, what eventually happens is they don't really have, well, unless you give your talent some reason to stick together under the same umbrella of a brand, right? You have to define something that's strong enough to convince for your talents to rally under. Those individual members of your audience are not going to really have too much to become invested in beyond just their specific talent or their specific set of talents, right? And so, what Tsunderia really desperately needed was a sort of core unifying theme. And so, this was part of what Urara was trying to find, that core thing that could be turned into this rallying point for the entirety of the company and all of its very different communities and talents. So that brings us to the next slide that Aurora had, which is about Tsunderia, and then she lists off some of the main features of the company. One of the first US-based virtual YouTuber agencies that catered to English-speaking markets. Team has expanded from 3 to 14 talents since they were founded. The name Tsunderia is based on the idea of a kingdom. Again, I do find it interesting that that particular dot point excludes the whole tsundere part of Tsunderia, but I think that may tie into what she was trying to do with the brand as well. And then finally, with the mission statement being to produce quality entertainment by supporting virtual talent through the use of AR and VR technology. Now Urara did state that she wanted to change this, but it's kind of interesting to look in hindsight as to how similar Tsunderia's mission statement sounds to, for example, the mission statements of companies like Brave Group, for example. Very, very, tech bro, corporatized, etc., etc. Doesn't really sound like much of a talent agency, to be honest, or it doesn't reek of VTuber, to be honest. Then the next slide was, this is where things get really interesting. The next slide was a SWOT analysis of Tsunderia. Now, for those who haven't seen this before, SWOT basically stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And this is basically a format that people use in, well, all different parts of, all different fields of business. But in PR, generally, the reason why you want SWOT analysis is because you want to be able to know what you're able to say and do, and basically what you're working with, right? This is your inventory when it comes to taking stock of where your company's at and what you could possibly get away with when you're trying to change something about your company. And so, under strengths, Urara has listed first, high level of autonomy / capacity for content creation. Again, without proper guidance, this is only a strength in theory rather than in practice. Second, strongly aligned to Western values of freedom, individualism, etc. This is good for branding, but it tends to wear off over time, especially as more companies crop up that have that exact same branding and then die, which ends up ruining it for all of the other companies that have the same method of branding themselves. As we saw when it came to... I think that, as much as Vishojo was memed as, le talent freedom, and Vishojo fans were memed for believing in le talent freedom, I think towards the end, talent freedom as a concept, or, transparency as a concept as well, was very much, it was nowhere near as effective as a marketing tactic in as widespread a manner as it was prior to, let's say, 2021 or 2022. Because you had all these other companies that were also preaching transparency and freedom, and they all died. So eventually, the prejudice function in your brain kicks in and it starts doing things on its own without your approval. And one of those things is noticing patterns. And once you start noticing the pattern that almost every company that says, Lamau, look at us, we are so transparent, or Lamau, look at us, we have so much freedom, once your brain starts registering that all of those companies tend to collapse, it's kind of over for that marketing tactic. You may be able to ignore that part of your brain when you're actively trying to, right? But you're never going to be able to buy into it because reflexively there will be a little bit more distance between you and that particular sales pitch in the future. So, third, close team bonds. This is very much a strong thing, a strong selling point with Tsunderia. The point where I'm pretty sure the individual members of each gen still keep in touch with one another nowadays. It was that much of a thing. Loyal audience, early entry to market, although again, like I said before, that is a very perishable strength. And then finally, wide variety of talents. Similar to high level of autonomy and capacity for content. See, the thing is, both of these, high level of autonomy and wide variety of talents, are strengths. They tend to cancel one another out in practice. Because what ends up happening is each individual talent is very different from one another. If you don't give the talents, like, one thing to unite under, one thing to rally around, what tends to happen is when you combine high level autonomy with wide variety of talents, you get dissonance in terms of your content, right? A whole bunch of people doing a whole bunch of different things that doesn't really have much unifying theme between them. And that tends to erode the distinctiveness and or integrity of your brand, right? So again, while both of these are individually strengths, when you combine the two, that tends to create more of a weakness than a strength. Then over to the weaknesses, and the ones that Urara lists are quite interesting, in hindsight especially. So the first one that she lists is inconsistencies across different talents media. This is basically, inconsistencies in terms of how talents use I presume, the Tsunderia brand, right? The Tsunderia branding, the logo, etc. Where do they put it? Do they put it in thumbnails? Do they put it as an overlay when they're streaming, etc., etc.? And yeah, it's basically something that she's been trying to make uniform for a while. Standardized for a while, I should say. Second, the fact that Tsunderia doesn't do a lot of promotion on social media other than Twitter. That's probably, probably spamming YouTube promotions probably would have worked better. Third, public perception, because of earlier controversies, including things like controversies that have nothing to do with Tsunderia, but are more so controversies that arise around companies with similar branding to Tsunderia. Fourth, understaffed. This is a big one, especially when you combine it with the second one, because these two problems kind of these two weaknesses go hand in hand, right? Being understaffed and being over-dependent on key customers / talents. Now, here's the thing, right? One of the recurring themes that will come up over and over again when you listen to talents talking about Tsunderia after it collapsed is that for all of what Urara was able to do with the company, for all of how she was almost a wizard when it came to being able to handle company finances, balance the books, etc., etc., there was one blind spot in the way that all of that seemed to register, and that is the amount of effort that Urara herself put into the company. When you talk about overdependence on key customers and talents, yes, you have people like Miori, you have people like Tomoya who are trusted with basically being in-house mixers, right? But you also have, when this now rather infamous slide from Urara's debut, where she lists all of the different aspects of company operation that she is responsible for: project management, digital marketing. Let me just enlarge in this so I can read it. Tracking analytics, asset design, payroll. She's made quite a few. I believe that Ria's stream background was made by Urara. Payroll, financial forecasting, talent management, video editing, sales. Again, all of this stuff on the shoulders of one person. That is a lot to ask of one person, right? And especially when you combine that with someone who's in charge of balancing the books, what can very easily happen is they don't account for, or at least they have trouble quantifying, the financial value of what it is they are providing to the company. Right? Like, for example, how do you quantify... I don't know, let me just pull out an example out of thin air. How do you quantify not being able to sleep soundly at night unless you're certain that all of the people working under you have nothing that they need to vent to you about? How do you quantify the sense of fulfillment that you get from being an effective confidant against the sleep that you lose as a result of having to do that? How do you balance the feeling of satisfaction that you get from being able to support a range of different people in your everyday, day-to-day job while also balancing that against the weight of that responsibility on the day-to-day as well. How do you quantify all of those things in the form of, well, a fair wage to pay yourself when you're in charge of payroll? And the answer is, more often than not, good luck. Because most people are not going to be able to do that. Most people are going to either overshoot or undersell themselves. You know, they're either going to grossly inflate the value that they contribute to a project, or, you know, tragically undersell how much they contribute to a project. And again, little bit of foreshadowing, but the way that things would unfold, it would appear that Urara was very much the latter. So, moving on from that weakness, you also have opportunities, right? Product innovation, market development in Western audiences, diversification into other markets, releasing new content at a faster pace, original content, something truly different that will stand out amongst all the other content offerings, among all of your other competitors, and finally, expanding a global customer base. Now, the last one, little ambitious, but it's always good to have that there as part of your company's goals and a noted opportunity that may happen, right? However, thing is, opportunities are, well, again, they are revolving doors. They're revolving doors in the sense that they are essentially chances for your company to do the thing where you convert one of your strengths into actual commercial value, right? And the thing is, not only are they temporary, right? Not only do they tend to be very fleeting in their very nature, but on top of that, they are also the ability to properly capitalize upon and or exploit an opportunity is very much reliant on a whole bunch of other factors. Like, for example, do you have any obstacles or faults in the way that your company operates that would prohibit you from doing just that, right? And again, that's something we'll circle back to later. But to move on for now, she also lists threats, and in terms of threats, she has a few. Emerging competitors. Hi, Sakana-san, if you're watching. It's basically alluding to the fact that Base Connect started up in June of 2021. Increased streaming regulations, consumer tastes changing over time, fluctuating interest in VTubers. Again, it's a market, it tends to grow and shrink, etc., etc. And finally, alternative forms of content. What if people get bored of watching VTubers? What if the pandemic craze wears off? People go back to watching, like, I don't know, Netflix or something. Then what do? And so, all of these threats, very much understandable. However, what would be really interesting over the course of 2022 especially is observing the way that Tsunderia would attempt to adapt in response to each of these individual threats. One in particular stands out to me, which is emerging competitors. Because Tsunderia would have a very novel way of dealing with that particular quote-unquote problem that would rear its head. However, to bring this back to the whole medium versus message thing, again, as I said earlier in the stream, the point of doing streams like this, the management streams, which is, she used to call him Sagana-san, now she just calls him Kevin like it's a slur. I mean, when you work closely enough with someone, there's not really. I feel like Dizzy and Sakana have kind of. I think that the way that she interacts with him now was probably the way that she always interacted with him, even off stream, right? But it's just that now that they are, working under the same company, there is zero reason to even project an atmosphere of, even project a facade of respect, I suppose. Or at least that degree of respect, right? Because here you can maybe make the argument that she's representative of one company, talking to the representative of another company. As a result, it's probably a bit more natural to at least try to be a bit more respectful in the way that you talk to them. But now that they're under the same company, like he's a boss, so like there's not really there's no reason to do that for optics anymore. But yeah, no. Ashra, thank you for the 2. Dizzy Love, hope she's okay after recent stress. Amen. So, in terms of the whole transparency thing, right? one of the shortcomings of transparency is that there are inherent limits to transparency, right? This is, again, I say this and it's kind of a no shit Sherlock kind of thing. So what I mean by that is there are certain bits of information that you will never be able to share with your audience, regardless of what, how good your intentions are or how much that may hopefully get them to trust you more, because sharing those bits of information is essentially commercial suicide, for want of a better way of phrasing it. And you can very much see this being the case in terms of what what Urara was not able to include on this slide under weaknesses. Because here's the thing. Can anyone identify what is missing from the weaknesses, the observable weaknesses that was plaguing Tsunderia, especially obviously at this point in its history as a company? Because, as a bit of a hint, the other weaknesses that Urara lists above, those are symptoms of a bigger problem. They're not causes, they're symptoms. They are knock-on effects of a bigger issue that has existed at the heart of Tsunderia, arguably since it was created. Any ideas as to what that weakness may be? Sorry, give me a second. Eddie, Urara-centric, that ties into what she listed as overdependence on key talents. Bad management? Yep, exactly. Not specifically, well, if you want to be more specific than just bad management though, specifically lack of vision coming all the way from the top. Yeah, Tomoya, exactly. The CEO, right? Because basically, all of these weaknesses, right? Inconsistencies across talent media, don't do a lot of promotion on social media because you don't really have like one coherent message to promote. You have public perception that has taken a hit because of earlier controversies, most of which stem from not dealing with a problem even after it was identified internally. Understaffing, overdependence on key talents, yeah. All of those are symptoms that stem from the fundamental problem at the core of this entire company, which was a CEO that either didn't know, didn't care, or just wasn't able to get off his ass, basically, and make all of the important decisions. And here's the problem. See, generally, the way that you would overcome, one of the ways in which you would maintain the integrity of your brand over time is every time you have, well, essentially, it's a game of, the way that you retain your novelty is a game of being able to identify the different opportunities that you have to convert your novelty into something more tangible, right? Being able to exploit enough of those opportunities as they pass you by to the point where you keep your operations sustainable, essentially. And all of that, basically what that means is the obvious, right? Which is, if you want your company to continue to exist into the future, you're going to need to be able to not only spot opportunities, but exploit them as well. But here's the problem. If you don't, these weaknesses, or more specifically, the underlying cause that creates all of these weaknesses, one of the reasons as to why this was such a devastating problem for Tsunderia was because this fundamentally compromises the company's ability to do any of these. Because there are a lot of, different, ways that you can categorize each of these individual dot points, right? Sorry, give me a second. Clicked the wrong thing there. Okay, so you have product innovation, market development in Western audiences, right? So market development in Western audiences and original content, release new content. Okay, so this and this and this. Okay, so these three require you to be really on the ball when it comes to identifying how your target demographics may be shifting in terms of, different, either changing in terms of the demographics in and of themselves, or changing in terms of their tastes, their wants, their needs, whatever. And not only do you have to be able to identify that, you have to then pivot your product as a result as well. Problem is, pivoting your product requires approval from on high, which is, the CEO. If you want to adjust your brand, you need to make sure that everyone knows what they're doing, and that decision usually can only come from the CEO. Now, that's not to say that other people beneath the CEO are incapable of coming up with a vision, but the problem is when you have different people who all are of the same rank coming up with different ideas, because then what happens? Where do you get the tiebreaker from? The answer is usually the CEO. Problem is, if you have an absent CEO or an incompetent CEO, you're not going to get that tiebreaker, and the company's going to be paralyzed. Same thing applies to product innovation. As we'll go through later on, there were a bunch of different ideas as to what Tsunderia could do when it came to the kind of stuff that it was putting out for its audience. Not just in terms of content, but in terms of merch. The problem is all of those required signing off, or at least a go-ahead plus investment from PPP, and none of that seemed to occur, even towards the end of the company's history. And so, when you are in this position, right, when you're in a position where the fundamental weakness plaguing your company compromises your ability to exploit any opportunity for pivoting, for changing your brand, adapting to a shifting market, or adapting to different competitors, you are essentially locking your company into a state where you have drastically kneecapped your ability to maintain. You've drastically cut your ability to respond to the fact that your novelty's wearing off, right? Essentially, you have these strengths, but all of them are ticking down over time. And because you don't have the capacity, the ability to exploit new opportunities and perhaps replenish that resource that is novelty and leverage, right? You're essentially stuck in this point where you're just dying slowly, right? You're the main resource that you rely on to distinguish yourself as a company, to have a strong brand, is decaying over time with no way of intervening in a manner that is significant enough to avert the company from disaster. Because, make no mistake, should Tsunderia continue in this direction with the CEO being as lackadaisical as he was, the only possible outcome was disaster. Sure, you could have delayed it, maybe a few months, maybe a few years if you had millions of dollars, but you couldn't delay it indefinitely. Eventually, it was going to come knocking. And so, this was the kind of ticking time bomb that Tsunderia was facing down as a company. Because the fundamental weakness, one that ironically, for all, for all the commitment to transparency, Urara or anyone else was never going to be able to acknowledge this out loud and in public, right? And even, I'm saying this with the benefit of hindsight as well, right? But this fundamental weakness of PPP just not being a good CEO, that was something that at the same time, nobody could say out loud, but it was also the thing that was fundamentally killing the company. And so, you have that as the sort of, not just the reason why I like this slide is because not only is it a very convenient way to explain how, transparent, what the limits of, a communication policy based on transparency are, but also why in Tsunderia's case in particular, for all of these different weaknesses and all of the possible solutions, none of them would ever have worked so long as the CEO continued to be the way that he was. And so, moving on to the next slide, the next thing that she started digging into was Tsunderia's logo. And she pointed out that there were two different logo variations, right? This is the thing that she wanted to ensure consistency between. So, breaking down, basically there are two versions of the Tsunderia tiara, one of which was designed to basically hide a little smiley face in the background of the features, and the other that lacked that same design feature. And so, she listed out all of those different aspects to it. Crown symbolizes royalty, pink is femininity, care genuine, sky blue, peace and tranquility. I at first interpreted the blue as more like the sun part of the tsundere thing, because cold blue, but perhaps that's what it was trying to signal as well. Font, she referred to the Tsunderia logo font as Chinese takeout, which is pretty funny. And then you have, small play button in the A, and you had a smiley face hidden in the top logo, but not in the bottom logo. So one of the things that she said about the logo is that she wanted to change it so that it was more legible in black and white, and also that she wanted to change the colors because pastel tended to convey a kind of a degree of, I think the word that she used was immaturity in the brand and in the way that it looked. And again, one of the problems with the way that things currently are is, I suppose, if you wanted to, this is a very feminine brand, right? You can see in terms of the colors that's used. You can see in terms of the fact that this is not a logo that has a lot of points, right? Most of the logo is rounded, soft, etc., etc. Tsunderia, I mean, it's in the name as well, right? Like, you know, girl is baked into the name of the company, and as a result, if you wanted to make this more unisex, you were going to have to jig a few things around. That being said, though, I do wonder as to what this was the only archive branding stream that I could find from Urara. I do wonder what the end result of this would have looked like, though, because while some of the criticisms that she's pointed out, like for example the fact that, you know, I can see where she's coming from with the criticism that the pastel coloring kind of conveys a sense of immaturity, but does anyone really watch VTubers to, you know, garner wisdom, really? Like, I feel like most of the time, right, I suppose it does kind of feed into the whole cute girls doing cute things aspect of VTubing, but usually I feel like the agelessness of VTubing is part of the appeal, no? Part of the appeal of the content genre. I don't really mind if the VTuber I'm watching is a little, you know, like I wouldn't trust them to, you know, I wouldn't trust them to manage my finances, but, you know, I'd still find them, you know, I still find them entertaining even if their content and or personality was dictated purely by, you know, whim and whimsy, I suppose. We watch you. Okay, to be fair, yes, but I think I'm a bit of a niche case. I'm not representative of, you know, I'm not representative of what the industry is, you know, usually like, right? So as a result, you know, I'm kind of like a niche within a niche. So as a result, I do understand where she's coming from, but I don't know if changing that would have been something that I do wonder as to how a change like that would have been received as well. Not just how Urara would have designed the final thing, but as to how that final thing would have been, how the audience would have reacted to that final. However, to move on, she would then start to list a whole bunch of different things, like for example, goals, design notes, and, you know, basically defining what the brand is once again in terms of purpose, vision, values. You mean you wouldn't trust Rebo with your credit card? I wouldn't trust anyone with a credit card under my name. I don't even have I don't even have a credit card. I just work off of debit. Spending money you don't own is just a bad habit in anyone. So it's a shame that you basically have to get a credit card because you want to farm credit score and whatever wizardry goes into that. But yeah, no, I've been able to live my entire life without needing a credit card, so I don't think I'd be very keen to hand off one registered under my name to literally anybody. I wouldn't even be keen on using one myself. But in any case, so she lists out the goals of the company as the following. 1. To improve our brand image by updating our visual branding. 2. To align our brand closer to the strengths of our company. And 3. To update our brand message to be closer to what we want to do. Again, all of these requires coming up with one core thing that your company can rally around, right? Rand Cossack, they've been being a Footstool for 11 months. Mike Ariyoshi is... I wish. Sounds like you will enjoy Caleb Hammer. Oh, I do enjoy Caleb Hammer. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about that. Then you have some of the design notes that she listed down as well. Key themes being kingdom, royalty, freedom, friends, happiness, entertainment. Look generally inoffensive to mitigate changing consumer taste. New brand colors, minimize variation in logos, and must be legible in black and white. by the way, in case you're curious as to why so many, major logo redesigns across big corporations tends to become like this kind of minimalist parody of itself, it's because that's what happens when you only look at this and this as the main priorities when you're changing your logo and your brand image. Your logo or your brand your semiotics or whatever. So, in general, things being legible in black and white doesn't mean they literally have to become black and white, but it is, like, if you only looked at these two criteria when you're changing a logo, that's how you go from, what's a good example? Now I need one, it's kind of escaped my... That's how you go from, like, Cracker Barrel from, like, originally to Cracker Barrel as to whatever the fuck it became at some point earlier on this year, right? It just, like, the total watering down of the distinctiveness of the design in favor of it being as inoffensive as possible. However, these were some of the main priorities that Urara identified when it comes to actually the look of the symbol, right? The new logo. And then finally clarifying what is the Tsunderia brand, right? Yeah, Firefox, that's an excellent example, thank you. Yeah, Firefox is an excellent example of that. You started off with something that looked unique, although a little, maybe a little rough around the edges, right? But then it gradually became this just blob of color, right? It started off, you could actually see like a fox wrapped around a globe. And now it's become like, what? Like orange squiggle atop blue circle. And that's pretty much it. But then, yeah, moving on to the next slide. So what is our brand? She lists out the purpose as to entertain Western anime fans, vision to a promoted VTuber culture in English-speaking countries, where Tsunderia is instantly recognizable. Again, in order to define what that culture is, you're going to need one core theme, right? All cultures have a core set of themes, beliefs, values, stories, whatever. Well, the stories are what emerges out of those things. So it's a core set of themes, values, right? Themes and values. Everything else, beliefs, stories, customs, traditions, all of those evolve out of those fundamental seeds, right? And so if you want a VTuber culture, you're going to need some sort of core, right? If it is, usually it's some variation of to be creative or to encourage our talents to be creative. And then you usually as a company need to choose, okay, what are they making? What are they creating? And, all of that stuff. Then, finally, the values. Innovation, freedom, uniqueness, openness, and community and authenticity. Now, I'd make the argument that openness is that's a little bit of a dud. But again, at this point in time, 2022, early days yet, that's, people have no reason to feel like that's the case just yet. However, very interesting thing, specifically to do with this community. So, this ties into one of the things that I identified earlier, which is Tsunderia's rather novel manner of dealing with the problem of more competitors emerging in the scene, which turned out to be choosing a select few of those competitors and turning those into allies instead, which had the benefit of doubling down and amplifying the feeling of community that existed within, part of Tsunderia's brand image, because not only did you have intra-company communities, but you had inter-company communities as well. And then, again, we'll get into that in more detail in a few minutes later on in the stream. However, in addition to all of this, right, this was all the stuff that Urara did when it comes to solidifying the brand image. After this, all she did was basically come up with a bunch of mood boards with a bunch of visual stimuli that would maybe encapsulate the what she was looking for in the aesthetics of what the new logo or new brand design would look like, the marketing would look like, this new marketing language, whatever. But on the whole topic of needing one core thing to define the direction of your company, right? There was one specific part of the stream that was especially interesting, and that was 38 minutes 23 seconds into the stream, when a chatter says, quote, "With the skills and talent now available in 3 gens, Tsunderia could possibly position itself as a music-focused VTuber agency. And what I found to be really interesting about the suggestion was Urara's reaction to that. Because in response to that suggestion from someone in chat, she says, I don't necessarily like that. I don't necessarily like that at all. And this to me was something that stood out because this was right after Tsunderia just debuted an entire gen that seemed to have been screened for their ability to make music. Right? This was something that seemed to be the direction the company was already moving in. Right? So for someone who was this invested in the company's continued existence, who was, especially based off of the testimonies of, other former talents of Tsunderia, personally invested in making sure that the company would do well for the other talent's sake, not just for her own. This was a rather interesting reaction to that particular suggestion. Because this aversion towards the idea of becoming, well, I mean, I can think of a few reasons off the top of my head as to maybe why you would have an aversion towards becoming a music-focused VTuber agency. One of which revolves around the required degree of specialization, right? Yeah, essentially what you said, Shota, right? Pigeonholing, right? It would require you to become highly specific in terms of the way that you operate, in terms of the things that you ask your talents to do, the kinds of projects that you choose to invest in, etc., etc. Which, again, I could see that becoming a little bit of a deterrent. The other thing could be to do with a PR type thing, where the idea of Tsunderia going in the direction of becoming a music-focused agency was first suggested by S-Train. Right? It was, well, at least it was first told to, the public was first informed about it by S-Train. So maybe if what you want, if it was a priority of yours to want to really cut off Tsunderia from the controversies of its past, maybe that could be a reason as to why you don't really want that, although that seems like a rather disproportionate reaction to something of that nature. The third reason is due to how resource-intensive music production tends to be, especially in this industry. If you want to make a music video as a VTuber, you need to do a few things. One, you need to be able to sing, so sometimes that requires, funding talents, getting vocal coaching, or, voice lessons, right? Second, you need to record, which requires, equipment, etc., etc. Then you need to mix. That's ignoring, the step that goes before you start singing, which is maybe writing, right? Coming up with lyrics, etc., etc. Then you need to come up with, arrangements and stuff like that. Then you need to find an artist to create your music video. You need to maybe find an animator for that music video. You might need to find a separate artist for the thumbnail. You might need to then, you probably will need to then, before the entire process begins, get the rights to actually use that song as content that you post onto the internet, which is probably going to take a lot of time and or money. And so again, this is, exactly, that's a lot of expenses. And for all of these reasons, I can understand why you wouldn't want to become a music-focused VTuber agency, right? Yeah, music is legitimately so expensive for very little return. Exactly. And even that return is very, very heavily based on the algorithm, right? If you release a cover and it gets copyright struck by YouTube, good luck trying to sort of, claw back whatever reach that might have had, whatever reach or engagement that might have had if that hadn't have happened, right? And so, if you release a cover, you put all this effort into it and it gets piss poor views, that's a lot of resources basically down the drain. Like, it's good as a resume piece, it's good as a part of your portfolio, but in terms of actually being able to finance it sustainably, that's part of what makes entirely music-based VTubers very, at least from what I've seen, kind of spaced few and far between, to be honest. And so, these are all of the possible reasons that, come up off the top of the head as to why someone like Urara would have such an aversion to Tsunderia becoming a music-focused agency, even though that seemed to be the direction that they were actively moving in. And we would get an insight as to her rationale behind this aversion, specifically a few weeks later on January 16th, when Urara would have the now infamous interview with Sakana, titled VTuber Industry Talk with FaZe Connect CEO. Now, for those who may be newer fans of FaZe, this is the origin point of the infamous Sad Girl Company title that has now been tacked onto FaZe. But, in an ironic twist, when... Basically, to recap, because this isn't a section that I plan on playing during the stream. It's not really... It's kind of besides the point of what we're mainly discussing. The way that Sad Girl Company came about, part of what makes it so kind of almost on a meta level, very thematically appropriate for some of the broader problems that Tsunderia had as a company and as a brand, is the way that came about was during part of their conversation. Sakana talks about how difficult it was learning how to deal with people's emotions as part of this job, right? How much of the job was not just handling business, not just handling finance, but dealing with people, right? Dealing with people freaking out, trying to comfort them, give them emotional support, etc., etc., etc. This was very much something that he was trying to learn on the fly because it's not something he was accustomed to. And in response to that, Urara said, I think you're doing well because you're probably not too used to dealing with sad girl stuff. And people who were watching in chat latched onto that label and then said, lol, Lamau, Sakana's Sad Girl Company. But the ironic thing is, only a few minutes after she said that, Urara clarified that when she says sad girl stuff, she was referring to, well, what she had experience with dealing with, you know, people in Tsunderia. When she said sad girl stuff, she was referring to Tsunderia. And in that vein, Tsunderia was the original Sad Girl Company. FaZe just accidentally cannibalized that label, and now it's stuck with the company ever since. Music, I probably neg $200 to $500. Holy. Every time I post a high effort cover. Yeah, this is the part of making music in this industry that really gatekeeps most people, right? Because you need, if you want to make something that is up to quote unquote professional standard, you need a lot of money to throw around if you want to get the real professionals to help put that all together, right? Ariados, you say Tsunderia gets ripped off again, but it is, when you look back through the history of the company, the things that it did first, the things it became known for, the things that it did first versus the things that it became known for versus, again, the things that its competitors became known for. It is genuinely, well, it depends on your point of view, perhaps, either morbidly fascinating or depressing how much of Tsunderia's identity as a company was subverted, overshadowed, repurposed, or outright cannibalized by the companies around it, or the companies that emerged around the same time. Usually completely incidentally, but nonetheless, just, it is wild to look at. Oh, damn, I'm actually awake for once. Welcome to the stream, Azahara. And so, there's one specific section of this stream between 51 minutes 47 seconds and 54 minutes 39 seconds where Sakana and Urara discuss the limitations in terms of trying to make music in the VTubing industry. And this is why both Sakana and Urara are very much put off by the idea of creating an entire agency focused on music. So, sorry, let me just pull that up. All right. Hopefully, okay, I will remember to switch back after we finish this segment. So it should be 54:39. Okay.
Then, on that note, someone's asking about V sing singers and V singers you think would be a viable like subgenre of VTubing?
I think so, but you have to be.
Sorry, my browser's doing that thing
Like,
again
to
where it's
be-
stuttering while I have
I
OBS
feel
open.
like to be a very good V singer or like a very well-known V singer, there's a lot more to it than just singing. There's a lot of background work and capital and resources involved to actually produce things for the V singer. If you don't have that, it's going to be very hard to stand out because nowadays everybody can do karaoke. Everybody can sing something and get it mixed and make it sound nice.
I think we should also just talk about the profitability of music and release.
Good point, Xanthropy. I forgot that I was watching on 1080. I'll turn it down to 360. Hopefully that helps.
Sing music, like, it's hard. Like, first of all, if you want to license a cover, you have to pay the mechanical and the technical license and all that stuff. Like, that's gonna cost you like $1,000 minimum probably. And then uploading that stuff, if you want it to go off on Spotify, you're trying to
No, this is actually Brave. This isn't Chrome.
get on playlists. If you can't, you're shit out of luck unless you already have a big name. So the profitability of making music is just kind of on the ground.
Yeah, it's hard, even in producing music too. Like, it's expensive producing a music video.
Bear beard. What did you mean by that? Of course she's gonna sound younger. This is like 3 years. No, hold on. Let me check. Holy fuck! This is 3 years ago. But yeah, no, it's yeah. I mean, of course, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, there are the music videos that are cheaper to produce, like the templated ones, the popular ones.
Yeah.
But you're not really gonna get anywhere with those because tons of other people are doing the same thing. And then
It's probably my internet, not my PC. Because my PC's been functioning fine. But I also live in Australia, which means that it's probably the internet.
for an original music video that you want to make, there is the
Licensing is actually pretty cheap, but paying for your instrumentals, audio, and visuals is the thing. Yeah. Okay. Is the thing. Okay, that makes sense.
composing part, right? For the melody, there is the lyrics that you have to make. There is the mixing after you record your vocals and mixing that with the melody. And after that, there is the illustrations that you have to draw, and then making it into an actual music video afterwards. And all of this is just to produce the actual music video, right?
Yeah, this is the new. I've been using the new PC for a while, for last few months at least.
Right, and then we have to go through whatever you talked about, getting the rights and everything for it.
Yeah, not to mention all the promotion that goes into it because it's another beast promoting original music.
Yeah, if you you can do everything right up to the point where you're getting it ready to be released, and if you don't do any promotion, then all the money and resources and time you've invested before that is for nothing, right?
Yeah, for sure. And then
So that pretty much explains the reservations that Urara had about turning Tsunderia into definitively a music-centered agency. Combination of how resource-intensive and how risky music-oriented projects tend to be. Now, that's how expensive and risky it is for just one cover made by one talent. Imagine scaling that up to the point where that's your entire business's, way of making money. All of a sudden, yeah, that's a lot of risk to be taking on. And so I can understand why, from the perspective of just wanting something stable and more has a better chance of sustainability, I can understand why that is not a very appealing idea for someone like Aurora. However, another thing
that was quite interesting about this. Little tidbit of information. Now, there's a lot of this VOD that I found personally interesting. But because of the subject matter, because of the the interview subject, right? Naturally, a lot of it revolves around FaZe. So I'm probably going to be saving it for a future stream at some point in the future, right? But the other part that is especially relevant to Tsunderia, our discussion of Tsunderia, that caught my eye, was an exchange that happened at 16 minutes and 52 seconds where someone in chat asks, "Are you both," by which they mean Tsunderia and FaZe, "still in the red? What are some of the costs you have to pay as a company?" To which Urara says, "This question actually made me laugh a little because, like, we haven't been in the red since we launched first gen. Like, it's pretty easy to break even." And this is something I want you to sort of file away in the backs of your minds for later. As late as January of 2022, Tsunderia was in the black at the very minimum. Tsunderia may not have been profitable, but it was not running at a loss, at least not on paper. This is going to be important because of just how much of a drastic change ends up happening over the next year or so over the course of the company's history. Now, a few things. One of the things that they do end up talking about later on that was quite interesting was how both Urara and Sakana were really keen for cross-company collabs, especially cross-company community collabs, with things like, maybe hosting a kind of competitive event between the different talents and their communities, between each corporation, FaZe and Tsunderia, etc., etc. But Sakana bemoaned how the main thing that had been holding him back from being able to actually do that were scheduling problems, because as you can probably imagine, trying to schedule collabs between talents under one agency can be pretty difficult. Trying to schedule collabs between talents in different agencies all at once on a pretty large scale, good luck. However, it wouldn't take very long. The more important thing, though, was both Sakana and Urara were agreed philosophically on one thing, which is that at their size of their respective companies, it would make more sense for them to collaborate to sort of, cross-pollinate their audiences for the sake of mutually guaranteed exposure, just letting their talents have a good time. It would be more beneficial for them to collaborate between companies than to actively try to compete with one another. And so, from this was birthed what started off as just "we're not competition" now became the origins of what would later become known as the small corpo unity thing that this period of corpo VTubing would become known for. And it would begin with, presumably, the heads of Tsunderia, FaZe Connect, and Prism Project stumbling upon a rather elegant solution to the scheduling issue, which is, well, you don't need to actively schedule the collabs if you simply provide the environment for them to happen in, and then the talents decide to enter and leave of their own volition and overlap whenever is convenient to them, right? Thus, on February 5th, 2022, was born the Prism FaZe Tsunderia Minecraft server. One server where talents across all three companies would converge in order to stream, collab, and just have a good time in general with one another. This, unironically, this was actual genius when it came to trying to find a solution that would buoy up all of these individual companies, right? And when I talk about things like reinforcing the community aspect of it, like one of the novel things about Tsunderia being that they don't regard other small corpos as competition, but rather allies in the same struggle of trying to garner an audience. This was one of the things that really, really defined that part of the brand. Licensing for Spotify/streaming platforms released specifically 90% of everything else you can post without a license. Certain songs allow revenue split even without a license. Oh, damn. Licensing covers is also specifically what I'm familiar with, which is typically cheap via okay. This was a good time. It scared the living shit out of me. You know, I was. It was actually quite nostalgic for me to watch through some of these clips because, actually, yeah, as a Hara, you were responsible for quite a few of the Lisa Pippa clips that ended up showing on my time. Those were some of the first VTuber clips that I ended up watching. But yeah, no, there was another clip where I was thumbing through all of the other phase Tsunderia, Pippa, and insert other talent here clips that cropped up around the time. And I saw one where I forget who made it. Fuck. But it was one where you showed up. You showed up on Pippa's fortress, and it was just Pippa browbeating you the entire time. Man, that was cinema. That was cinema. There was so much Kino that came out of this particular collab environment, right? Because essentially, this would give birth to some of the most iconic things about some of the most iconic clips, I would argue, to come out of the small corpo scene in 2022, 2023, right? I showed this to literally any FaZe fan, Pippa fan, I don't know. I'm not familiar with how the sheeple feel about this clip, but I showed this to literally any FaZe or Pippa fan. You instantly, it's like a Pavlovian response. They instantly know where this comes from, right? Generally miss collabing back with all the girls back in the good old times. Fair, that's fair enough. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly made for excellent content from the perspective of a mere viewer, right? I can hear that clip. yeah, I think we all can. It made quite the impression. But yeah, also, Tomoya, was this also how the first time you met Tenma as well? I'm honestly more surprised that you seem to find Pippa more intimidating than Tenma. So there's so much Kino came out of this stream. But in any case, so in addition to being a gold mine of content, right? In addition to providing the perfect environment for talents from all three of these corporations come together, basically fraternize, it is without a doubt, I get that, Prison Project was a third of this server, but I think in terms of actual marketing, advertising, I think Tsunderia and FaZe were the big winners of this entire shared initiative, right? Tenma and I vibed. I find it very interesting, I suppose, that you found Pippa intimidating, but Tenma sort of chill. Huh. Interesting. But yeah, no, this ties back to one of the fundamental things that I referenced in the earlier stream, where one of the fundamental things that set Tsunderia aside from its competitors was the almost anti-cynical lens that it adopted towards how it perceived other companies, right? The whole idea that it's not really competition because, people can choose to allocate their time however they want. They don't just need to watch while you're live. And so there's that whole idea that other small companies are basically in the exact same race as you, and as a result, if you choose to pool your resources, allow your talents to get together and have a good time, you're going to create a rising tide that will raise all ships. And again, this was an approach towards making content that had a great amount of novelty. And it also tied in rather conveniently with what Urara was talking about as being some of the core values that were associated with Tsunderia, namely the idea of uniqueness, freedom, openness, community, and authenticity. Authenticity in the sense that this wasn't organized, this was just a space that they provided for people to, enter and interact with one another in of their own volition. Community in the sense that you are now creating a community that not only crossed generations, but crossed fucking companies, which is a pretty major deal at this point in time. Openness in the sense that, again, you basically just set the talents free to do whatever, which also ties in with the whole freedom aspect. And finally, uniqueness. Now, uniqueness was an interesting thing, because the problem is with this, and again, this is why I say that this is a novel idea for promotion, but it is not perfect as a pillar of a company's brand. Namely because while the idea of doing this may have been unique for the time, right? The issue is it does not make the individual companies any more unique. What ends up happening is when you create this entire process of having all the towns fraternize with one another, etc., when people get used to watching all these towns interact with one another, lines start to blur between different companies where one brand ends and where the other begins, right? And as a result, yes, you create a beneficial effect to your company, but the other companies involved in this situation, in this arrangement, they also get the exact same kind of boon to their own brands, which sort of negates the whole distinction or the whole differentiation aspect of branding, which I talked about in the previous stream as well. And so as a result of this, right, as a branding exercise, I think for the time, for what it's worth, Tsunderia deciding to do this was pretty, it was objectively speaking, well, I mean, from the perspective of a member of the audience, I think this was 100% like the best thing that could have happened out of this. But from a branding perspective, this was something that, while it would definitely give an injection of positivity to the company and towards its brand, this was not a long-term solution towards the fundamental problem that Tsunderia had an absence of one core thing that the entire company could rally around, right? One core thing that would serve to separate them from FaZe Connect, which at this time was very much, it was kind of growing into the sad girl company thing, which it accidentally stole from Tsunderia during that interview between Urara and Sakana. But yeah, and also Prison Project, which was, the music company that was actually owned by a UMG, right? Pippa has always been intimidating during collabs. She didn't know how to act, so her default state was just chaotic and aggro. Fair enough. I think the only restriction on the openness was that the guys weren't allowed to have one-on-one streams with any of the girls. That's fair enough. I can understand why that might have been a thing. All right, that makes quite a bit of sense. And so you have a pretty novel idea, right? So all of this to say, Tsunderia was, at this point at least in time, moving in directions that seemed to be indicative that whoever was in charge of the company's direction was kind of on the ball. They were paying attention to the opportunities presented to them, and they were exploiting them as much as possible, such as this opportunity that presented itself in terms of this established relationship with FaZe and with Prism Project. Then, on February 24th, 2022, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Tomoya, but I believe that, wasn't this the most viewed cover that Sun Dream put out? Because this would be the date in which on Tomoya's channel would be uploaded the Sun Dream Niji Sanji En mashup, which was basically just a mashup of a whole bunch of songs that have been made by Niji Sanji En talents, right? All sung in a medley. Well, not a medley, but in mashup style by all 5 members of Sun Dream, and then put together, etc. But yeah, this ended up accumulating 864k views. This was absolutely huge. It's even by today's standards, right? Most viewed video on my channel. I mean, that is quite an accomplishment, right? In terms of just sheer numbers. And so, one of the other things I really... This tickled me, because this was lore that I didn't know about the original songs that you guys were covering as well. So, if you go into the description of the cover, you have a few assorted comments left by some of the Sun Dream members about what they were singing. Quote, "Hello, my name is Nen, and I was immensely disappointed when I heard they cut out the line, quote, 'You are tempted by my smell,' end quote. That's it. Send tweet. Sarugi Nen. Hello, my name is Kaz, and I would like 4 more Nintendo Switches. Sarugi Nen. And finally,
You, Fist, are tempted, heart eyes, kiss emoji, by my, sort of, what is that? What is that face again? The fucking smirk, smell, nose, like a bee emoji, that seeks eyeball, honey emoji. Peep this fire-ass track, Lisa. Thank you for listening to my favorite song, Diamond City God Sees Hope in the Blackout by Tomoya. No, Lamau? Is this true, by the way? Is that an actual bit of lore about the songs that you were singing? Were one of the lyrics that were rejected in the original scripting process actually "You are tempted by my smell like a bee that seeks honey"? If that's it, I'm actually if that's true, I'm well. Okay, to be fair, I can kind of see how that lyric, makes it in the first draft. But frankly, if that is true, if that's an actual bit of lore about the songs that you were singing, I am equally as disappointed as you are that didn't make the final cut. How do you even sing that with a straight face? But in any case, not only would it do well numbers-wise, right, but it also end up picking up the attention of multiple different Niji Sanji talents as well. Sonny Briscoe, this is so good, I got goosebumps. Shu Yamino, fire. Finana Ryugu, whoa, this is so good. Homu Rainpuff, oh my god, this is great. Millie Parfait, love this mashup so much. And Uki Violetta, the talent is truly overflowing in this group. Yeah, it was a line from the actual song? Wait, as in, you pitched it? Wait, you wanted to sing that and then management said no? It's a legit line from Hope in the Dark? I did not know this lore. Wait, so it was a line in the original song, but you guys pitched it to your management and they said no, don't include that line. Is that what happened? Look, you are... Wait, what is it again? You are tempted by my smell. It's such a funny line. Homer Rainpuff Sag. I mean, you don't need... I didn't think... Well, I mean, fair enough, right? I understand mourning the loss of Pomu, but... I'm just... I think that, I'm just glad she's not gone forever, you know? Homer Rainpuff mentioned Sag. But, yeah, in any case. Then... So all of this was kind of like a high point, right? I forgot who killed it, not management though. Oh, okay, so it was one of... I can see, so one of you guys just saw it, you're like, no, I'm not seeing this with a straight face. Understandable. So this was kind of, you could tell by the end of February, at least at the beginning of 2022, it really did seem like Tsunderia was in the process of moving towards a better direction as a company, right? One that would actually give rise to a legitimate direction. One that would give rise to a clear direction. But that would rapidly change starting from the beginning of April of 2022. SMH my head. Well, I mean, based off of your reactions and based off of the quotes in the description, I would assume it wasn't you, Nen. It probably wasn't you either, Tomo. I would guess it's not Lisa either. So it had to have been one of the other two, right? This is like a game of Among Us. But in any case, on April 8th of 2022, when Tsunderia would rather suddenly announce that Umiushi Urara would be leaving the company as both a member of management and a member of the talent roster. Quote, the resignation of Urara Umiushi as talent and staff. Notice to fans. Urara Umiushi will cease her VTuber activities on April 8th, 2022. Additionally, Urara will be resigning as manager from Tsunderia. We understand this is a surprise to many fans and viewers of Urara and Tsunderia overall. We hope you give Urara well wishes for the future and that you respect the talents and staff in this transitionary period. Out of respect for everyone involved, please do not contact Urara, talents, or staff about Urara's resignation. Any merchandise featuring Urara will remain in the store and will be shipped as promised to all individuals. Urara has written her own goodbye to fans and viewers, so please make sure to read and support her last message to everyone on her Twitter page. We wish Urara the best of luck for her future and thank her for all she has done for Tsunderia as a talent and staff member. Thank you, Manager-san. I wish they let us post more mashups for VTuber songs. After this, we were pushed to avoid doing more because we didn't want to look like clout chasers. Oh, that's a shame. Or rather, putting on the branding of other agencies is a more elegant way to put it. Yeah, I can understand. Again, I can understand how if you do have too much branding from other agencies, it can easily become like a patchwork problem. When they start to, it's like that nightmare scenario of like a suit that you put on starting to mesh with your skin, right? Generally speaking, you don't want that kind of lack of distinction between the thing that you are putting on for the benefit of your audience and what you actually are as a company. Although, I'm kind of I am kind of torn between how that would have been a very, very effective and or possibly even an easier, more secure way of gaining exposure for the brand than coming up with original songs and covers and coming with original songs and stuff. Versus how much of a potential long-term impact it would have on the distinctiveness of Tsunderia's brand as a company. I think long-term, yeah, that was probably the right... Well, it's hard to say, right? Because it's not like, well, to be completely blunt, right? There wasn't really a lot of long-term left to give. So in the short term, at least, I do think that the decision not to do that may have been the wrong one. But that's what I can say now with the benefit of hindsight. I perfectly understand why someone would make that call in the moment and how it would have been 100% reasonable considering the context of when you're making the decision. So, yeah. Then, of course, you have Urara's own personal message that she posted to her Twitter. Quote, "Notice, as of April 8th, 2022, I have officially resigned from Tsunderia. To start off, I want to thank everyone who has watched my streams and have supported the company. As well, I want to apologize for the sudden notice to both fans and collaborators. Please note that my departure from Tsunderia will not affect any recent or upcoming merchandise featuring the character Urara Umiyushi. I hope you continue to look forward to future activities from the company. The decision to leave Tsunderia is my own, and as such, I would like to keep my reasons as private as possible. Please do not message any talents in regard to my departure, as I've chosen not to share much information with them at this time. No stream will be broadcasted regarding this notice from my official channel. Please do your best in the future, and thank you for your hard work." With that, one of the pillars of Tsunderia's management was suddenly gone from the company. However, that wouldn't be the only departure, because this would in fact set off a domino of departures all throughout the month of April. Because on April 15th, 2022, Tsunderia put out yet another notice, this time for the resignation of Char Oshino as talent and staff. Quote, "To fans, it is with a heavy heart to announce that as of April 15th, 2022, Oshino Charlotte will be stepping down from her roles in Tsunderia as staff and talent. We would like to extend a huge thanks to Char for her 2 years of service as one of the first believers of Tsunderia, a fellow founder in that regard. We understand that many fans will be surprised by this development, but fear not. Oshino Char will be moving into a more passive role behind Tsunderia. Fans will still be able to find beloved Char, Kyo, and Casval in her usual YouTube and Twitch channels. All merchandise featuring Char will remain in the store and will be shipped as originally promised. We wish the best for Char's future and appreciate her continued support as a friend and family member of Tsunderia." Oh, also want to note,
Miori helped us with a majority of the mashup. She basically scripted out the whole thing and we just sang along. It was her brainchild. She supported us so much at that time. Yeah. Fair enough, fair enough. And I could definitely see that. Considering the fact that, well, actually, I'll ask you again when we get to that section. It's coming soon. But actually, yeah, no, I'll just ask you again once we get to it. So again, they now lost the second talent manager in both senses of that phrase that existed at Tsunderia. Not only did they lose Urara, but they also lost Char, and they also, along with Char, lost 2/3 of Gen 0. When you're part of a company, right, part of your company's legacy is built on the roster of talents, and naturally part of that legacy will also stem from not just how the newer talents integrate into your company overall, but also what your older talents are doing. Gen 0 was more important than just being, a source of content or whatever. They had immense symbolic value to the integrity of Tsunderia as a company, because they were the ones that started it all, and losing 2/3 of them is a devastating move for the brand. Oh, Lumi, welcome to the stream. Thank you for being a Footstool for 9 months. Armchair, hi. Also, hi, chat. Hello. Welcome in. And so, after the departure of Char, things were not looking great in terms of the state of management, because up until now we were only made aware of 4 different members of management. One of them actively antagonized talents, the other is basically a non-factor, and the other 2 have just left the company. But then, well, later in the same day, Chao would end up posting a few words of her own to outline her thoughts and feelings. Starting today, I will no longer be a part of Tsunderia and its day-to-day operations. I want you to remember that specific phrase. I will no longer be part of its day-to-day operations, and also the date that this was posted, which is April 16th of 2022. We will see Char again participating in Tsunderia's day-to-day operations, just not, in a manner that should have happened. But mind you, this is no slight against Char, it's more slight against the way the company was managed. But to go on, please continue supporting everyone in Tsunderia. I love them all very dearly. I will be focusing on my personal health and growth from now on. Thank you for all of the support and patience thus far. If it wasn't clear, I will still be continuing as an indie VTuber after taking a fat break. There are a few streams that I have to do before I can go on break. Birthday stream next week. Birthday stream next week, and then the Plamo Weekender charity event. I will do my best to gather enough energy to make these streams a blast. This really was the beginning of the end? Yeah. To be fair, I always followed Ami and Lisa, and they didn't really stop producing content, so the timeline is blurry to me. That's fair enough. Then, and this is the what most people regard as, if Urara's departure was the death blow, this was the moment when, all the blood came gushing out. Because on April 24th of 2022, Tsunderia would announce a mass graduation, not just of all of the members of Gen 1 Sun Quest, but also Orla from Gen 2 as well. Quote, "Notice to fans. The following talent will be graduating from Tsunderia and continuing their activities as independent VTubers. Kallen Yazaki, Meru Matsuru, Yuna Nini, Miori Celesta, and Orla Gankien. The following talents are considered independent effective immediately." I'm just going to say it in the normal way instead of the way it's written on the page. Nini Yuna, Miori Celesta, Yazaki Kallen, they have declined to hold a Tsunderia graduation stream. The following talents will hold a Tsunderia graduation stream and be independent from Tsunderia after the following dates. Meru Matsuru, Orla Gankien, Meru Matsuru and Orla Gankien. Meru is scheduled for April 29th, and Orla scheduled for May 3rd. Now, Parian, if you're still in chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I remember it being noted in your post that Meru skipped her graduation stream at the time because it was just too much going on around her at the time. But yeah. Feel free to correct me on that. I just wanted to confirm if that was the case. Then specific time and links to the graduation streams will be announced once finalized. We understand that this is a surprise to many fans and viewers of the above talents, as well as Tsunderia as a whole. We ask that you respect the privacy of graduating talents, continuing talents, and staff during this time. Now, I'm pretty sure that staff during this time basically consisted of just, the mods and PPP, but oh well. We'll see. Any merchandise featuring Yasuki Kallen, Meru Matsuru, Nini Yuna, Miori Celesta, and Orla Agankian will be shipped as promised to all individuals. Tsunderia staff and talents want to thank graduating talents for their hard work and time spent with us. We all hope fans can wish them well in their streaming futures. Signed, Tsunderia. This really was devastating to us at the time. Very sad time. Yeah, no, I can understand why. This is a massive loss. Not just, of colleagues, but of friends. Then, on May 2nd, 2022, despite all of that, Tsunderia would go on to announce that they still had 2 off-Kai appearances scheduled. Now, actually, yeah, this is the thing that I wanted to ask you about, Tomoya, because, as you guys can see on the slides, right, the graphics that were put up there, there were 2 events that Tsunderia would be attending at Off-Kai, one of which was live looping and karaoke that was hosted by Amiya, and the second being a, live cover mixing, or a cover mixing demo from Yu and Miori. Was this something that Miori was contractually obligated to do, or was this something that she just chose to do on her own, in spite of the fact that she was now, she was graduated effective immediately on April 24th. Because I could very much see the case that, she doesn't have to do this, right? Because if she's effective, if she's graduated effective immediately, I would assume that also means that she has no contractual obligation to do something like attend an Off-Kai event under Tsunderia's banner, which was, what was going on here, right? Because, the graphic that Tsunderia posted says Tsunderia's Miori Celesta and Tomoya. So, I'm gonna assume based off of that, they probably had this graphic ready to go before. Actually, wait, yeah, how long ago did they have this graphic ready to go from? That's quite a while. This was just something that was pre-planned while we were still in Tsunderia, not contractual, but we wanted to keep doing it. Ah, okay, I can see that. Fair enough. But yeah. So, Tsunderia still had some con appearances and stuff lined up for the rest of 2022. But, trying to stabilize from this was going to be a Herculean task. And, there are a few reasons why a lot of people, even before, especially before I ever tackled this topic, refer to the departure of Urara as the death blow to Tsunderia. And one of the reasons why I believe a lot of people would say that, and, a lot of people refer to that in that manner, is because Tsunderia did, as a company, attempt to reclaim some semblance of managerial structure after Urara's departure. However, one of the sad parts about the specific weakness that Tsunderia had, which is the complete absence of presence or decision-making capability among their executives, which is, PPP, right, was even if you take out one person, for example, management, who, if one member of management ends up buckling because they were simply put under too much pressure, they had to do too many things that was beyond what was reasonably asked of them. When they leave, what ends up happening is someone else equally as unjustified in terms of having that much responsibility heaped upon their shoulders tends to end up stepping into their place to plug the hole with their body, so to speak. And You can start to see how Tsunderia initially attempted to stabilize off of that. Starting from June 1st, when they would announce that they had just recruited 3 new managers. First, Offkai was funny. I went undercover and blasted the mashup in the karaoke room. That sounds like a fun time. Man, these companies can run themselves if there really isn't that much issue behind the scenes. Yeah. Although I don't think it's that safe to guess that to assume that there won't be any issues behind the scenes, right? Sorry, give me a second. Yeah, the comparison to Twitch works pretty well here, I'd say. Alright, so, quote, "Hi everyone, a quick update from us here at Tsunderia. To start off with, we'd like to welcome our new staff and managers. Here are a few words from them directly. Staff, quote, Hey there, I'm Manager R. My responsibilities revolve around the talents and providing them with the best possible support. Although I can't go into too much detail now, lots of exciting things are on the way, so I hope you can continue to support us. Manager 2. Hi y'all, I'm Manager J. I'm one of the project managers at Tsunderia, and I mainly focus on music-related projects, with a side of general or management-related work that pops up here and there. While I've been here for a few months now, this is the first time I've gotten to pop in and say hi. Nice to meet you all. Please continue to support Tsunderia and our wonderful talents. D-Face. And then finally the third manager. Hello everyone, I'm Manager M. I've been working on some fun things that are happening soon, and I can't wait to share it with you all. Thank you for loving and supporting our talents and company. Heart. Merch. Merch is currently in production and is on the way to Sun HQ soon. Again, I want you to remember that specific little detail, right? Merch, as of June 1st, is in production and is soon going to be on its way to Tsunderia HQ, wherever the fuck Tsunderia HQ happens to be. And finally, auditions. Finally, we will be reopening auditions for our next generation of VTubers near the end of June. There will be an official announcement regarding this. Expect more news about upcoming events and projects. Have a great weekend. Now, as we will see, it's one thing to, get the managers to come out and say something to confirm that, they're there. Sort of give a sense of comfort to the audience, sort of go, okay, yes, I know that everyone's leaving. I know that a lot of people have left, but it's all right. We're not completely, it's not completely gone to shit. We still have people helping our talents, right? I understand why you'd want to signal that to the public. That being said, though, it was kind of interesting to note how quickly the managers were pushed to have social media accounts of their own and to presumably start using them to talk to the public, to maybe image manage a little better. However, in between then and now, on June 25th, 2022, Tsunderia would announce that they were going to be showing up at AX. Quote, "We're bringing Tsunderia to Anime Expo at Los Angeles Convention Center from July 1st to 4th. Come join us at booth E22 in Entertainment Hall. We look forward to seeing you there." However, what made this booth especially unique was that this was the booth that they were sharing with FaZe Connect, which they announced the very next day when they said, "We are pleased to announce that we will be working together with FaZe Connect at Anime Expo. Please feel free to drop by and share your support at booth E21 to E22. FaZe and Tsunderia towards the end of Tsunderia's life, really did become almost sister agencies. In a sort of, in a kind of wholesome way. Little tragic in hindsight, but yeah. And also, this announcement was shortly followed by the uploading of an official Tsunderia FaZe Connect company-wide cover song that was posted. This wasn't a cover song, this was an original, I believe. Was this a cover or original? It doesn't say in the title. between FaZe and Tsunderia that was posted onto Tsunderia's official YouTube channel. Again, just a rather wholesome sort of thing to tie all the bows together, a little collaboration project, etc, etc. Yeah. The AX move was a huge mistake bank balance wise. Oh dear. Yeah, this was very cute. But well, I suppose this would be the last silver lining for quite a while. Because, well, starting on July 14th, as I pointed out before, Tsunderia would start asking its managers, the newly recruited 3, or the newly revealed 3, I should say, to start, making tweets of their own, right? Notice, one of our managers, Gia, has opened her Twitter account today. Gia is one of our project managers who was previously introduced as Manager J. Please give her a warm welcome to the Tsunderia family. Now they're not letters, now they are names. And again, notice how actually sharing their names coincides with handing them a Twitter account of their own, with the intention of getting them to tweet from it, presumably. Then, on August 2nd, 2022, same thing happened, but with the other 2 managers. Notice, our managers, Mist and Ray, have opened their Twitter accounts. Then they list them all out there. Mist and Ray were previously introduced as Manager M and R respectively. Please be sure to give them a warm welcome. Again, the intention is very obviously to try and get fans to start interacting with the managers' Twitter accounts, and also try and, I assume, at least subtly encourage the managers to start tweeting about, more transparency and inter-company workings in a similar manner to what Urara was doing. But, well, I don't think that ended up happening. However, yes, this was the other thing. So remember how I asked you guys to remember the fact that Char graduated from being staff and talent. She wrote that she was no longer going to be participating in the day-to-day operations of Tsunderia behind the scenes, starting from April 16th. Well, and also that the merch was in transit Tsunderia merch was in transit on June 1st, and would presumably be reaching HQ at some point in the future. Well, it turns out, in July, it would make touchdown at Tsunderia HQ. Except, there's one problem. They were so short on staff that apparently they didn't have anyone left to pack that merch. And remember what I said about what happens when a company with reticent leadership loses people who bore a lot of responsibility? Other people end up taking their place, even though they do not warrant the responsibility any more than the person who just left. Such was the case with Chikafuchi Lisa, who on July 25th of 2022 would tweet out, "All your merch has been packed. You're welcome." Now this on its own, not great. You have a talent packing merch. They're not being compensated for it. They don't even seem to get to make content out of it, because I don't think that Lisa managed to make any content out of this besides just, this tweet. However, what follows is even more, interesting. Me and Char worked super hard to fulfill everyone's orders, so I hope y'all are excited to receive them. Otsu. And Char herself would end up replying saying, "Scamderia," to which Lisa would reply with, positive reinforcement emoji spam. And Char would later quote tweet her own reply saying, "If y'all find extra merch in your soon merch orders, enjoy." So, who do we have actually packing merch for Tsunderia? To this day, I don't believe we've been told that PPP participated in this. So, it looks like, well, the only 2 that have been revealed are, 1, a talent, not even a talent that had a part-time job as a manager as part of her title, just a talent, and also a talent who graduated from the company, like, what, 2 months ago? 3 months ago? Like, what the fuck? Now, as you can probably guess, when people saw this was not received very well, right? And more importantly, this was a sign that no lessons had been learned from Urara's departure. No lessons had been learned from Char's departure. There was still this tendency to heap on the shoulders of people responsibilities that were simply not theirs to handle. And yet, while Tsunderia was operating, they would be able to get away with this for at least a time. if only purely because the talents in question just wanted things to work out. And they were willing to burn themselves at both ends to try and achieve that goal. Even the FaZe warehouse idea is stolen. I don't know about stolen. I think PPP packed some too. Okay, thank goodness, thank goodness. But yeah. If that is the case, then it's slightly better. But it is a little weird to have a graduated talent come back just to pack some boxes, right? Maybe this was who knows? Maybe this was a team building exercise. But in any case, Battlemate's thing for the 5, Sakuna feverishly writing something down to steal, make them pack their own merch. See, when you get your fans to pack their own merch, now that's 200 IQ. When you get your talents to pack your own merch, I mean, if you're doing it as a bit, then sure. If you're compensating them, great. If you're compensating them, great. If you're just getting them to do it because why not, though? I don't know about that one. Like, if they're not even able to benefit in the form of making content out of it, what is the point, right? Are you really, really just that short-staffed? Don't need to hire warehouse workers if you just trick your talent into doing the work and frame it as a team building exercise. True. I wasn't invited to the PackCon, unfortunately. I mean, not needing to pack merch, I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing, but I suppose you could have given it an extra, the Tomo special Moi Moi Kyun to make it just that much more magical for whoever happens to receive it, and they missed out on it because of that. But yeah, this was definitely something that raised quite a few eyebrows at the time. But then, fast forward to October 30th of 2022, as I said before, this idea of trying to get the new staff, or the newly revealed staff, to occupy the same role as sort of, both staff, member of staff, and social media rep will not end up going very well. Because on October 30th, Tsunderia put out a notice that Gia had, one of the 3 managers, the project manager, had resigned to fans. As of today, Gia will no longer be part of Tsunderia. We'd like to extend our appreciation for her outstanding work in the past year. Over the past year, she has been with us. As a previous generation staff member, it saddens us to see her go. We wish her success in her career. Thank you and take care. Gia's departure will not negatively affect ongoing operations. Won't it just? I find that to be a very interesting assertion. I would assume that so long as you have projects in the works, losing a project manager is probably not going to feel great. True, I could have hit the craziest Tomomoe Q. Exactly. As always, we ask that fans be respectful of talents and staff. Please do not ask talents regarding this news. Thank you for your continued support. Jack, founder and CEO. I find it interesting that Jackie is at this point, or PPP at this point, is starting to use his real name in the announcements. He might have done so earlier, but I might have just missed it. But yeah, I do find this to be rather interesting. However, 2022 was not done yet. It was not fresh out of surprises just yet. Because towards the end of the year, presumably sometime around November or December of 2022, the mods would begin a mass exodus from Tsunderia as well. They weren't just bleeding staff, they weren't just bleeding talent, they were bleeding Jannies as well. And the effects of this would begin to manifest starting from, or specifically on, December 29th of 2022, when some very interesting posts would be made on VT of all places. Now, generally speaking, I'm not one to take a green text too seriously, nor am I the type to look at 4chan as some sort of credible source when it comes to understanding the goings-on of the industry. However, there's a bit more credibility to these posts than you do get with the average channer. Starting from this post by Anonymous in green saying, with all the constant time looping about secret discords and private group chats. By the way, this is what happens when you use one of your initial selling points of your company. When you make one of the initial selling points of your company on offline interactivity with the talents. If you try to market your company based off that, you will 100% get people assuming or suspecting that you have some sort of secret Discord and private group chats where all of the whales get together to groom a talent, right? But to go on, why doesn't an Anon here take the fall and infiltrate the mod team on Tsunderia and report back? On the same day, a little bit later, someone else replies saying, former Tsunderia mod here. None of that shit happens. The mod team is treated like disposable workers to be used up and spit out for free. Only Nen ever really talked to us. Callan and Yuna were exceptions as their mods are made up of their IRL friends. Then to go on, someone else chimes in and says, not the asshole, but if you're here, you should know blindly claiming something means nothing. You have to provide at least basic proof that you want to be taken seriously. And to which the the alleged Tsunderia mod then comes back and says, what do you want? Discord logs of mods sharing unfunny memes? Me DMing Meru with an issue and her taking 3 months to respond to it. PPP posting a thumbs up anime gif in the mod chat. Nothing important ever happened except us getting told Char was quitting a month early. Oh, okay. NTA is not that Anon lol? Okay, never mind. I don't understand the lingo, but I appreciate the correction. Then they come back with an additional post. Alright, here's some proof. They never revoked my access to the ban log, quite possibly because Char is the quote-unquote owner of the document. And this is quite an interesting thing to see, right? You have the names of a bunch of different accounts that were banned, you have the dates that they were banned, the behaviors that caused them to be banned. Now, there's quite a few things that are a little interesting about the listed behaviors that cause people to get bans. Some of the ban reasons are pretty reasonable, right? Rude behavior on stream made also bring up being shadow banned. That makes a lot of sense as to why you get rid of that user. Banned due to previous behavior in other servers, encouraging behavior, etc., etc. Yeah, that makes sense as well. Then you have continued inappropriate behavior. Breaking almost every rule, shows disregard for rules, insistence on pushing boundaries, posting an offensive message in one of the discords, I presume, assuming the mods wouldn't know what it meant and frequently stirring trouble. Additionally, circumvented mute by having someone pass along messages for them. Again, very easy understanding as to why it's banned. And then another one, which is an alt account that got banned of some other user that was already banned, and an alt account of another person who was already banned. Penis Weebus alt account. I have no idea who this Penis Weebus is, but they sound like quite the character. Malicious bot posted illegitimate nitro links in Discord. Repeat toxicity, completely flying off the handle at being told off. Inappropriate behavior towards minors in other servers. And then finally, this is one of the two that are quite, of note. Appeal rejected. Will be reconsidered after a month via Bob's request. Update was denied after repeated behavior. Now, my question is, who the fuck is Bob? Because we haven't been given a member of staff who goes by either B or Bob. Bob is certainly not one of the talents unless it's some sort of strange code name. The only reason as to why Bob would hold this kind of authority where mods would defer to his judgment or her judgment, whatever it was, would be because they were, a head moderator, so to speak. Now, when this was posted, it was widely speculated that Bob was, in fact, if you remember from Ember's rant about Tsunderia, S-Train but rebranded. S-Train that had been retained in the company rather quietly, but just as a head moderator under a pseudonym rather than, an executive and member of management. And so, there were rumors around the place that this Bob was in fact S-Train, right? Their attempt at trying to hide S-Train both from the other talents and from the public while keeping him on staff. However, I don't think there has ever been published definitive proof that that is the case, so that remains mere speculation, though one that is at least circumstantially supported by Ember's rather vague allusions to the fact that the bug, so to speak, was not removed from the company, right? Now, the next one, posting NSFW art in Armia's channel, posting NSF music video in Armia's channel, and finally, talking about coochie in general. Now, a lot of people had a good laugh about that one, but... Well, I mean, I think the reason you should be banned is, well, if you're going to be talking about coochie in general... Actually, you know what? Yeah, fair enough. I can understand that bad reasoning. Depending on sufficient context, though. If you just use the word once, I don't see why you'd be banned. But if you insist on going on and on about it for pages and pages, maybe. Bob is just one of the mods, definitely not S-Train. I can assure that. Former mod here. Huh. Actually, do we have any talents that can confirm whether Razzieberry is indeed a mod? S-Train had a different alias, can vouch for Razzie? Oh, okay. Cool, cool. So at least we can dispel that particular speculation. But S-Train... Okay, so S-Train was a mod at the time, right? The scare quotes makes it much funnier. True. Actually, yeah. Razzie, are you able to confirm if S-Train was retained as someone who either had influence over or who was outright a member of the mod team, even after he was ostensibly let go from the company? Because that would be a pretty interesting thing to be able to confirm. At least just for the sake of posterity. Hold on. Sorry, give me a second. Not that I'm aware of. Oh, okay. Now that's rather interesting. I wonder what Ember meant by bug still at the company then. That's rather interesting. Oh wait, yeah, no. Ember used to be Yazaki Kallen. She's talked about being in she's talked about being part of Sun Quest on stream before. Yeah, she's a Sun refugee. Yeah. If there is any mention of Brandy, this is the name he was operating under. Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. Actually, yeah. Was that a user that you guys ever had contact with as part of the mod team? Someone by the name of Brandy? Okay, yeah, she changed her name from Callan to Ember with a different surname. Became Mane when she joined FaZe. Yeah. So, in the meantime, I'm just going to move on. Now, in addition to this, someone else would also chime in, supposedly another member of the mod team, saying, for whatever upstanding gentleman wanted proof from the last thread, that anon wasn't me. I am also a former mod, but what they said was true. The company has been imploding from the inside, and thinking talents are best friends with their mods is not the norm. PPP will destroy the company due to sheer incompetence. Now, if anything, this was probably not a very novel take on the situation, but that prediction as to what would end up happening with the company was absolutely true. Because on January 20th, 2023, Tsunderia would announce that they just lost the other two managers that they revealed previously in July of 2022. Notice, staff changes. It is with heavy heart that we announce that managers Ray and Mist will be stepping down from their staff positions with Tsunderia. We would like to offer our sincere appreciation for all their support and work within the company, and we wish them the best in their future endeavors. We ask that fans be respectful of both talents and staff by not discussing these events during streams or on official servers. As always, thank you for your continued support of Tsunderia. And please stay tuned for the introductions of our new staff in a post coming soon. Signed, Jack and B. Now, I wonder who B is, because B, in this context, sounds like a member of the executive board rather than just, some member of staff.
because it's put on the same level as, you know, the CEO. But in any case, with the departure of the last two managers present at Tsunderia, shortly afterwards, 3 days later, January 23rd, Tsunderia would post an announcement that Putin was about to graduate as well. To fans, as of January 22nd, oh sorry, it should be 22nd or 23rd. Many VTubers received outreach emails recruiting for Sun Gen 5 from a Brandy. He was almost brought back on as a manager and was a stakeholder / investor. Oh, okay. Us talents found out B is Brandy. Interesting. Okay. Huh. I just realized what their naming convention was. They called themselves fucking Jack and Brandy. Fuck, I might need a drink after realizing that. Honest question, were these actual managers or just hand puppets on existing staff to look healthy and show that they had managers? I mean, I'll default to Tomo. Were the three managers that they ended up posting about on Twitter people who were working with you guys regularly? Because I'm inclined to believe that they were. Because I remember seeing that well, I remember seeing them show up in at least some of your chats while you guys were streaming, based off of the VODs. I forgot about him almost coming back as a manager. I was pretty much out as a mod by then, just for Char and Neru. Huh. Sorry, give me a second. Holy shit, okay. So this is confirmation. Basically, the great return of S-Train was the last straw that broke the camel's back. I do wonder why PPP was so attached to that man. He, again, based purely off of talent testimony, the guy seems to have been nothing but a liability and a cancer to the company. I just don't understand why try so hard to keep him on board. Managers were working with us, but they couldn't do much because we had no money at the time. Ah, okay, that makes absolute sense. But again, that does tie into something that I'm going to bring up later on. So, notice to go on. We'd like to extend our appreciation to Putin for being one of our first VTubers in Generation Zero of our brand. Now, this is essentially, right, in case it's not already obvious that Tsunderia at this point was pretty much dead. They'd lost all of their management, they'd lost all of their Gen 0, they'd lost all of their Gen 1, they'd lost half of their Gen 2. And this is symbolic death of the company, right? This is the company not... Again, when I talk about the necessity of continuity in maintaining a stable brand image, right? When you lose all of your founding gen, there is a fundamental sense of there is no going back that accompanies that loss to your brand. But there is a fundamental sense that it is no longer anything even resembling what it was before. When you lose your founding gen entirely, you lose that connection to the origins of your company, right? And with the departure of Putin, that is exactly what Tsunderia lost. Well, in addition to other things as well, but from a branding perspective, yes, that is what it was lost. A certain talent that helped out a lot also became a manager too at this stage. I think we know who that was, based off of, well, what she would end up saying upon graduation. Oh, well, not so much graduation as the end of the company. One thing I'll say, I never felt abused as a mod. There was some confusing back and forth with what was to be modded when S-Train was there, but I had no issues. Huh, I'm glad to hear that. Admittedly, it has been a while since this thing was talked about or widely discussed, but that is, I'm glad to hear that. And, well, I mean, after this point, there's not really much left, right? There's not really much to say. For any fans wondering about the future of the channel, Poutine will still be active on her usual streaming platforms and Discord server. We hope that you will continue supporting her activities. Please be sure to respect the guidelines of her community. As always, we wish the best for Poutine's future. Thank you very much. Now, what I do find interesting is that between this announcement and the previous announcement, when it comes to, seeing off the managers, it's signed Jack and B, or Jack and Brandy, I would assume. But when signing off, waving off Poutine, it's just Jack, founder and CEO, which I don't know why there's that variation between the two, but well, that seems to be what's going on. And then fast forward three days later, January 25th, you have the death knell for the company. We'd known that Tsunderia was dying for a while, but this was finally when they gave up the ghost. Officially, at least. It is with deep regret, sadness, and heartache that I must announce that effective January 25th, 2023, Tsunderia as a VTuber agency will be dissolved. Not sure if this will get touched on, but managers will promise models to be able to stream as an incentive as well. So that's what Dizzy meant when she said that. Oh. Okay, there is one of Dizzy's streams that I want to touch on at the end of this that didn't really quite fit into the main contents of this stream, but it's still something that I've been seeing with fresh eyes since I've been looking into this topic. But yeah, okay, that adds another little bit of context that I was missing to understand something that Dizzy referenced. Was the idea that there were a lot of managers that would approach her and basically say that she was an inspiration and that they were also aspiring streamers herself. And this is something that she said with quite a lot of regret as well, because she seems to feel that she led them down a bad path. But if that was the case, if part of the reason why they were willing to become managers in the first place was because of that supposed incentive, that makes a lot of sense as to why Dizzy may resent, in hindsight, the fact that she was looked up to in that manner. Justice for Sundream, anyways, wonder who that almost manager was? Don't worry, Nen. We're going to make it explicit. No vague posting here. But in any case, to go on. Please note that the decision was finalized prior to the previous announcement regarding Poutine. However, arrangements with individual talents were yet to be finalized. Now, here's an interesting little tidbit. What were those arrangements, some people might ask? Well, there's a few that they could be, but I think that, one of the, again, this is something else that I plan to touch on in the sort of after, planned yapping portion of the stream. So, one of the things that I found quite fascinating about the way that the public remembered, or I should say failed to remember, or, pictured Tsunderia was the fact that so many people thought that you guys got your IPs for free. That was an assumption that I found really, really interesting. Because, especially when reading back through the way that this notice was worded, and, well, just going through the individual, nitty-gritty of how the company went under, I don't know how you read arrangements with individual talents were yet to be finalized. What else is there? What else is there to do? If you were just handing off the channels and the IPs to the talents, what arrangements do you have left to finalize? And that's the thing that I find to be quite interesting, right? But again, I'll get to that later. But to go on with the notice, Tsunderia was the first VTuber agency to cater to a Western audience, and played a key part in bringing the medium to a largely new culture outside of Japan. We launched 4 generations of talent over the last 3 years. Unfortunately, we no longer have the resources to continue operations. Read, we've gone bankrupt. Our 3 years anniversary was only 5 months away, and words cannot adequately express my disappointment that we will not be able to reach that milestone. Honestly, based off of what some people have said about the way that Tsunderia was towards the very end of its existence, I'd say cutting it off sooner than later was probably a better thing for everyone involved. But what do I know? To go on, all current Tsunderia VTubers will keep their identities and channels. They deserve to carry on the audiences they worked so hard to build and entertain. Now, again, looking back at the wording of this in the context of how so many people assume that all of the Tsunderia talents just got their IPs for free, this sentence comes off so fucking slimy. In addition, the Sun Dream Discord server will remain. Please continue to support every single one of them. They are all wonderful creators and wonderful people. I want to express my heartfelt condolences to everyone that is affected by this news. This is not an easy decision to make. I am deeply thankful for the support you have all given to Tsunderia and its talents over the past few years. As always, please be respectful to our VTubers, current and former, and refrain from speculation in their communities. And please show them all the love in the world. They deserve all of it and more. Tsunderia as a company may be gone, but the legacy it created will live on forever. I cannot thank you enough for being part of it. Signing off for the last time, PPP. I genuinely do wonder, like, if the only time you poke your head out of your office is when your company is dying, like, why bother? Why not just stay in there, you know? I admit I was very lucky with my price, also very fortunate. My full-time job could afford it. Other talents did not get the same deal. Oh, now that bit I did not know. that bit I did not know. It's crazy how much of the stuff that people rag on other companies for doing was also something that Tsunderia was such a collection of firsts. In some ways positive, in many ways it seems negative as well. But yeah, that's another fascinating little bit of context to integrate into the overall picture in my head. Yeah, so the prices are different, right? Yeah, so the prices were different. I'm very curious to see I suppose it's quite difficult to tell now, because I'm assuming they are not going to tell you guys why they price differently in accordance to each individual talent. But I do wonder what factored into how they assessed the price for each of you guys. Many of the talents that were there at the very end held our tongues to preserve the memories of those times, but we were very frustrated with the truth behind the crash. Oh no, I could tell. And I could tell later, well actually, because of one specific set of interactions that happened earlier this year, actually. But yeah, no, in any case, in addition to this, Lisa would end up posting a sort of graduation notice of her own. Except, again, very interesting tidbit of information that we revealed halfway through it. Quote, "Hi there everyone. In accordance with Tsunderia's most recent announcement, I will be pursuing my activities independently as Chikafuji Lisa. My content and ongoing projects, as well as what I have in store for the future, will continue as normal. While I'll always be eternally grateful for all of the opportunities I had during my time at Tsunderia, I had eventually been tasked with more than I was responsible for as a talent." Now that pretty much confirms that either officially or unofficially, Lisa basically was treated as a member of management and given responsibilities that match that description. I mean, based on what you said earlier in chat, Nen, I guess this basically outright confirms that, well, the member of the talent roster that ended up becoming a manager, basically, was Lisa towards the end. It became difficult for me to withhold everything with consideration for my own personal matters and obligations. Then again, we have yet another example of how trying to get talents and managers to, trying to get one person to do both roles at the same time just isn't sustainable. It just burns people out. So consequently, I knew it would be in my best interest to leave. Regardless, I have nothing but immense love for my fellow talents, and wish them nothing but the absolute best in their future endeavors. And thank you so much to Sheeple
for continuing to support me in this troubling time. Without you, I wouldn't have had the courage to reach for my dreams and continue to do so. Moving forward, I have lots of exciting and ambitious plans on the horizon. I hope you'll be around to celebrate with me. And once again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. With love, Lisa. Now, in addition to the whole, desperately reaching out and clawing in anyone who's willing to lend their effort to save a sinking ship, basically plugging the holes in the bottom of the boat with people's bodies that, PPP was engaging in around this time. There's something else that I think is pretty, noteworthy, and that is this specific little detail that is in the Tsunderia closure notice, where they say in code that they've gone bankrupt, right? When they say, we do not have the resources to continue operating, that is basically what it translates to. That's just corpo speak for we have no money left. The thing that makes this stand out to me, though, is how, like I said earlier on, like we pointed out earlier on, in January of 2022, Urara said that the books were balanced, that Tsunderia was operating not in the red, but in the black. So that then leaves me with the question, how the fuck, over the course of just 1 year, did the company go from operating in, not even 1 year, right? Less than a year. How did the company go from operating in the black to being so in the red that they had to shutter the entire thing? And it didn't quite make sense to me, just, on a logical level, that, well, I suppose Urara leaving, or even, Urara and Char leaving would have that much of an effect on the company. Now, granted, Tsunderia did lose like half of its talent pool within the same month as both of its managers left. But again, this seems like a rather drastic difference, right? But I suppose we would get something of an answer in the same stream that I alluded to earlier, that I referenced earlier, from June 26th of 2023. And this happens earlier on in the stream when Ember first starts talking about Tsunderia. No Mio / Yuna equals no money. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, to be honest. I did not follow through on my post-graduation promises. I mean, I don't think, well, to be honest, statistically speaking, if we're looking at corpo graduations, not a lot of that tends to happen, right? But, I mean, oh, actually, for those who don't know, as recently as a few days ago, Tomo was performing as part of Offkai's Midnight Reverie Lounge. So, if you'd like to actually see the man in action on stage, do they keep like a VOD or anything of that event? Or is this just like a ticket thing that you need to buy and attend live? But in any case, that's all to say that, yeah, I mean, at least it's, sorry, give me a second. You're still making content, is what I was going to say. You're still making content. And I suppose, I mean, that's the most important thing. Yeah, we need more funds. Alright. So, starting from 1 hour 59 minutes 30 seconds in the VOD, this is when Ember first starts referencing the fact that someone had been sending her marshmallows asking about Tsunderia. The VOD will go up on my channel? Alright, excellent. So yeah, if you guys are curious about that, video is going to be uploaded onto Tomo's channel, presumably sometime later on. So if that's something you're interested in, feel free to go and check out his channel. Oh, Battle Mage, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 10 new Footstools. Congratulations on getting sniped, and I hope you enjoy those emotes. Welcome to the club. Quote, I was going to mention, someone sent me a marshmallow asking about, like, my old company and stuff like that, and what happened. I can only attest to what, well, I can tell you a little bit about SunQuest. We basically, I think with, like, the departure of Urara, decided to leave with Urara. And then, after that, I think it, like, dominoed into a collective, like, SunQuest, let's leave together. So when I knew Urara was leaving, I decided to leave too, and I guess that was also on the mind of the rest of the Sun Quest girls, because for me, personally, I felt like my needs weren't being met. There was, like, basically no support. Like, once Urara was gone, there was zero support. Management was Urara. Urara did everything. She, like, got us events, supported us, all, like, the dono stream money that she would make went into Tsunderia. She didn't keep that, like, unless it was, like, someone donating to me to, like, give to her or something like that. Like, that's something you guys don't know. She was, like, super kind, and, like, truth be told, I just felt that, like, once she left, what's the point of me staying? Because it's not like they were providing any opportunities. There was no ads. There's barely any, like, merch or things that I asked for from the very beginning. Like, I wanted vocal lessons. I want this and that, and people would be like, okay, I can get you that. Never. In my, like, 2 years of being there. Never. Even if I asked for it again and again. And it's this is the missing bit of information, missing bit of context that finally explains how Tsunderia was able to go from being in the black in January of 2022 and deep in the red by January 2023. What this confirms is that, well, a few things. One, as I said before, transparency is a very difficult thing to be able to understand and parse. Because while Urara was very transparent about how the company was not in the red, I suppose it could not have been said that at least a good chunk of it seemed to come from her earnings. Because the way that Ember phrased this, you know, this is something like, that's something you guys don't know. I assume that, you know, prior to this point, the fact that Dizzy's dono money was going back into Tsunderia's operating costs was probably not something that was disclosed publicly. Second thing is, well, I mean, this basically confirms that Urara was, I assume, right, and again, I don't know for sure, but I assume based off of this information from Ember that Urara was engaging in a little bit of creative accounting, but not in the usual sense of the phrase. Usually when people use the phrase creative accounting, they intend it to be a euphemism to suggest that someone is hiding how much they are siphoning out of a project. But this was the opposite. Someone seemingly either ignoring or glossing over just how much of themselves they were putting into it. Because like I said before, it's not just... With the amount of responsibility that gets put on someone's shoulders when they are forced to be both a talent and a manager at the same time, right? It's not just money that goes into something like that. Even if we put aside the financial cost that Urara incurred from trying to keep Tsunderia afloat and in the black, right? The other thing is, like I said before, good luck trying to quantify the value of all of that effort, time, psychological strain that accompanies being one of two managers and talent alongside what, like 13 other talents? And I mean, she was in charge of payroll, so she would have been in charge of essentially evaluating her own contribution to the company and allocating pay accordingly. And like I said before, when it comes to trying to quantify the contribution that, you know, when it comes to trusting people to quantify the contribution that they themselves give to a project, they rarely get that right. They are rarely accurate or on the dot or on the, well, I shouldn't, for want of a better way of phrasing it, on the money when it comes to evaluating and quantifying their own contribution to something. They will either oversell it or they will undersell it. And, well, as we go on through more of what Ember has to say, it seems like Urara very much undersold it. Maybe she should... Well, I mean, considering PPP's performance, for the time that she was a manager, I would make the argument that she basically was, no? I mean, it's sort of like having all of the responsibilities of being CEO with none of the true agency and or bonuses of being CEO, right? Where she can't make the final calls when it comes to the company because she still, I assume, would need to defer, even if only at the 11th hour, right? When it comes to making decisions as to direction of the company or something major going on internally. So it really is just like the worst of both worlds. But to continue. And then I felt like it was a lot of stress for Urara. I felt really bad for her. Like, she was under so much stress. I don't think people realized how. And not only that she was under management stress, but also, like, talent stress. In the sense of, like, people saw her as both a friend and a manager. So it was like you're playing both therapist and manager to, you know, all these girls. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. That's, like, way too much stress. That's mixing, like, work-life, you know? You don't have a work-life balance. People would be messaging her at, like, 2 a.m. for help, or stuff like that, and she would respond, and, like, help, and stuff like that. But, like, when you do that, you don't consider her, and that's... I feel like it was, you know, she had to put her health first. So Urara gaslit herself that Tsunderia was in the black? Well, that depends on how she calculated the donor funds that she was injecting back into the company. Because if she calculated that those funds were, you know, part of company revenue, I mean, yeah, technically that's true. But again, this is what I mean by basically burning yourself out at both ends, or plugging the hole in the bottom of the boat with your own body, right? But then to continue, basically, at the end of the day, Sunquest left holding hands together. We still talk to each other here and there. I hold Sunquest very dear to my heart. And I feel like we were very professional in how we left. After that, everything that happened after that was just watching, like, Tsunderia on fire, you know? Initially, I thought it was like, oh, you know, CEO is just, like, PPP was just, out of his element. Like, he really means well, and stuff like that. But I'm just like, after that many, like, fuck-ups, are you really just out of your element? And, oh, you're just like a nice person who made mistakes. I don't know. You're messing with people's, like, dreams and livelihoods and stuff like that. So I'm very protective of, like, Sunquest and Urara and stuff like that, but, yeah. So basically, at a certain point, it doesn't really matter whether you fucked up out of negligence or malice, because they're indistinguishable when you actually look at the effects that they have on people around you, right? And I think when it comes to PPP, it surpassed that, you know, it surpassed the point where there was meaning in drawing a distinction around, I don't know, probably, well, I'd make the argument, probably around like early 2020, well, not even early 2022, maybe mid 2021 actually. But in any case, then she goes on at 2 hours 5 minutes and 33 seconds to say, I'm really proud of Sunquest and what all the girls are doing, and also, like, I feel like I was so confident in Sunquest that if we had like a better ground to stand on, I think it's a little bittersweet, because it feels like there was definitely something special there. And then at 2 hours, 9 minutes, 11 seconds, like, the reason why it didn't work out is because it's simple. It was poorly managed. And, like, there was a clear lack of direction once, like, Urara left. I knew stuff went down, but didn't realize it was that bad. I think Tsunderia had its, like, glory days. Like, the community of Tsunderia was, like, I think one of the best. And there was a lot of like unity at the time with all the small corpos and stuff like that. Urara was probably the only one who could move the needle when things were needed, and when you have someone like that at work, that's who you always go to because they move the needle. Yeah. PPP should have sold the company to her. I mean, it's not even that. It's just... Because, okay, here's the thing, right? So to expand upon that point that Ember brought up towards the end of the segment, right? Where she said, you know, the reason why Tsunderia failed was very simple. Because it was poorly managed and because there was a clear lack of direction. Let me give you an example as to how you can prove that that is the case, right? Not even just speculate. Actually look at the information and arrange it in a manner that logically draws you logically towards the conclusion that, yeah, that is exactly what killed the company, right? So, first off, circling back to the one of the earliest things that we talked about when we were going through the AMA in August of 2020, right? So at 7 minutes 42 seconds, user by the name Blue Tomato 10836 asks, "What is Tsunderia? How can I destroy it?" This is when they clarify for the first time publicly what the brand of Tsunderia is supposed to be, right? What's the premise for this? Tsunderia is a VTuber agency that is in the same style as other agencies like Hololive, Niji Sanji, and Voms, but is based in the US and focused mainly on English-speaking streams. And here's the thing, right? As I talked about earlier during the stream as well, this was a premise that had a deadline of either, September of 2020, and or, if you're very, very optimistic, May of 2021. Because those would be when being, an agency in the style of Hololive and Niji Sanji, but for English-speaking people, would no longer be a possible point of distinction. Because guess what? Hololive and Niji Sanji are interested in starting English versions of themselves as well. So that premise was basically dead in the water, not even a full year after Tsunderia was announced, or Tsunderia was even registered in California, right? So when you are faced with this position, right, when the initial premise of your company is, if you are outgunned to this extent, when it comes to trying to assert the initial premise of your company, you need to innovate. You need to find something else you can pivot into. And here's the funny thing. There were instances where people were trying to find new things to, there were occasions throughout Tsunderia's history where you could see people trying to come up with innovative ideas as to things the company can do to try and generate more novelty, stand out from the crowd, from their competitors, etc., etc. Out of the 5 odd people who tried to wrangle PvP throughout the course of Tsunderia, Ura was the only one who could actually do it. Who could actually do it? Yeah. I mean, I do wonder what you guys mean when you say wrangle PvP, because so far from the outside looking in, it just looks like he was so passive to the point of being utterly incompetent. It doesn't seem like, based off of what has been publicized, that he was actively antagonistic or adverse, though. In my experience, PvP did have good intentions, but not the best suited to drive the boat. Fair enough. I mean, it kind of makes sense, considering that one of the things that Char and S-Train said initially during the AMA was that PvP was CEO, not necessarily... Well, I mean, in addition to the fact that he was the one who provided the money, but also because no one else seemed to want that role at the time, so... Again, treating CEO, that position, as white elephant in a company is a very dangerous game. And, well, I suppose that's what happened with Tsunderia. But, again, one of the things that I want to come back to is how, in January 3rd of 2022, Urara, when she was asked, the suggestion was floated in her chat that Tsunderia become a music-focused VTuber agency, she reacted very aversely to that idea, right? I don't necessarily like that. I don't necessarily like that at all, right? Very clear. Does not like that idea at all. Does not see that being a viable future for the company. But here's the thing. And actually, Tomo, I pulled this out of your stream that you did on February 11th of 2023. So this is a little bit after the company announced it collapsed, where at 6:07, you say that basically, to quote, without really saying too much, I was basically scouted for Tsunderia, Gen 3 first, applicant 0. One of my friends was like, hey, you want to join Tsunderia? I was like, cool, sure. So, like, yeah, that's something that's kind of important in the story. Because, you know, most people, when they join a corpo, they, like, you know, they audition. They're streamers beforehand. I had no streaming experience. I still don't really have good streaming experience. I just sing. And the reason why this particular bit of information stood out to me was, I would assume that whoever, you know, if you were the first talent to be contacted to join Sun Dream, and you didn't have any prior streaming experience, what that tells me is that whoever recruited you, their foremost priority when conceptualizing what they want Sun Dream, and by extension the future of Tsunderia, to look like, is music focused, right? Or at least they want to primarily, they prioritize the ability to sing, to mix music, to, you know, make songs, etc., etc., over even the ability to stream. And that to me is really interesting, because of the fact that it clashes so hard with Urara's reaction in this stream from January of 2022. Because what this tells me is that this is a company where you have at least two people with very different, or maybe not very, but suitably different competing visions for what Tsunderia could or should become in the future. And the problem is, it didn't seem like there was an arbiter coming in from on high to resolve that sort of conceptual gridlock. Because, I mean, if this was the, you know, again, if this was the priority, this is not meant to be any slight against you, by the way, but just a simple observation as to what the priorities of the person who approached you first probably were, based off of that information, right? But, yeah, if you had two people who presumably were of similar, I suppose, standing, rank seems like the wrong word to use, but of similar standing, degree of influence, degree of control over the company, and they both have these two different visions for what Tsunderia could or should become, right? One who has a heavy aversion to the idea of Tsunderia becoming a music-focused agency, the other seeming to prioritize that above even streaming experience when it comes to recruiting new members. This is the kind of situation where it would be crucial to have a CEO who's able to come in, hear out both sides, and then dictate a direction based off of the information presented. One solid direction to resolve whatever that, you know, conceptual conflict is. The problem is, it doesn't seem like that happened here, because, I mean, well, I'm assuming, well, you did say that someone, you know, one of your friends approached you to join Tsunderia, right? I'm assuming that the friend wasn't like PPP or something, right? But you don't have to say like who it was if you don't want to. But yeah, I'm gonna assume it's not PPP, which means that he was probably in a position where he could have come in, you know, from the top down and said, "Yeah, I get your points. This is what we're going to do going forward, right? This is what the vision of the company is going to be going forward." But he just didn't. This is what convinces me that, you know, you have people with ideas for where the company can go in the future. The problem is, they are not in a position to really make those final decisions. And the person who does have the ability to make the final decision just kind of fucked off. Oh, okay, it was Char? Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Alright. So yeah. Now it makes a whole lot of sense as to why there might have been that kind of dissonance. Because Char and Urara were both occupying similar positions in the company. Both of them were talent managers, and both of them were the only, well, they seem to be the only managers that people knew of at the time. So this idea makes perfect sense to me as to why, after Urara left, there wasn't really that much of a solid direction set in stone I suppose. Because, I mean, if both Urara and Char were looking for people to fill out Sun Dream, were recruiting people for Sun Dream, and they have different ideas as to what they are prioritizing, then, again, that is textbook absent leadership, right? But you guys, I have to say, I admire very much how you were able to make what you were able to make out of a very, admittedly, shitty situation, right? Because I don't think you guys were given really much of a great start in terms of how scuffed things were behind the scenes. Not at the fault, not to lay any blame at the feet of those who recruited you, but more so the person who should have been, telling them what the company's future was going to look like. And the thing about PvP especially, right, is, okay, let's say, for example, that you have absolutely no conception as to what the future of your company should look like, right? Let's say you have absolutely, let's say you have a form of corporate aphantasia. You can't picture the future of your company. You are literally incapable of doing that. That doesn't mean that you can't have people around you that do have the ability to, maybe anticipate what the future of your company may look like, come up with some sort of coherent vision for the company's future, the way that its brand manifests in the future, whatever. Surround yourself with people like that and then listen to them, right? The problem is, there were people offering suggestions, right? And again, I'm not talking major brand shifts or changes of direction in the company or specialization or whatever. I'm talking very minor shifts, like innovations when it comes to fucking merch. People were willing to make suggestions, pretty, in my opinion at least, pretty good suggestions. And yet all of those were just brushed off through what I can only assume to be sheer apathy. My understanding is for male talents, they wanted talents who could sing to give them the best chance of succeeding, since to an extent were a bit of a rarity. Oh. There are some interesting tidbits regarding covers and music. They didn't want me doing more covers than the other talents, because it would come across as unfair, but a lot would get stuck in limbo. Ah, okay. Yeah, that sounds painful. But yeah, no, to explain what I was alluding to when I talk about people coming forward with ideas for merch. And this was the thing that I was alluding to when I said that Nen actually designed some hypothetical merch items that each individual talent could get. So on December 7th of 2021, so this is just like, what, month after Sun Dream debuted? Nen did a stream that was basically just designing merch, custom merch that was tailored to each individual talent's identity that, hypothetically the company could possibly make, right? Some of these merch ideas, a little bit more out there than others. I remember that Amiya's was, a sort of spider-themed backpack. I think, if I remember correctly, Tomo's, yours was a body pillow. And, I think Nen's was... I don't remember much aside from just fishnets and a cap. But, again... Oh boy. Holy giga scuff. Okay. Please do not look at that stream and look at the rings I designed somewhere. Taken down by PPP. Alright, are we back? Alright, you guys can hear me, right? Hopefully this doesn't mess with chat replay. I don't know why it keeps disconnecting. I think it's just my internet being fucking awful. You come back with just fishnets in it. Okay, you guys can hear me now? Alright, excellent, excellent. Alright, so yeah. So some of these merch items, a little bit out there, right? Some of them may be a bit expensive to produce, maybe expensive to manufacture, etc, 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 whatever. However, one of the merch ideas that Nen came up with was a cassette tape for Sheeple. Right, this, something that's small, compact, physical, more importantly, on brand for Lisa, right? Very much Lisa core, so to speak. And this was an idea that seemed to be quite popular among Lisa's community. You can actually play a little game if you go through some of Lisa's early VODs, where it doesn't happen regularly, not like once every week or once every month or anything like that. But it does happen multiple times over the course of several months, where each time someone in Lisa's chat will ask about or allude to the idea of her receiving a cassette tape as some form of official merch. And each time, Lisa will respond in the same way. Some variation of, if you want that to be a merch item, make sure you contact PPP, make sure PPP knows. PPP is the one with the decision-making ability to make that a reality, so if you want that, please ask PPP. And over time, with each, as the months pass and this question gets asked again and again, or this gets brought up again and again, you can start to see how the responses go from, make sure to tell PPP if this is something you're interested in, to PPP is the one with the decision-making power, to, not in a mean way, but basically it boils down to you need to ask PPP, right? And this kind of culminates on November 12th of 2022, when Lisa's celebrating her first year anniversary as part of the company, right? Happy, 1 year has passed since she joined, etc., etc. And at 1 hour, 25 minutes, 40 seconds, I forget what platform this is. This isn't a Marshmallow, is it? This is some other platform designed for leaving notes on a board for, your favorite content creator to look at? I keep seeing this being used by VTubers for their birthdays and for their anniversaries. Kudo, yes, that's the one. Thank you, Kudo. Yes, so this note left on a Kudo saying, quote, "You're a beacon of genuine kindness, empathy, and warmth in the world, Lisa. Never forget and never doubt it. Love all your streams, and here's to another successful year with thee, Chica Fuji Lisa. P.S. Hyped beyond belief for the eventual TM cassette release." And upon reading that final bit, she leans into the mic and starts peeking it, going, "P.S. Wait, let me. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I won't recreate it. But basically, leans into the mic. Basically, kind of pseudo yells "P.S." Then she reads out the PS. Hyped beyond belief for the eventual TM cassette release. PPP. If you're, then she says, PPP. She asks PPP to get on it. PPP. If you're not at my anniversary stream, what the fuck are you doing? You better be lurking. Get on it. Get on it. And again, this could be me just reading too deep or imagining shit, but I feel like towards the end you can kind of hear just a little bit of extra edge to her voice when she was saying, if you're not at my anniversary stream, what the fuck are you doing? You better be lurking. Get on it. And I mean, I could have missed it in the VOD, but I don't recall seeing PPP either show up in chat or leave a super, so yeah. Again, there were ideas, there were novel ideas. Some of them even came from the talent whose merch would be produced. They have done, tailored merch before. When they did the whole, when they did the Mogu pillow for Miori Celesta. And again, I understand that Tsunderia at this point was not as... They didn't have as big a fan base as Miori, maybe. In terms of numbers, it would have been a bigger risk to make some sort of tailored merchandise for them. But I mean, come on. And this is a stage where you're at a point where most VTuber companies that are competing with you at the moment, right? So let's say mid to end of 2022. This is when you have a lot of companies entering, EN VTubing corpo space, right? And most of them are going to be producing merch. And most of that merch is going to be, guess what? The exact same thing. Acrylic stands, desk mats, maybe some variety of darky cover for variety, and keychains. That's pretty much it. Every company under the sun does the same 4 forms of merch. If you want one of your talents or one of your if you want your company to stand out, one of the things that you could do as an innovation, perhaps, is start creating merch that's a little bit more tailored to the identity, the brand of your individual talents than just yet another acrylic stand. And they had the opportunity to do that. Now, granted, I have no idea how expensive it is to produce cassettes, so maybe it is entirely possible that it was just numbers that stopped Tsunderia from being able to adapt this, right? But even if all they had to do was just make, like, I don't know, less than 10 or something, it still probably would have been an item that was worth turning into merchandise purely because of the whole thematic element. If you make merch tailored to the specifications of each individual talent's brand, you send out a message to specific audiences. One, the fan base of that talent, who now goes, okay, this company is willing to put effort into whatever shit they offer me to buy, right? They offer to me to buy. And the second thing is you send a message out to all of your prospective talents, which is, oh, they actually care about, they care about commercializing the talent in a manner that allows the talent to solidify and strengthen their own brand image as well. I can express myself through my own monetization, which is the merchandise, right? And it's just like... The problem with Tsunderia was not lack of ideas. There were plenty of people in the company with pretty good ideas. Now, granted, not all of them would prove themselves to be good, but for the moment, the context from which they emerged, yeah, they were pretty good. It's just that none of those ideas seemed to be... They just didn't take. Not even because necessarily they were unrealistic, just because they were... They seem to be hobbled from the ability to even try. And it's that part of looking at Tsunderia's history that is really kind of... It's almost surreal looking back just how many things Tsunderia was early on the mark for. Because when you look back on Tsunderia's resume of innovations, right? The things that they managed to do first, right? They were the first Ian-based agency. They're the first agency to adopt talent freedom and transparency as part of their communication strategies. Now, granted, that's not necessarily a good thing, but they are still the first. They were the first Ian agency to launch with gen-wide covers or gen-wide music, starting with SunQuest. They were the trailblazer of small corpo unity, because that was an aspect that underpinned their philosophy even before the other companies that they ended up pairing up with or teaming up with were a thing. Prism did not exist until January of 2021, and FaZe did not exist until June of 2021. They were the original Sad Girl company before FaZe incidentally and accidentally cannibalized that title. They were the first Ian agency to launch males just 1 month before Luxium debuted, and they were the first Ian agency to launch a mixed gen, again, more than 6 months before Illuna debuted. And yet, in spite of all of these firsts, all of these different injections of novelty, of leverage, just waiting to be converted, it just didn't happen. Not for want of trying, mind you, but just not want of trying from the right people. You had the talents and the managers seemingly, cutting their own lives short in order to try and turn these into something. But it's just that, again, I think putting all of the blame on PvP is I think that's a bit too optimistic, right? But realistically speaking, the company really needed some form of hard leadership right at the top that was able to facilitate the kind of innovation, the kind of conversion to value that everyone else seemed to be trying to do. And yet that never materialized, because Tsunderia was a headless company. And at the end of the day, I suppose that is the main weakness that killed Tsunderia. That is the tragedy that befell this company. When I say that Tsunderia is a company lost to time, I mean that in two senses of the phrase. One, they lost to time in the sense that their novelty and leverage expired before they were able to make use of it. But they also lost to time, they were an agency lost to time in the sense that people forget Tsunderia because, at least in part, of that whole, failure to convert novelty and leverage into something that is a bit more permanent, something that has a bit more tangible value. Because at the end of the day, what do people have to remember about Tsunderia? All of these individual achievements have been essentially taken over by other companies. Well, achievements and or titles in the case of Sad Girl Company. Right? Tsunderia's brand just didn't seem to exist. It was made up of all of these individual, it's like a... I'm trying to think of a good comparison, but... Well, I mean... It's like a kind of... It's just... Tsunderia was a company that was stuck with only the fetal forms of good ideas, I suppose is the way that I would word it. Because I don't think the company ever really took and ran with any of these individual innovations that they happened upon. All of these were picked up by other companies. All of these were either, better utilized by other companies or outright just yoinked. Or even given up to other companies, I suppose. Depending on which of these dot points you're talking about. But the ideas were stillborn is probably a better way of phrasing it. But when you look back, I mean, at least when I look back at Tsunderia's history, and again, I am doing it not as a fan, not as a talent, not anyone on the inside, just from the outside looking in. When I hear any of the ex-talents going, Tsunderia could have been something. It could have been something really big. I hope that they understand it's not just in their head. It's not just a feeling that they have. It is objective and provable by simply looking at its history, assembling it in chronological order, and applying the same principles that underpin the way that every brand functions. This is the stuff that has been... This is academic theory, media whatever, marketing theory, whatever you want to call it, has been developed over the course of decades of systematic study. And all of that proves one thing. That when people say that Tsunderia was wasted potential because, it was just pissed away by a company head that did nothing, they're not, people are not wrong for thinking that. And I suppose it may be easy as time goes by to maybe speculate, oh, what could I have done more, etc., etc., etc. And while I'm not going to say that that's not a healthy mindset when it comes to managing your own indie career, I don't think in the case of Tsunderia that anyone among the talent or management, among talent or management could have done more. Because the fundamental weakness, the one that could never be acknowledged out in public, because in spite of transparency being the thing that defined Tsunderia's PR strategy, supposedly, that has hard-coded limitations to it. The people with, the person who possessed the most agency just never did anything with it. And that's not something they can really overcome when you are operating as someone on the lower rungs of the corporate ladder, so to speak. Now, granted, there aren't a lot of rungs on that corporate ladder when you're talking about a VTuber company, but there is a meaningful difference. When you have, for example, two people of equal position, of equal amount of influence, of equal, perhaps, contribution to the company, and they have differing visions for what the company should be in the future. someone needs to come down from the very tippy top of the company and say, this is how we're doing things. I understand, I can hear both of your ideas. There are merits and costs to both of them. But this is what we're doing. That's what Tsunderia needed, and that's what it never got. And so, I suppose that is the main thing that I want to sort of put out there for anyone who may be watching this. If you feel disappointed by the way that Tsunderia turned out, if you think that it could have been more, and more importantly, if you blame yourself for it not being more, one, it's not in your head, and two, at least for what it's worth, again, from the outside perspective looking in, from my own little corner from which I observe things, I don't think it was your fault. For what it's worth. For what it's worth. But, yeah. Yeah, I suppose you could boil it down to should have had a better CEO, but like, there's so many... It's not even just you need a CEO with vision. You just need a CEO who has the ability, the thing that makes this frustrating to look at in hindsight, right? And, this is me looking at it as a passive observer. I can only imagine what you guys feel having been part of this project, right? But you have this guy who was surrounded by all of these people who did have, like I said, no shortage of ideas. They were capable too. He just either he didn't listen, or he just, well, I mean, that's the only possible conclusion, right? He just didn't listen. Like, ugh. Battle Mage, thank you for the 5. I wonder if it was fear on PvP's part in alienating one of those two voices, Char or Urara. See, that's the thing, right? I don't really understand why it would be. Like, I don't think it would be fear. Because at the end of the day, he's still the CEO. So, I think a lot more could have happened with the money competitors had. Yeah. Although, to be completely honest, with the kind of leadership that PPP exhibited, and especially with the information that you dropped that he was willing to try and invite S-Train back into the fold, I'm 100% convinced that if you gave Tsunderia the shoujo levels of funding, all you would be able to achieve is the shoujo levels of collapsing. Because at the end of the day, you throw an infinite amount of money at incompetent leadership, you're probably not going to be able to change anything. They're just going to spend it irresponsibly, or they're just not going to know how to use it at all. But I suppose that it could have been possible that if that money had been put, incidentally in PPP's reach, but more so for access by other people who are in charge, then maybe it could have resulted in something. But again, at the end of the day, if PPP has final say, if S-Train has final say, I don't think the company would have become anything different, even if you gave a shit ton of money to burn, essentially. Because that is all that I think would happen with it. It would just be burned. It reminds me of my current manager, incompetent and has no idea what they're doing. I mean, that's a fairly common description of people in managerial role. But yeah, no, okay, so there were two other bits and bobs, just like loose ends, that didn't quite fit into the main body of the stream and the main topic of the stream, but were personally interesting to me. One thing. Yeah, so as I mentioned before, I was fascinated by the question of why did so many people think that you guys got your IPs for free? Because, I mean, it's kind of like when you... Well, actually, there are a few things, and we can actually narrow it down to the same strategic versus circumstantial that we use to evaluate Tsunderia's brand and the threats to it that emerged over the course of the years that it existed. So, if we're talking strategic reasons as to why people might have assumed that you guys just got yours for free, one of the things is even though the dissolution notice says that they have finalized arrangements with all of you guys, which, again, it implies that it's not as simple as just go, be free, here's your IP. But you also have that line, even though you have that little sentence at the end of the first paragraph. You have another part which is okay, there we go. In the third paragraph where they say all current Tsunderia VTubers will keep their identities and channels. Again, without mentioning any costs that may have been incurred in order to keep them. Then they immediately go on to saying they deserve to carry on with the audiences they worked so hard to build and entertain. And that makes it sound like this is like a moral decision. Like this is informed by a sense of morality that the company has somehow developed in spite of its inhuman status. And they've now made the decision to give you guys your IP because that's just the right thing to do. I think that's like a small but definitely, in my opinion, strategic element of the way that was worded, right? But on top of that, I think there are also quite a few circumstantial reasons to why people might have assumed that as well. So, like I said, one of the first instances that I noticed that you guys were, I suppose that people were saying that you guys got your IPs for free was during February when the Pixel Link thing happened. So again, just refresher, in February, Pixel Link suddenly shuttered their doors, announced that the company would no longer be continuing, and as a result, they were now they had sprung upon the talents like a few weeks ago prior to this point that they would be able to buy their IPs. Now, obviously, if you tell someone 3 weeks in that they have to come up with potentially tens of thousands of dollars in order to buy something, chances are they don't just have that much money lying around under their mattress. So they're probably going to have to try and get that money in short notice. And the way that happened with the Pixeling girls was some of them, specifically Rocky, attempted a fundraising stream. Basically, she would do a stream where people would donate, and she would use those donations, at least in part, to purchase her IP from Pixel Link. Now, this was something that a lot of people didn't like. A lot of people hated the fact that not only were the girls essentially jumped with the price of their IPs, very short notice in which they would be able to buy it, or at least the impression was that they would only be able to buy it on short notice, combined with the fact that they were basically allowed to get their audiences to fundraise last minute on their behalf. It kind of seemed like limit testing just how generous their audiences were willing to be. Not by them, but by the company, right? And so this was a grossly unpopular thing among all different parts of EN VTubing. Like you had, people behind pretty big talents in the corpo scene, indies, managers, all these different groups of people coming together to uniformly say, yeah, this seems kind of scummy, this seems kind of bad, this seems kind of this seems a little underhanded. And one of these interactions was under Rocky's initial posts announcing that she was going to be doing a donathon to try and raise the funds to purchase her IP. Caitlin Mayers says, really disappointed that with the company going under, you and others are being made to pay that much for an IP they'll be trashing otherwise. I'm wishing you much luck and hope you're able to make the funds. Then another user by the name of Shawnee says, Production Kawaii went under the same way last year, but I don't think they made the talents buy their IPs back, they just got them for free. And then someone called Solomon Warlock says, same thing with Tsunderia. And this is when I first noticed that you guys were responding to this, because Lisa quote tweeted it by just saying lol, and then quote tweeted it saying actually, contrary to popular belief, and Tomoyo just replied with a thinking emoji. But yeah, no, this got me thinking, why did so many people assume that Tsunderia sold their IP beyond the way that specific sentence in the middle of the dissolution notice was written? And to my guess, it's a combination of a bunch of circumstantial factors as well. One of which being the aforementioned fact that Tsunderia's brand was mostly cannibalized by other companies. But the flip side of that is also that when you have a company that has an absence of a brand image, a distinct brand image in and of itself, it becomes it becomes very very susceptible to being attributed aspects of the brands of other companies, aspects of the brands and reputations of other companies. And there were 3 companies in question that fed into this. One of the things is, at least partially, I do think one of the factors that played into this, you can actually see by reading through Shawnee's comment, right? Where the user says, Production Kawaii went under in the same way. And then, Solomon Warlock says, same with Tsunderia, presumably comparing Tsunderia with Production Kawaii. And I think that because of the fact that people kind of forgotten Tsunderia, they just... I think that a little bit of what's going on is people sort of blending... Oh, by the way, this isn't Production Kawaii either. I think they're talking about Prism Project, right? There's like two other things as well. So I think people just kind of like amalgamated all 3 of these companies together, like Production Kawaii, Prism Project, and Tsunderia somehow. Where, because all 3 of them went down with relatively little controversy on social media to accompany it. Because don't get me wrong, Lisa's tweet about, well, where she basically revealed that she became a member of management towards the end of the company's existence, that got a lot of impressions. If I remember correctly, that got like somewhere around 85k impressions. But it has 0 quote tweets. There's no one, I don't think anyone's getting angry at Tsunderia in the replies. It was just, I hope best for you, etc. This is a tragedy and all of that stuff. So this Tsunderia's collapse really happened before it became like in the vogue to really talk about this on social media or complain about this on social media. And I think what happened was a combination of a few things. So one, when all look the same, kind of. One, I think, at least to some extent, people have kind of meshed together Prism Project and Tsunderia in their heads because both of them were relatively music-based agencies, and also the fact that when you engage in that process of, I suppose, communal brand building with another company, your brands tend to leak into one another as well. And that's my theory as to why people may be confusing the fact that Prism just handed off their IPs. Yeah, the Minecraft server thing, yeah, right, exactly. I think that's a possible reason, as to one of the possible circumstantial reasons as to why people may have confused what happened with Prism and just assumed that Tsunderia had the same thing happen with them. But the other thing is more of a sort of, almost a process of conditioning that VTuber fans in the West have gone through over 2024 specifically. Because over that year, I think there was a kind of, a trend where if a company does something scummy, then you hear about it on social media. And over time, people became conditioned to the idea that, oh, okay, if something, remotely scummy happens with a company, then it's going to become, it's going to be a big thing on social media, we're going to hear about it, and that way, on the flip side of that, which is, if we don't hear about it, probably there's nothing wrong with going on, right? And there's 2 specific instances that stand out to me over the course of 2024 and 2025. One is the collapse of Aeon, and one is the collapse of Pixelink. In both cases, they formed, in my opinion at least, the biggest precedents in this space that established the idea that it was a taboo to try and sell off an IP to your talent when your company is just outright collapsing, rather than if, you're just moving on to some other venture or whatever, right? And these 2 companies, when they imploded, were... they attracted ire over selling their IPs for very different reasons. Aeon Project became infamous because they sold their IPs off at selectively different costs, maliciously designed to price out specific talents. That was why they attracted a lot of backlash around the time that they announced that they were dissolving, and they had sold off their IPs, or they had handed off their IPs, or whatever. However, as with the case with Pixelink, the reason they got flack was because of how little notice was given to the talents to accrue funds in order to buy out their IPs, meaning that they had to default to their audience's generosity in order to do that instead. And again, even though these are both quite different reasons to be mad at the companies in the way that they sell off their IPs, the fundamental takeaway that most people took away from this is just the act of selling IPs in general is bad. Now, that's something I don't quite agree with, because if the company is going to be, creating IPs themselves, original IPs, they're probably going to have to fund it themselves before the talents are even recruited or before the talents sign anything. They're going to have to sink money into rigging, into modeling, etc., right? It kind of makes sense that the company would want to recoup at least some of that money. So my problem isn't really with the act of selling IPs in general, just the way in which they are sold. And the thing is, with this particular case, I do find it to be quite interesting that in both these cases, because there was such a huge uproar around the very act of selling IPs, I think it's possible that these two precedents condition people to believe that if there is no social media uproar, surely that means that the company just handed their IPs off for free, right? I assume that that's something that has kind of embedded itself as a kind of semi-conscious belief in the minds of a lot of people in this side of the industry. But again, I don't think it's necessarily. You are correct. Okay, yeah, there we go. I mean, I don't know if that is one of the biggest factors or whatever, but I think that it is a factor in this. I think people have been kind of conditioned or Pavloved into believing that if there is no social media fuss, then surely that means that the company is behaving like a charity, right? And so people kind of romanticize the way that Tsunderia was because of the distance in between the now and the then. But this was one of the things that I kind of caught my attention about the topic before I started doing the stream about it, and this was something that I couldn't quite fit in. That didn't quite fit in well with the main body of the stream. But the other thing that I found to be quite interesting, this is something that, okay, I'm at the risk of sounding a little pretentious, right? I don't know how many of you guys in chat have seen this, but there's the week after Sun died, I almost joined Prism. Shogun was cool, but I felt too burned after Sun's crash, and then a week after the I think you may have dodged a bullet there. Although I don't know if you would have lost too much anyways, though. I think a week is a little short, but so I don't know how many people in chat have seen this stream from Dizzy. It's called The End, and it was streamed on April 3rd of 2024. This is the stream where she whips out the Urara model and basically has this weird kind of almost imagine self-flagellation, but it's two versions of yourself doing it to one. It's two versions of yourself, and one of them is whipping the other. That's what this basically was. And she was doing this sort of abusive manager RP using Urara, where the scenario was that Dizzy had been called into the office. There'd been a change in management at FaZe, and now her new manager was Urara. And the entire stream is Urara laying the fuck into Dizzy in the most brutal way possible. And Urara, during this stream, embodies all of the worst traits that people associate with managers, right? Overbearing, sort of insensitive to whatever the talent might be feeling in the moment, saying to the talent multiple times, your audience is the only thing that matters, you're nothing without your audience, etc., 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 placing whatever may sell well with the audience above the talent's own dreams, crushing those dreams, etc., by overruling any suggestions or any attempts at trying to assert an individual creative vision or whatever, right? And I was rewatching this after going through Tsunderia's history, and there is a part of me that wonders, holy shit, is this how Dizzy saw herself, while she was Urara? I do. I don't know. This is just my personal reaction as a viewer, right? But I do wonder how much of Urara's persona in this stream is reflective of how Dizzy saw herself, or sees herself, I suppose. And that's like a... There are moments in this stream, having now familiarized myself with some of what happened at Tsunderia, that is kind of like a gut punch, right? Now, it was a somewhat exaggerated version of it. Yeah, no, I know it's an exaggeration, right? I'm very aware that it's like a very hyperbolized version of what that is. But how do I say this? This is probably just sheer coincidence, right? But Tomo, in your VOD from the stream that you did after Tsunderia collapsed, there was a section in it where you were talking about the character that you were originally planning on being, right? How originally, what was it? I think you literally wanted to be like a bee or something. And you were talking about how you had this idea, the first of, a character that was, a literal bee. And then this sort of anime swordsman that was just really, really bad at his job and became a singer because that was a talent that you discovered that you had for yourself or something along those lines, right? And when you were talking about it, you were talking about how I think I'm trying to remember the exact words that you used, but something about how when you were pitching this idea to management, when you were trying to come up with your character, you said something along the lines of, "I'm just I just want to be a goofy guy," or something along those lines. And I watched that VOD, right? And I watched that VOD. I went did something else, made a few slides for this stream, and then I went back and I rewatched this stream, and I shit you not, there's a section in the middle where Urara asks Dizzy, what are you, or something along the lines of what are you, what are you good for, or whatever. And Dizzy says, I'm just I think she says almost word for word, I'm just a goofy, I'm just goofy silly or something along those lines. And when I heard that, again, this is probably just coincidence, right? When I heard that, my jaw kind of like dropped. But yeah, it's, I don't know, it's, how do I say? I want to make it very clear, right? I don't think that it's, I don't think that this is supposed to be like a one-to-one reference of anything that happened in Tsunderia or anything, right? But my monkey brain has a difficult time not seeing coincidences, not noticing coincidences or patterns and trying to attribute greater meaning to it, right? This could 100% be me reading way too deep into the entire thing with my head up my ass, right? But having now seen, I suppose, just a little bit more context as to who this Urara actually was, it's changed the way that I watch this specific RP stream. Because actually, if you go into the comments, if you look through the comments and you look through the chat while she was streaming this, right? A lot of people, there's two things that stick out to me. One, when you look at the top comment under this stream and the top comment on Synchro's clip of this stream, it's someone making a Niji Sanji reference. Because again, April 3rd, 2024, this is right, this is like during Selengate, right? So everyone looked at this and they when you had obviously very obvious scenario where a manager was being exploitative with a talent that was under them, right? Everyone looked at that and they were going like, oh yeah, Niji Sanji reference, yada yada yada, right? And then that section, there are multiple moments in the stream where Urara basically pushes Dizzy to cry and then says that's when she's, that's what chat wants, that's when she's at her most lovable, that's the only thing she's good for, etc., etc. Aren't girls cutest when they cry, etc., etc. And again, everyone, you can see in chat, everyone going, sad girl company, sad girl company, sad girl company. But I think there is a meta-theatrical level of irony to the fact that in both of those cases where people make a connection with that particular theme or that particular persona, that role that Dizzy is playing, the the persona that she adopts in order to scold herself, right? The two connections that they draw are to Niji Sanji and Face Connect. And I can't say this for certain, but I didn't see any. I saw like one comment referencing Tsunderia. When people think Sad Girl Company, they think Face Connect. When people think abusive management, or neglectful management or whatever, they think Niji Sanji. Or manager that failed their towns, they think Niji Sanji. And none of them thought of Tsunderia. And that kind of, again, it's just so, it tickles my brain in a kind of, it tickles the sort of the pretentious theater, the pretentious theater kid part of my brain where it's just this idea of, you have right in front of you that sort of relic of Tsunderia, and yet all people see are other agencies, which is so, I don't know what could be a more perfect visual metaphor for the way that Tsunderia existed as a company, right? Tsunderia as a brand had no lasting power. Yeah, pretty much. It lost too many pieces of itself to other agencies. Or at least it never developed those pieces, and other agencies developed them and fleshed them out to the point where they were actually functional, and, well, that's what they became known for. I almost wonder if nobody realizing it was a commentary on Tsunderia annoyed. Nah, that's just, I don't want to say that that's intentional or anything, because, I mean, like I said, it could just be me reading way too deep into it, right? But I do think that maybe I think the people spamming Niji Sanji may have been missing the point a little bit. But yeah, no. When I watched it the first time, because I didn't have any of this lore about Tsunderia or whatever, I just looked at it as, oh, that's X Dizzy, right? And that was pretty much it. And that was the extent to which I read into what was going on screen. But now I have a completely different view of what was transpiring in this RP. But yeah. Even in its collapse, it was mostly not really seen. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, no, I mean, if any of you guys feel like it, try, especially if you've actually watched this stream before, try going back and watching it now while this stuff is all fresh on your mind, right? And I don't know, maybe upon rewatch, some things might stand out a little differently than others, who knows, but yeah. It's that's a very interesting parallel. There were times when I was scared of her as a manager. I mean, you weren't the only one. Pippa also found Urara to be very intimidating before she got to know Dizzy. So it's quite cute, because in some of the older, I remember there was one clip where specifically Pippa was speaking with Lisa about Urara, and she brought up the idea that she was scared of Urara, and then you have Lisa being Urara's staunchest advocate, basically going, no, she's not scary, why are you scared of her, etc., etc. She's really supportive, stuff like that. And I don't know, it was this whole thing has been kind of a
weird. There have been portions of it that have been very nostalgic, and other portions where this is by no means new information, right? This has all been like out there public. Lots of people have talked about it and archived it before I've ever touched it, right? But I appreciate that they've done that, because I feel like I have a better understanding of some of the things that I currently like about this industry because I've been able to look into Tsunderia. Yeah, so I don't know, who knows? I don't know if you've seen this RP stream before, but I mean, Dizzy's RP streams are things that I would unironically class as high art cognito hazards. I say that without any sense of exaggeration or irony. Her ability to commit to the bit is truly one of a kind. And on top of that, every single stream where she does even a promise that is even remotely sad, it genuinely creates a sense of dread in me that not many other things can. Tsunderia answers the question if a tree falls in the forest and nobody is around. I mean, there were people around, that's the thing. It's just a matter of finding the records of what they wrote afterwards. There's a reason she was a good manager. She has an eye for content, among other skills. True. Dizzy's RPs are peak VTubing entertainment. Yeah, that's one of the other things. Like, one of the other reasons why I genuinely really like this as, and again, this is going to sound kind of pretentious, right? But as an art piece, is this is like one of those things, one of those premises that you can only ever do using VTubing as a medium, right? This whole thing about having your PL be a separate character in front of you that you are now interacting with as if it's a different person. Like that is using the medium that is VTubing to its fullest potential, right? Or at least close to its fullest potential. Not just having it sit on screen as decoration while you speak, right? And that's why I think that this, to me, is one of the best expressions of what you can do with VTubing as a medium that exists in this industry. Or at least in this side of the industry. One of my personal favorites. If a tree falls in a forest and 4 others also fall and explode with fireworks, does the original tree even make a sound? You know what? I kind of like that analogy, actually. I think that sums up very well. How people have kind of, overwritten whatever memory they could have developed of, Tsunderia and how that went with 2024 as an entire year, perhaps. But yeah. Imagine if Pink Guy revived and says things to Joji. That's pretty... That's pretty interesting. That's a pretty interesting hypothetical. I do wonder what Pink Guy would say to Joji if he had the chance. But yeah, I think I'll probably be wrapping up the stream here. This is a little bit longer than previous stream, only 2 hours longer. Well, not 2 hours, like 2 and a bit hours longer than my previous stream. But yeah. All I can say is we did it first. That you guys did. Yeah, thank you for tuning into this stream. I hope you found it to be entertaining and or somewhat informative. If you are a Tsunderia talent, while I'm not going to claim that this is a satisfactory handling of what transpired with your ex-company, I hope that this was at least not as bad as what you were envisioning in your mind. But in any case, let me switch over to the head halt screen. 6-hour Dizzy glazing session. It's tempting. But No, if I do have a stream nerding out over Dizzy's RPs, I'll make it a separate one from this. Okay, hold on. Let me see who else is live that I could raid into right now. Oh, you made me tear up. I hope you felt guilt in that. I hope it was tear up in a I hope it was tear up in a good way, not in a not in a emotional distress way. 6 hours is not long enough to glaze Dizzy. Oh, why do people speak? All right. Any suggestions as to people to raid? I can't believe we had celebrity guests joining us to correct the record. What a stream. Amen, brother. I was not expecting that either. But it's always a pleasant surprise when people who are actually there when things went down come up and, you know, give me corrections in chat or clarifications. Any questions you might have to close the loops? Okay, that's a good point, actually. You know what? I'm going to hold off on ending stream just now. If anyone here in chat has any questions as well that would be best answered by a primary source, feel free to drop them in chat and I'll ask them out loud as well. Again, feel free, if there are any questions that we end up asking that you don't feel like answering, please don't feel like you're obligated to say anything. But, let me think, actually. When you were, actually, Tom, I'm curious about this. When you were pitching your initial character ideas to management, was this both to, were you pitching it to both Char and Urara simultaneously, or is it sort of like a one at a time type thing? Please listen to my best cover ever, Club Banger 4000. Is that? Hold on, let me check. Is that an actual cover that's on your channel? Hold on. No, Billy, not those kinds of questions. It was Char and Urara via group chat. Ah, okay, okay. Please react to it. I'm not gonna get copyright claimed, am I? There's no random account out there that's stolen your identity and is claiming things on your behalf. Alright, hold on. What the fuck? Alright, there we go. Alright. Hold on. Let me just navigate to your channel. Alright. I like how when I first bring up your channel, the first thing I hear is sirens. Oh yeah. I suppose that's a bit of a more general question, but yeah, how was morale? How was morale in Tsunderia? Just, I suppose, over the course of 2022, because I think that was the year where like everything changed, I suppose. Copyright monetization of 6 hours stream hack. I think since YouTube changed how they counted views, I don't think I've been well, actually, I don't know. I need to check my ad rev. I haven't done that in a while. I was chilling with Char on the side on pre-screen to pre-screen some of my ideas since we were closer. Ah, okay, that makes sense. All right, wait. Okay, so the name of the cover was Club Banger 4000. Okay, hold on. Okay, there we go. All right, got it. Found it. So there was really good.
Morale until the Aurora dip was extremely hype. I remember Sundream joining was a massive peak. We had work calls going every day, working on music projects. It was great. That does sound like heaven. It does sound like heaven. I miss that kind of cohesive type of, the feeling of working together with others as part of a team, you know. Because I suppose it's a similar thing. If you gather a bunch of individual people, you get together. But I don't know. I feel like there's, how do I say? There's a slight edge to the experience of working together on something that necessity brings that I haven't felt in years. Maybe I'll think of some better way of describing it at some point in the future, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. You motivate each other to work towards a goal, yeah. If All Soon Dream gets their 2.0 rock band outfit, is there any plans for a group activity? Huh. That's a question by Goodale. Oh, wait, actually, on top of that, I'm curious. Did you ever find, well, actually, how much did you guys know of Tsunderia in general before you joined? I missed the common drive to work towards making great content. Haven't felt that spark of excitement since then. No, I 100% get what you mean. Also, when I was listening to your VOD, you were talking about how, you know, you get to the stage where you still want to make stuff, but streaming may not be it. I can understand that. One day I'll release my 2.0. And alright, wait, hold on. Let me pull up Club Banger 4000. You promise this will not get me copyright claimed, right, Nen? Alright, wait, hold on. Let me switch over a second. Okay. Alright. I voted in the Moon and Sparkle logo. Oh wow! Okay, so you were around for a really long time. Actually, you know, one of the funny things for me to spot, actually, going through some of the old VODs left behind by Sunquest and Gen Zero and Reverse and stuff, is seeing the occasional username that I recognize from the FaZe community there. Actually, a lot of you guys, some of you guys may know David, IXIV VTuber clips, guy who clips Lumi. He's an old head VTuber fan because he shows up in quite a few of the Talent streams from what I've seen going through some of the older VODs. I really only knew what I could find from VODs of Sunquest before I joined. Mostly knew it was a company Chow was in. Ah, okay. Makes sense. I didn't know anything about the S-Train drama until near the end. Ah, I see. Actually, I'm curious. Did Char ever give you any insight into what exactly happened behind the scenes with like S-Train and PPP and why PPP took so long to remove S-Train from staff? I'm so ready to creep a all-man cover. I'm sure I think if you did release that, I mean, I say for certain, everyone in chat is going to universally agree that that's Kino, but...
Nah, I'm just fucking around.
Okay. I may go deaf after this, and not just because of the volume. Why'd you say that like a Vietnamese fuckboy? You know what this reminds me of, actually? What was... Oh... What were the channels called again? You know those old... You guys remember back when YouTube gave up on making YouTube rewinds, right? They just made like a top 10 Watch Mojo video or some shit. And PewDiePie stepped in with a whole bunch of meme editors with a bunch of what's it called again? Oh, what's the... I forgot the technical... I haven't used this word in so long. What's the technical term for when you splice together clips to make people say things? Yeah, YouTube poop editors. Yeah, there we go. Fuck, how did I forget YouTube poop as a term? Yeah, this reminds me of like when PewDiePie would get a bunch of YouTube poop editors together to like make a shit post of a YouTube rewind instead of YouTube themselves. It's like it has a very similar vibe to that, which I appreciate. It's like the musical version. Nen, please tell me you know exactly what I'm talking about, so I don't assume that, you know, you think when I say YouTube poop it's just like shit or something like that. Please tell me you understand the reference. Okay. Holy shit. I see why you wanted me to react to this. Wait, hold on. I need to rewind that section. Sorry that my browser's freaking out. That act's not gonna work. I know you know. How long did this take to make? How long? I need to know how many hours this took. Because this must have taken like... I don't know. I look at the amount of editing in this, I think this takes like fucking days, right? Surely. Also, I don't know much about OG Fire S-Train. Mostly just how somehow he started creeping back in all the talents, hit the eject button. Huh. The guy must have really... he must have really pissed off all of the original like 2 or 3 ways of towns then, because holy shit. Forget killing a Victorian child. I think if you gave this like a few more years to age, or actually if you gave the audience a few more years to age, I think this would kill a Zoomer if you showed them this in like 50 years or something. The video editing, if I recall, was the fastest, I think. Wait, actually? Mika and Red really understood my vision. How did you... Wait, hold on. How did you describe this to them? Because when you say your vision, I assume that you had to actually verbalize or write this out. What did you say in order to convey this kind of visual? Like, hold on. Like, there's a lot going... Like, how do you convey this to them in speech or text? Was the recorder you? Was that you playing the recorder in the background? You storyboard that shit? No way. If you storyboarded this video, it'd look like a fucking Flipporama comic. Telepathy? Okay, yeah, I can believe that. Why is there still like 30 seconds of runtime? Okay, I see what you're doing. Burger King foot lettuce. I'm sorry for your loss, Tomoya. Amogus? Yeah, Tsunderia really did have it really did have a lot of it really did have so much talent in it. Holy. You know, okay, I know that this is a shit post, right? But one of the things that I when I was learning to edit, like for the first time, one of the things that I would look for in terms of inspiration or things that I would look to try and adopt in my own editing style was YouTube poops. Because regardless of how nonsensical the actual content of YouTube poops are, there is always an underlying sense of continuity to each and every shot. They all flow into one another in some manner. Yes, the transitions get kind of crazy, but at the end of the day, that's like a consistent thing that happens through each well-made YouTube poop. The most experienced YouTube poop editors are some of the most proficient transition users on the entire platform. And I don't mean that with any sense of exaggeration or hyperbole. So something like there are transitions in this that are so silky smooth in between shots. Yeah. Thank you for watching. This video really meant a lot to me. I can see why. I still don't understand how you were able to convey this to the editors in a way that actually made sense. But yeah, it's this was truly something to behold. You cooked. Is this the visual representation of what it feels like to get a stroke? Auditory, visual auditory, I believe is the term. Alright. So, concentration check, true. Alright, yeah. Anyone got any recommendations for people to raid at this hour? The video ending fake out really fooled me for a second. I think that was probably because I think it made it easier to fool people because of the fact that I was playing it at 360p. But yeah, anyone got any recommendations of people who are streaming at this hour? Thank you for the video, my ears needed that. I apologize. YouTube hoops getting the recognition they deserve. They are art. Perhaps not the highest forms of art, but they are art nonetheless. Hannah? Oh. True. Okay. Alright. We are raiding into the chinchilla. Of talents kept in touch, I talk with about half still. Some I haven't reached out to in a bit, but I'd say I'm still in good terms with most. I'm glad to hear that, actually. One of the things that has been bit of a silver lining that I've observed to the entire debacle, but was how many of you guys managed to keep going in spite of all of that, and how much of a thing you managed to carve out for yourself since. You made the best of frankly quite an unideal situation, so to speak. Gen 4 lore is wild, may never see the light of day. Well, I mean, I do need to bounce in a few minutes, but if you are open to sharing a bit of lore about Gen 4, I am more than willing to hear and to read it out so that everyone else in chat gets a bit of an idea as to what this lore entails as well. Any particular standout facts? Actually, wait, hold on. One thing I could do... I've put down hold on, let me see. Prepare for the drop. Let me see, hold on.
Let's not go into guessing specific talents and stuff like that, because I think that leans a little. I think that's like a kind of necrotic version of phase begging, though. Unless there's like I suppose. Somehow with $0, we were still trying to launch a 4th gen with an original song. Who was supposed to mix that? Was that going to be you? Like, if they had, let's say hypothetically, they had managed to rope in a bunch of new people into the company, while presumably it was on the verge of, if not already, had gone bankrupt, and they had to make an original song. Where did the money come from? Oh, so S-Train was offering to cough up more money to keep Tsunderia afloat for... Huh. Oh, Shima revealed that they were supposed to be Gen 4 publicly? Oh, okay, never mind then. That's not a problem. Wait, so... That's why S-Train... Was he... Okay. Was he part of why... Was he part of how PPP got funding? Is that why he was tolerated? It probably would have been me mixing. I'm sorry for your loss. That sounds so fucked. As a char enjoyer, I honestly never realized how many hats she wore in Tsunderia, or that Powers B even tried to dump as many hats onto Chika Fujilisa. Yep. S-Train was basically an investor and fund. PPP funded a lot from his own pocket too, though. Huh. Okay. This contextualizes quite a bit about some of the dysfunction with Tsunderia, then. I mean, do you have an idea as to how early on S-Train was an investor or slash funder, or was he one from the start? The Gen 4 Muji... Would Gen 4 be the movie budget meme? Probably. Don't even need to pay editors when you can sweatshop your own talents into doing it for free. See, that's the thing, right? I don't know if this is something that will ever be answered, but... I do wonder if Lisa was given additional compensation for taking on managerial duties. I sure hope she was. Because if not, that's fucking criminal. But... You are now aware of a timeline where instead of S-Train, the investor and partner was Sakana and there is no phase, and we are on Gen 7 Tsunderia. That's a wild hypothetical thought. Because we know, I think it's pretty established lore at this point that Sakana first tried to invest in Tsunderia and then he was turned away, so he made phase. But holy shit, imagine if S-Train started phase and Sakana invested in Tsunderia. Holy fuck. That's a brain bender for you guys. I'm not 100% sure if he was there from the start, but he was almost brought in as the investor to bail us out at the very end. I know for sure he was an investor at an earlier time in the company. Huh. That actually makes a lot of sense. Okay. Yeah, because I was struggling to think of a reason, like, surely they can't be that close friends if they met in a fucking Discord or something, for PPP to go that hard in terms of, well, to drag his feet that hard when it came to getting rid of him, right? Imagine a world with no face coffee. A grim world indeed. Amen, amen. Tsunderia coffee would be wild. No, remember guys, Sakana wouldn't be CEO, he would just be an investor in this hypothetical bizarro world. Tsunderia would have evolved into Tsunderia Connect. This is like fifth dimensional phase begging right here. So he was a unicorn and an oil baron. That's like the two worst archetypes to combine with one another. That is a nightmare creation of a VTuber fan. Yes, and he'd still push coffee. Hopefully. I honestly can't imagine it. Fair enough. Man, that bit of lore about S-Train trying to come back in towards the end as an investor, that's something. That adds that creates quite the picture in my head. Wait, hold on. When you say that S-Train, when were you guys made aware of that fact, that S-Train was possibly coming back as an investor? And was this told to all of the talents at once? Because if so, I now understand what you mean by all of the talents noped out after the return of S-Train was announced. There'll probably be no Tsunderia in this situation for better. Who knows? Possibly. Yeah, because I'm very curious as to how they broke that particular bit of news to you guys. I can't imagine in what universe they would say that and assume that you guys would take that well. Especially Gen 1. You seem to have a number of primary sources. Would you consider doing another stream if you could interview them? Sure. I mean, if you guys are open to being interviewed, I could take a few, well, admittedly, I do have quite a bit of stuff lined up next week or so. But I could take some time, actually make some proper questions. And if any of you are open to being interviewed about this, I'd be down to do it if you are willing to participate in something like this as well. We found out because the info was leaked to one talent by accident and then it spread. Tsunderios as in the boys. Oh, there'll probably be no Tsunderios in that situation. Oh, as in the... Oh, okay, no, I see what you mean. Huh. It was leaked to one talent, and then it spread. We're talking... Oh, I'm assuming we're talking an unintentional leak, right? Not an intentional one. But... What, was he just going to be a secret investor, never tell the talent? I mean, I assume that was the plan, right? I can't imagine that the guy genuinely thought he can announce that he is coming back and then people would take that well. Like, I think that would be a bit thick, even for him, right? Craziest last minute lore dump? Yeah, I think this is one of the crazier last minute lore dumps. Actually, wait. Tomo and Nen, would you guys be alright with me DMing you sometime after the stream to maybe follow up on if you guys... Actually, you guys feel free to just type this in chat, by the way. Would you guys be willing to do some sort of interview where I take some time to maybe, think up some questions about Tsunderia and then I just ask you guys? Oh wait, the OG Gen 4 song did drop. What was the OG Gen 4 song? Yeah, it really does contextualize a lot of things. Are you going to do another stream about this? I mean, it depends, right? If there is more information that is, that is going to be made public or whatever. Because the main problem that I have with the two sides, the main problem that I have with just, le secret knowledge, so to speak, is, I mean, there's not really any point in me trying to, turn it into content unless I can cite the source. Because the whole point of this channel is so that you guys can see how I come to the conclusions that I do, right? Which necessitate, like, if I'm contacted by a source offline, obviously I'm going to cite what the source is. Or if I'm just going to operate off of whatever's already been made public.
because again, in both of those cases, you guys have the opportunity to verify whatever it is being relayed or evaluate it based off of where or who it's coming from, right? That's why I ask if any of the people in chat would be willing to. Yeah, no, definitely don't. Okay, I want to just say, like, this is not a decision that I want you to make on the spot, right? I was just floating as a hypothetical. Do you think that this is something you could see yourself doing or something along those lines? Nothing as concrete as yes or no, right? Because I understand as well. Like, I don't want you to forget to protect yourselves as well, in case there might be some sort of fuckery that lingers from back then that you might need to be worried about. So, if this is something, actually, you know what? It's probably easier for me to just leave the ball in your court. If it is something that you would be interested in doing in the future, or if this is something that, if this is something you can even do, given whatever things you may or may not have agreed to or signed in the past, just message me on Twitter, because my DMs are open. So yeah, if it's something that you feel like following up on as a topic, I'm more than willing to set aside a bit of time, and yeah, we can go from there. So yeah. In any case, this was quite a bit of a delay from when I last said I was going to end stream, so I'm going to be sending you off to the chinchilla. Make sure to behave. Do not try not to bring this into the chat, although I don't think there's going to be much point in doing that anyways. But feel free to DM. There might be some interesting tidbits we can share depending on what you're curious about. The only issue is if I'm going to be relaying this to chat, right, I am going to have to be able to cite where it came from, just to make sure that I'm not spouting nonsense, right? But yeah. Aside from that, sure. Just feel free if there's anything you'd like to talk about or whatever, then my DMs are open as well. So, yeah. I hope you enjoy your time over there. Settle in. I want you to blend in seamlessly with her chat. And yeah, I'll see you I'll put up a waiting room for the next stream this week. The actual stream that I have during my normal time slot later on. But until then, thank you once again for tuning in. And thank you for watching. Like if you like the video, subscribe if you plan to watch more, and I will see you guys soon. Otsu Chair. Another shout out and thank you to all of the Sun talents who showed up here. Thank you, Nen. Thank you, Tomo, for showing up. Really appreciate it. Bye-bye.